your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. We say space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. DPA. We are live. We are live. We are live.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 89. So maybe these are the end times. With Kamala Harris being selected democratically, by the Democratic Party as their nominee for the United States presidential race, and then we also have the Olympics, but in France that has started with a lot of problems, and which I didn't really go and dig about. I just saw the headlines on Twitter and it's like, wow. And then of course that opening that was like demonic. The only way I can describe it. And of course the Ukraine also is collapsing. their lines as usual for the most part of this year has been collapsing. So yeah, maybe these are the end times. Hopefully, it doesn't affect all of us. We can just watch it happen and unfold on the internet, and then we can just talk about it on the open mic. So let me know if the volume is all right. My voice is a bit broken because I just woke up. So no voice. So is the voice is my volume okay? So then and also I'm gonna mic test. So this is the
mic test.
I bet you can hear it also, right? So okay, I'm not gonna go on any kind of monologue, although I already did. So we're gonna drop the link to join the. So before I start, as usual, the DPA Open Mic is broadcast is multicast on multiple DPA's platform on Twitter, Twitch, Telegram, YouTube on the DPA Open Mic channel, and Rumble on the DPA Open Mic channel. I think, yeah. Have I covered everything? Yeah, 5 places, correct. So, okay, I'm going to drop the link to join. And I have dropped it in Rumble. I have dropped it in YouTube. I've pinned it in both. And I also dropped it in Twitch, which I've also pinned. So yeah, so welcome on. Anyone can join. This is an open mic. It's an open forum. Anyone can join. If you are new to this, yeah, come on and chit chat. And hi, Shadowy. Congratulations on the Olympics. Good job
Yes, I didn't watch it, but a lot of people I know that watch it were very happy about the spectacle, the show. So I think it was good, but I didn't watch it.
But it's still a big achievement. I'm totally amazed by seeing all the world
exactly
in the rain.
Everything was fine, and there was no specific issue, so everybody was happy.
Look, I brought Kamala Harris and Joe Biden with me today.
So thank you for bringing on guesses.
Yeah, try not to talk too loud or spook Joe. And I got the headset on Kamala because she's not really good at answering questions on the fly.
So.
Yeah, we
be respectful. Be respectful of our new president.
Yeah, so in case people cannot see, yeah, you can see, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the rear. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, but I just thought the French Olympics, like, even though I didn't really scrutinize it, it's just like a lot of things didn't go well. Like, even you have the the opening ceremony where everybody go down the boats, and then it's drizzling. Then I see everybody's leaders is in the rain, wearing the plastic poncho. It's like, wow.
You have to
so
know
sad.
that the weather service in France, as it should for Paris, and what we call an orange alert. Basically, they have a big risk of to have too much rain for the Seine and to have inundation with the flooding. To have flooding in Paris at this moment. So we are lucky. Everything well, and globally, that was a very nice show. So,
Oh, so
okay.
so the drizzling is already a positive instead of
Yes,
flooding.
exactly.
Hey,
Everything
hey,
went wrong,
Shadowy.
so okay. I'm happy
What's
with
the
it.
what's the man on the street feeling about the Olympics so far? Just people you know, average
The man in
people
the
at
street
work,
in
whatever.
Paris, or the man in the street in
Or I
France?
mean, just people you know in France. I mean, depending on where you're at.
In France, very sadly, nobody cares in France. We have so much issue with our government problem that we don't care about the Olympic game. At least for the people I know and I speak with. Okay, and I have a very good friend. I think he's listening to me now. Who is a big fan of the basketball team, and he's really following Wembayama. So he's an hardcore fan. So he's really following this part of the Olympic Games, but I don't know if he really cares about the other sport.
Yeah, I saw little bits of that opening ceremony, and I was just like, I don't know, you know what I mean? It's like it almost seems like they just try to come up with the most crazy shit.
Yes.
Like China's was cultural; it was about China. You know, it was they had things about China. You know, they had the people dressed like traditionally and all that. You know, all the other countries, it seems like they always kind of do something about the host country and then bring the rest of the world in. They did like, I don't know, transvestite Aquaman or some shit. I don't even know what the hell that was.
Yvonne, there was no incident, no
Hey,
issue.
I was going to
no
ask you,
accident, no
was that
anything. I'm
like
just
some
happy
kind of,
about that.
was
All
that
the
some kind
polemics
of,
on those
and I'm
things
not
for
trying to
me,
be mean, but
yeah.
was that based off some like French story or French fairy tale or French
Not at all.
opera or something? Okay, never mind then. I was
the
thinking
guy
maybe
who
it had
organized
something
the
to do with
things
like some
is an
famous
Italian.
opera or some shit.
I think the organizer is an Italian guy who has worked in the medieval castle history things, you know. So his background is about history on medieval castle specifically in Italia. So
Yeah, because like that blue guy kind of made me think of like a Da Vinci painting or something like you'd see on a ceiling, like all this crazy shit like that. But it's not in Italy, so why would you do it? I figure y'all could have had a hunchback, Quasimodo or something.
yes, maybe. I don't know. I didn't watch it, so.
No. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, think about it. You got Joan of Arc, all kinds of cool shit. But I guess the blue guy was way cooler.
Maybe. If you think so, I'm happy. Because honestly, for the French citizen, the main issue today is not about Olympic game. It's about politics. The situation in France is very complicated, and basically Macron is doing crazy things after crazy things, and it's really hard. I'm not going to speak about it today because it's just too crazy.
Has there been any medals awarded yet, or is it still in the beginning?
What? Repeat this?
Has there been any medals awarded yet?
Yes, I think so. And the French already won one for the rugby with 7 players. That's all I know. Like I told you, I don't follow the Olympic Games, so.
Me either. I thought they started like 2 open mics ago. And then I realized they didn't. I was like, I must be pretty bad, though. I've seen stories about how much trouble they're having selling tickets.
No, if you want a serious issue about Olympic game, it's about the people who live in Paris today. It's very funny because you have a policeman from different countries who come in Paris to help, and you have German policeman who is asking French citizens in Paris their papers, because you need to provide a special identification and laissez-passer, I don't know the word in English, basically special identification to access some street in Paris. And it's very strange to have a German policeman asking that in Paris. It's a very strange flashback for a lot of people.
You walk outside and you're like, what year is this?
Exactly.
Shadow
Very
V?
strong.
You know what I mean? Though it almost seems like whoever thought of this really just didn't look at the optics of things.
Yes, because
You
people
know
who
what I
think
mean?
about
Just
it
across the board.
don't want to learn history. Don't forget that. They are only on their own world and they don't understand anything about history. You know, in
Shadow V?
USA, you have the same thing about unnecessary issues that I'm losing about myself. The Japanese are transforming one of their destroyers to a light carrier vessel, and it was the Kaga. And the Kaga was one of the aircraft carrier who made the raid of Pearl Harbor. And next year is going, I'm pretty sure, to participate in the maneuver, basically in the same area near Pearl Harbor, where the Japanese fleet were when they attack the Pearl Harbor bases. So basically, USA is invited another Kaga near Pearl Harbor next year. What are they thinking about?
What is a parable?
Pearl Harbor. Not Middle, but Honolulu. The battle of the December 7,
Honolulu.
1941. The beginning of World War II for the US Army.
The Pearl Harbor?
Yes.
Oh, Pearl Harbor. Sorry.
Sorry, it's my French accent. Sorry.
It's not your fault. It is. I'm not familiar enough. I need more French friends. Come,
Sorry.
French friends.
Because
come on.
The word pearl in France is perle. So pearl and pearl, I mix it every time. Sorry.
Is your mic working, Biotech?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear
You
you. I
can't
was just
hear
letting you
me.
know. I mean, I've seen you asking, so I was just seeing if you. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
So I just had a comment to Shadow V regarding the Olympics, the opening ceremony. So do you hear me, Shadow V?
Yes.
Okay. So I agree that the opening ceremony was really a political statement, if you ask me. It's like
Maybe, I don't know.
painting a picture of the pride flag, stay together, we are safe together.
Yes, maybe.
We love the blacks. We love the blacks. All blacks are safe. They even got the honor to ignite the flame in itself. So indirectly, you would think, oh, you are safe with us. That sort of message as with the pride flag. So why can't they just have some fun for once?
You shouldn't write it too much in this big show, which is basically just a big show for me.
Yeah, but why can't they just leave politics?
I don't care about that.
But why can't they for once leave politics and a fucking globalization?
Because you have politics everywhere. So
yeah, but for once, why couldn't they just have some fun? I mean, why must they, even at the Olympics ceremony, keep banging on this globalist strategy? Just a bit disappointing, I think.
What did you expect?
No, I did expect it, but I was hoping.
No.
I kind of like the French. The French are really good and clever at many things, so I think they could have done better than again repeating the stuff that you are safe with us. Let's come together. All colors. Is this globalist propaganda stuff?
You have to be careful with this globalist propaganda issue because it's very easy to go too far on the one direction by just trying to avoid going the other one. And that's what I fear the most today. Is that trying to oppose people going too far in the direction. Most of the people go too far in the other direction.
Yeah, but I think the French could have done much better if they really had put politics aside.
Much better than this ceremony. Most of the people I asked were very happy about it.
Happy?
Very happy.
They were happy about it.
Because it was a nice spectacle. There is no incident. It was a lot of rain, so it was difficult to make sure that everything is okay. And it was okay. So everybody is happy. And you're trying to to think about politics, and I think it's not the issue here.
So are you
The
happy?
issue, it could have been a very big disaster for France, honestly.
Shadowy,
A lot of things could have gone wrong. Yes, sorry, Voss?
Shadowy, are you happy?
I don't know, I didn't watch it.
You French.
Yes, so
You
I
should
don't
be
care
happy.
about an Olympic game, sorry, Voss, but it's not my thing. Okay, and honestly, what I was worried, it was there is a big incident with injured people or even dead people. It was, everything went good and there is no big issue, so okay for me. Everything else, honestly, I don't care.
I didn't watch it.
So what do you think about it?
And I didn't watch it, but
No, you didn't, okay.
yeah, I regret it because I like Celine Dion and they said she performed there. So I would like to see her. That's the only thing.
I always figured you for a figure skating fan, boss. You seem like you'd be nimble on the ice.
What the fuck?
I'm just fucking with you.
I know. By the way, I know I'm not British, but I support Team GB in every Olympics. Every single one of them. I like Team GB. But I'm not British, but I support Team GB.
Okay.
That's not a good sign for the Olympics if we don't really have much to say about the Olympics.
Yes, exactly. That's what my
No, I
main
mean
issue with it.
that's pretty fucking telling,
see
really.
that?
Why?
It sucks that
Let's
bad.
speak about
I mean,
something
you
else.
live there and
I
you're like,
think-
fuck it, I don't care.
Exactly.
Everybody around you is like, who cares?
For
think
this
the only
Olympic game,
reason-
if there
I
is no incident, I'm just happy. Okay?
I think the only reason we are talking about Olympics is because of what happened in the opening ceremony, because it's all over my Facebook feed, you know. I didn't watch it, but there is a lot of memes for what happened there. I think that's the only reason we're talking about it. What the fuck, Nonia?
We've been joined by Scream or something.
Hey,
Someone's,
Nonia, can you, did you ever get an update on your passport shit?
Oh, yes, I did, actually. I got it yesterday, I think, day before.
So you're good to go.
Assuming I make it through the passport check, sure. But no, I got it yesterday. After, trying to do a lot of jumping through hoops to try to get it.
That's what you get for toying with Trudeau, I guess.
There you go. There's drawbacks to everybody's actions, I guess. So, but it was worth it,
I don't know what is more shocking, Nunez's opening face or Voss shirt.
No,
I need to show
Voss
Voss shirt.
Nothing to say about it.
So in case people cannot read, I make sure people can read. It's not Voss' fault. Voss is innocent. He's a good guy.
Of course, I'm a
Just
good guy.
that weapon
This
he's
is the
got,
most civilized conversation I've ever seen you guys have, to be honest. I'm surprised that there's not dispute over the Olympics or something.
I
To
was
be
going to
honest,
say,
I can't comment on the Olympics. I never watched it. I couldn't care less about it.
I love the Olympics. I hated the fucking open ceremony, and the video that I shared has finally been flagged by the copyright whatever things by the Olympics.
By IOC,
So
right?
it's insane. It's just like they've taken it down off YouTube, and I think they were banning or trying to lock out some of the bigger accounts. Mine wasn't locked out, but Jesus Christ, that ceremony was disgusting, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's.
I only saw pictures and stuff on X and stuff as I was scrolling through. Like there was some blue-looking guy with an erection and a bunch of men dressed up as women pretending to be the Last Supper, and like all this weird stuff.
No. You're assuming their pronouns, bro. They might have been men pretending to be women, or men and.
My bad.
I don't know. Yeah, I know. Right?
I'm not up to
Who
speed.
knows?
And so, you know, the whole thing, it's just
People
it's
were
symbolic
trying to
of,
argue that it was sort of part of French culture.
I have just
because
a
of the
question for you two.
Renaissance and stuff.
Did you watch
Well,
it or not?
it's symbolic of the West, I think. You know,
It's symbolic of degeneracy and the degradation of Western culture, what's left of it at least. So yeah, I agree with you on that, Nuna.
So
Is it Nuna or Nunya? Nunya. All right, okay. There you go.
Nunya.
Nanya. All right,
Nanya. Yeah, Nanya business. That's how you read his whole name.
Fuck you too,
Nanya
right?
business.
All right.
Yeah, it's funny. You remember the good old days when like the gay athletes would show up, you know, like Greg Louganis or something, and they just win gold medals and then go do some sponsorships and shut the fuck up.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And I mean,
think
that's all I'm looking for in you know, a sporting event. People have been moving away from the Olympics now for decades. And you know, there's a lot of reasons for it. You know, people are cutting cable and stuff like that. But I have to believe that a big reason of it is the Olympics has become politicized to the point where we've got countries who can't even attend because of what their governments do. The athletes haven't done anything. But you know, you look at Russia as an example, or Belarus. Like some of these athletes aren't allowed to, you know, go and compete. As a fan, all I'm looking for is best on best competition. Like, let the best country or the best athlete win. You can't have that when you're boycotting or you're banning people and all this political stuff that goes on. So I think myself and a lot of people, the last, let's say 20 years, 30 years, we've just tuned out of the Olympics. It's a sideshow. It's a political mess. And it's not really worth watching.
Well, I mean, I would say that, as someone already said, I think that, you know, the Olympics has always been politicized. I just think it's becoming so much more with this political and social engineering. It's to do with the LGBT stuff, the progressivism, and for me, it's just like when you've got a really obese woman who's there to represent the fittest and most elite of our athletes in the world at the Last Supper, it kind of defeats the point of the fucking Olympics, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's infuriating.
And you know what? There's something that I don't think gets a lot of comment on, but if you're an athlete, right? Like all of these athletes, if you're an Olympic athlete, you're an A-type personality. You have to be in order to get to that level, right? And if you're, you know, want to go compete, part of me anyway, not saying I'm an Olympic athlete, but let's assume I was. Let's say I go and I win that gold medal in whatever
Yes, you
event
are.
I'm in.
Yes, you
Right?
are.
But let's say I go ahead and I win that gold medal, but my Russian counterpart, who is a world champion, let's say, and probably would have won that had they been there, or Belarusian or whoever, right? I'd always wonder, hey, did I actually deserve this medal, or did I just get it because the competition never showed up and they weren't allowed to compete? There's a difference between injuries. Like athletes get injured, hey, that's bad luck. But in this case, where, you know, athletes are just not being allowed by the governing body, I would always wonder to myself, am I actually an Olympic champion or just somebody who was second, who
Well, I
got
think
it?
that's a good
Because,
point, and I think it goes
you know,
deeper than that. In the way that Olympians, even if they're like a gold, well, maybe not they're Michael Phelps, but unless they're the few very specific ones who gain a lot of like publicity, they often lose. They have no jobs. Like their
Sure.
social economic statement when they come out of the Olympics, they've got no life skills, and it's like veterans, right? They're not helped at all by the state. That's not just the US. That's in America and Britain. That's in a lot of parts of Europe. I don't know about Russia or China. I can't be on. I can't. I have to be honest there. So, but yeah, they're neglected, and considering what they give up for in name of their country, it's insane. So
Sure.
yeah.
And that never gets talked about, right? So
No.
I don't know. I that's why I gave up following it altogether.
It's a
couldn't
shame
care
because
less.
they do some amazing stuff, like the timings and like
Sure.
the you know, when Usain. But I remember when I was like 14 and he won the 100 meters and broke the world record, and I was like, oh my god, this is insane, the energy and stuff. But it's become so politicized, at least in that different way these days. It ruins it. It does. Anyway.
Well, and the
If
other thing,
anyone,
like,
if anyone remembered 1984 Olympic opening ceremony in Los Angeles or in USA, that was a really good one. In 1984, that was just
Well, I thought the
pure
Beijing
fun.
one was insane. Beijing, London was pretty funny.
London and Sochi was the best Olympics I ever watched.
Sochi 2014. I didn't see. Was that good?
2016.
Oh, you mean Rio de Janeiro?
the one that they always talk about is
14.
Sydney.
Okay, 14. Sorry.
Yeah, it's 40,
it was
the Winter Olympics
London,
in Sochi.
London,
Yeah.
Was after
Sorry,
London.
Go ahead,
London
Mia.
and Sochi. London
Yeah.
and Sochi was the best one I've seen on TV. Oh, anyway, I was in London when it happened in London, but I only watched live one football match. That was it.
By the way, whilst we're talking about this, the Israelis are on the verge of potentially launching some operation against Hezbollah now. I don't know if you know, guys saw the news about the north, but some pretty serious shit's going down.
Yeah, there's been lots of talk about that the last week or so. So
No, I mean in
think
the
it's just
past
a matter
like
of time.
2 hours, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
I'm
Hezbollah,
glad.
there's been a missile strike in the north in the Golan Heights. It's killed about 10 Israeli children and 30 injured, some severely. Netanyahu's cutting his trip in DC short, and he's probably on his way back now. So you could see some potential.
I'm glad Von is here. Von, what do you say about Trump and Israel business?
I just say you need to wait and see what happens. In America, you got to play the game if you want to get into power. I mean, watch Thomas Massey. He's a Kentucky representative. There's like 400 and something Congress people in the Senate and Congress. He's the only one that doesn't have a Jewish minder. Everything gets run past an Israeli person before it gets passed if it relates to Israel. And he's the only one in the entire United States House of Representatives that doesn't have one. Trump's got family that's Jewish. He's got ties to Israel. He said something the other day that he doesn't think Israel's a legit or an honest broker in the peace process. So you got to play the game. I mean, if he comes out against Israel full on, he's not getting elected. They'll kill him. And then you'll get Kamala Harris and Israel will get what they want. I mean, the only thing you can hope for is he can rein them in a little bit and keep them in check because they're going to do what they want. And they obviously have the backing of 99% of the government in the United States. So
I just, I don't know who owns who because there is a fucking guy. He always there with wearing shorts and stuff. And I saw him in a fucking suit. I was like, what the fuck?
I mean, look at J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, people could say he's deep state. People could say he has ties to Israel, but he also says things about reviewing all the foreign aid. And he makes comments when he was talking to some Jewish guy about, he was complaining about, I guess, the immigration problems in Israel. And he's like, or something. And he was like, well, when you let a lot of people in and you don't regulate it, you have problems. And he was kind of letting it, kind of took it like he was letting Israel know, like, like you guys do. You guys support immigration all over the world except to Israel. So people have to deal with those problems. And now I guess they have to. I mean, there's just a lot of it's real vague right now because nobody's going to commit to anything. And obviously things realistically aren't going to change a lot. Maybe you can rein Israel in a little bit. And
That's
keep the
just not
war
right,
from
Vaughan.
expanding.
Kamala Harris has made it very clear she's a lot more hawkish against Israel's current operations than Biden. From what we've seen in the past, 2 weeks since she started campaigning, she's made it very clear she's not going to be the current approach. She's going to be a lot more pressure on Bibi. Whether or not you think that's going to make a difference is another matter. But it's certainly not going to be. It's not just like the same old, to be honest, buddy. It's going to be a lot different, I think. So I wouldn't.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I wasn't so confident yet. I get what you're saying, but I think it might be different.
Yeah, it'll be different, but I just don't know how different because he's got to play the game and maneuver through that. I mean, think about it. We have tons of
What does
people
that
in
mean?
America.
What do you mean by play the game? Like, what does that mean exactly?
Well,
You
know,
said
there's
that
a
like
lot of
5 times.
Israeli
I don't really know
influence
what
in
you
the
mean.
government, so you've got to make sure those donors are happy. You've got to assuage their fears. You know, they've got big donors. They have concerns about Israel's security, and if you don't address them or at least act like you're interested in them, then they're going to turn against you and put money against your opponents. They're going to go for whoever's going to give Israel the best deal.
Well,
you've also got
So
a
if Trump
growing
kind of
votership
hedges his
base who's
bets, then
completely
maybe they don't
against the
support him.
war,
If
and
Kamala Harris
Democrats
is
need that
all in,
voter
then they
base.
might dump all the money to her.
Yeah.
I mean,
There
that's just
won't
the
be
way it
any
is right
change.
now.
Yeah, there won't be any change. Number one, she doesn't have time to change policy positions. Number two, she's not bright enough to change policy positions. She doesn't have any foreign policy experience whatsoever. So
That's
she's
not
just
true.
going to carry on the Biden line.
You do know who her advisors are, right? Her advisors are like some of the most informed Middle East
Yeah, she's
experts.
got a guy
whatever.
that's pretty hardcore, like
Yeah,
Like,
whatever.
really bad.
They are informed. Whether or not you
I mean,
like how they're informed is one thing, but she does know the Middle East. Like she does. She doesn't know
She doesn't,
Ukraine.
though.
She doesn't know
No,
China, but
doesn't.
she knows the Middle East
no,
quite
she
well.
doesn't. She doesn't know it
She
at
does.
all.
No, but the
I
thing
did a lot
is
of
She
research.
doesn't.
She
She can
Like-
have
she
great
does.
advisors, but she herself is not a bright person, and she
Well,
doesn't have the
neither
Yeah,
is
but
ability.
those
anyone
are the
until they're
guys that
advised
make the
and they
call.
learn. That's how we grow. Being so
And that
sort
one of the guys-
blunt and cutthroat is sort of like she just doesn't is sort of a rather simplistic argument, but okay.
Yeah, like one of her
No,
guys, I think
I'm
it's
a
her
simple
chief of
guy.
staff, who might become the vice president or become the chief of staff if she's the president. He's extremely hawkish. So
Yeah.
there's a couple people. I mean, that's the thing. Trump, you might get some change. You might be something different. Everybody else is status quo. I mean, and I don't even know what really Trump can do because, you know, there's so much influence in the United States.
But I
know,
think whoever said it was like, you know, no one can really. The Israelis are going to do what they want either way, whether or not it's Kamala or Trump. They're going to continue, and I don't think there's going to be no one in Washington can do too much to stop this hard.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, maybe they tamp down some aid or weapon sales or delay them or something to try and get them to do. But I just don't really see a big turn against, you know, the foreign policy there.
Yeah,
You might be
gonna
able to
the same,
slow it
guys.
down or get some kind of deal going, but
Yeah,
you know,
it'll be the
to me, he's the only guy that has that chance. Everybody else is just going to go with whatever, you know.
Yeah, status quo.
No, I wouldn't say that.
So are they going to continue to support Ukraine if it's a Republican administration or not?
Oh God, no.
No, definitely
They're not even
sure
gonna.
of that?
No, God, no.
Nunya, are you really sure of that?
Oh, I'm positive.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
not even. No, man, they're not even going to support if Harris wins, let alone Trump. Like,
Yeah,
they're just
Harris
trying
they'll
to get to
pretend for
November.
a while, but Trump, it's done.
No, Zelensky is a dead man walking. He's a corpse. Like, no, it doesn't matter who wins. They will be dropped like a hot potato come December, let's say. No question about it.
I mean, I said it before. I think if there's a deal to be made between Russia and the United States over Ukraine,
It'll happen.
it'll be a deal.
So USA
It'll
would
be.
able
Let
to
me
accept
finish. It'll be
Russian
a
victory?
deal. It'll be a deal that is obviously totally beneficial to Russia, but Trump will be able to say, "We won," or "We did this," or "We accomplished that," and brought peace. And then he's literally going to go with Ukraine, and Putin's going to go with Ukraine to whatever degree they can, and leave it to Europe probably,
Yeah.
because there's no incentive for Trump or Putin to do anything for anybody else, NATO or the West or Europe.
If
So
Trump
I mean,
wants a quick peace, he's going to have to pay a big price for it, because Putin is going to ask a lot.
he doesn't really have to ask for a lot. He's got till like October 31st to get as much as he can, which I'm pretty sure he's on track to do right now. And
So
really, there's
what if you don't want to make this?
I mean, the United States, Trump said it himself, that we are not going to be in a position to negotiate with strength with Russia. So he's already conceded the ground war's lost. Russia's going to be dominant in the negotiations because they have all those stuff. I mean, it's simple for Russia.
So you're
Here's what they want, and you either give it to them or they'll just keep fighting, and there's nothing NATO can do about it, or the United States, for the next 2 or 3 years. unless we want to do a massive buildup and go fight Russia and Ukraine. So, I mean, it's like take the deal or keep having a war.
It's your take first, I think.
Go ahead, Head.
What's more exciting isn't if Trump gonna bail out Ukraine, but what's more interesting is if Trump risks to split out of NATO. That would be a more interesting question.
He's not going to do that. There's been plenty of evidence. There was a really in-depth report by Politico from a couple of weeks ago with some insiders from his team, and he's definitely going to push for like defunding it. But I think he realizes that the ability to just unravel is a bit like the UK and Brexit, right? To unravel yourself from something like NATO would be significantly hard to do. If you think about the French, when they did it in 1960 something, they pulled out of the structure command, which is basically the strategical part of it. So the US could do that, and that would be major because it would be 90% of funding to NATO gone. So I think he wants to do that, but I don't think he's going to leave NATO completely, because it's also just symbolically quite important to have as a counterbalance to China and the BRICS and all that sort of stuff. But from my understanding, he's watering down his sort of approach to NATO. I definitely think there's going to be a change, and more countries need to step up, and NATO and Europe needs to take its place in actually funding its own fucking defense. But I'm not entirely sure that it's going to be completely like the end of NATO or something.
But the thing is, I think the Americans just realized the Europeans are fucking useless, because if they could help Ukraine more, Ukraine would be in a better situation. But the reason the European countries can't help at all is because they don't have the things to help Ukraine. So this is why you can see United States is dating Japan, South Korea, and the other countries in Asia, because they know these people in Europe, they can't do anything when United States go against China. So they're just gonna leave.
The British are actually the UK is actually reducing its personnel
by
number. By talking. 100,000.
By talking. UK is just talking. What are they doing?
No, but what I'm saying is that if you look at the actual new government in the UK that came to power, they've actually committed to reducing troop numbers by another, I think, 10% or something. I can't remember, but basically this whole idea of trying to meet the 2%, 3% target is not being implemented. It's all talk. And I think it's really interesting to watch how the Europeans are just sort of, Germany's backtracking, the French are backtracking, despite having this NATO summit and all the leaders being like, yes, we're going to commit to more Ukrainian defense, but it doesn't seem like there's much life left in that, other than just more statements and condemnations to Russia.
Please respect people raising their finger.
Guys, we all got our fingers up. Come on.
Okay,
go ahead, Shadowy.
Sorry.
Shadowy,
go ahead, Shadowy.
I don't think Trump is going to retreat from Ukraine, because USA cannot afford another losses. And if they retreat, if Putin gain what he want to gain, basically Odessa and maybe Kharkiv now, it's going to be a huge defeat for USA. And could the US administration allow that? I don't think so.
It is going to be a huge defeat. But Trump will manage it. That's the point. It's going to be a huge defeat no matter what. What, you think Russia's going to lose? You think NATO's going to get their shit together and win all of a sudden? I mean, he's just there to manage the loss.
NATO's got its shit together. It's whether NATO wants to get involved.
And as far as NATO goes, I think with Trump, what he'll do mostly is just try to force him to commit to the 2-3% thing and try to hold him to it, and then just berate him over that and try to just beat him to death with that before he does anything serious. Like
Yeah,
really
my-
make them pay the money, build the tanks, get the guys, build the planes, build the ships. And if they don't do that, then maybe he'll get serious about something later on. But I think he's just going to try and make them do their commitment.
Yeah, I agree with Vaughn. I think that Trump, no, there's no way Trump is ever going to pull out of NATO. He's just going to do exactly what he did last time he was president, which was guilt the NATO members into their 2% commitments. So I don't see anything changing from that respect. Now, with respect to direct funding for a shitbag country like Ukraine, no, that's ending today. So the last funding package that went through will be the last funding package to go through, and Ukraine is going to be dropped like a hot potato. Go ahead, Biotech.
The
Yeah, thank
incentive
you.
for the West in a deal with Russia is to lay the foundation to once again break the relationship between Russia and China, like Nixon.
So what's interesting about the shooting now, when we talk about Trump pulling out of NATO, that's actually the shooting which has even increased the tension, the political, like 10 times worse than it used to be. So it will be very interesting things to see that this shooting, for example, could be what is needed for Trump to actually get more paranoid and just pull out of NATO, even blaming the globalists for the shooting. Thoughts like that could emerge into his head, right?
Slava Ukraine.
That super chat is for you, Vaughn.
Pause.
That's for you, Vaughn. That's for you. The Slav Ukraine.
I know. Thank you, John. You're a
Europe
wonderful
too.
person.
No one reapproachment with
I
Russia
love your
because it needs
dedication.
US in Europe to keep the old European powers in check. Europe is afraid of itself.
Can I
I think
answer
the
this?
first Europe is European Union.
No, I just want to
The
shout out
second Europe
John
is,
Scott because he's a dedicated DPA Army person. He's been there for a long time. And even though he's
Yes.
wrong, he's still a good dude for being around.
Fair play to
NGS,
him.
I would argue that Europe doesn't want reapproachment with Russia, not because it's afraid of itself, but it needs the US to maintain its own hegemony around the world, right? And we're seeing that now. We're seeing France get kicked out of all sorts of places because, frankly, the West is losing influence. So I think that the only thing that's keeping Europe from reproaching with Russia is the fact that they do, unfortunately, they need the US to kind of maintain their balance in other places too, right? So Europe's in a really bad state right now on a lot of fronts, economically, militarily, politically. It's not good. Hey, Alan.
How's it going, guys?
Chilling.
Good.
You're alive.
I am indeed alive.
Did you get a cool tattoo or anything?
What?
Did you get any cool tattoos?
No, but I got some cool patches.
Yeah, you go.
Lucia. I want to add a bit on the just now.
Very soon.
Next time we go somewhere, Vaughn, you have to come.
I know. We're all gonna miss Dan's wedding in a few weeks, I guess.
That's y'all's problem.
Yep.
Dan's having a wedding in a few weeks?
Yeah, he's getting married in August sometime, so I assume soon.
In sanctioned land.
Is he converting to Orthodoxy
that's
or what's going on? Because I doubt Ksenia would just her family would let her do that.
The American privilege. So I want to add on a bit on the just now we were talking about the Trump. What he might do.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I love the way Dan. I love the way Dan always say we Russia. You know, he's just been there for like 2 years and he already speak like he's a Russian. Fair play to him.
Okay, I want to continue my point. So one way to understand what Trump, how Trump would do it to make this clear defeat looks palatable. You'd be like, you look how he redrew the U.S. forces from Afghanistan. He basically just negotiated with the Taliban and then create that condition that makes US looks not that bad, and then he do this withdrawal and everything. So I think he might also do the similar things with Putin, to make it look like US is not so didn't lose face, the way how they will come out of Ukraine. I think it will be something like this. But to win against Russia, I don't think the US will go down that road. I don't think Trump wants to go down that road because it's just he won't go into war like unnecessarily. Hi, Archimedes.
I think we could all agree with that, Wyatt. But the question is, what is Russia is going to ask for that? Okay, we allow you to save faces, but we want something for that. And that I think it's going to be very expensive. For Ukraine, at least, of course.
I'm not sure that Russia cares too much about the whole face saving thing, because quite frankly, people
care about Odessa.
Not really. I mean, people aren't stupid, right? Like, they look at Vietnam, they look at Afghanistan, they're looking at Ukraine. They all know that the US got beaten, right? It's not like people, it's the wool is being pulled over their eyes or anything. So, if it makes the West feel better by saving face a little bit, fine. I don't think Russia really cares. I see no evidence to suggest that they do.
No, yeah, it's not that they care. It's that since the USA care, it's expensive. Not because the Russia care, but because USA care about it. If Trump want to not be so bad in front of the whole USA people, they have to pay the price. And Ukrainian is going to pay this price. That's what I mean. Ukraine is going to lose a lot in the Trump deal.
Oh, totally. Yeah. I agree with you there.
That's the whole point. I mean, they fought themselves into a new administration that's going to write them off.
But I guess my point is,
I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but that's what I said. I mean, when he makes a deal with Putin, it's going to be good for Russia. It's going to be good as a by appearance for the United States, and he's literally going to be like, "I'm done. We're out. See ya. We did our job."
Would the deep state allow him to do that?
That's the thing. Yeah, good question.
I don't think they'll have a choice, to be honest, because as Vaughn was saying earlier, Russia's going to keep
will have
going.
A choice. They will. They have total control over American foreign policy.
Yeah, but they don't have control over the Ukrainian war. Yeah, Russia does. So Russia is just going to lay out their terms, and they're going to have to be accepted. I don't see this being a negotiation, guys.
I don't. No. I'm not trying to say it's a negotiation. I'm trying to say that there are people with another vote in this, and that is the Baltic states.
Okay.
As Chihuahua State, as cucked as they are, they have completely brainwashed their population into a state of war with Russia. You look at Estonia right now. Estonia is literally chomping at the bit to go to war with Russia. They want to do it.
Is it the politicians or the people? Because I don't.
I mean, that's horseshit.
Come on, mate. They're not. They're gonna invade Russia to go to war. Come on.
Don't come on, man. I know people in Estonia, just like anybody here knows the neighbor, right? It just comes with the experience.
And what experience is that?
I just don't see. I think we discussed it before with nukes.
That's ridiculous.
That experience.
There's no Baltic state the United States is going to get fucked up over, so they're done too.
The US couldn't give two shits about the Baltics, no offense.
I mean, if we're not going to take a nuke for Ukraine, we're not taking
they'll stop caring about this part of the world decades and years after the Russians are still heavily invested in it. I think that's what people don't understand. But to say that the Lithuanians are literally biting at the bits to go to war, I also think is a little bit.
I hear a British accent, so I don't care. Anyway, I didn't say the Lithuanians. I said the Estonians.
Who the fuck is that, Alan? Right? Okay, well, fuck you, mate. I don't give a shit who you are either.
Dude, literally British accent. It's over.
Have you been to the front lines by any chance? Have you been to Ukraine ever in your life?
Yes.
When?
When? Why does when matter?
Have you been to the front lines in the past 2 years or in the past?
It doesn't matter, guys.
No, it
What are
does.
we
I
talking
don't like
about?
being told that because I have a British accent, my opinion's irrelevant.
West needs to lose face in order to curb the
He was
arrogance
joking.
and
I guess it.
hubris.
Okay,
This
well,
guy
he's a
gets it.
prick
There needs
anyway.
to be some serious soul searching. How else can you bring that about?
This is so painful to listen
I'm
to.
sorry if
Open
he
channel.
Am I
didn't do it
mistaken?
happen.
Is this British guy a guy from Ukraine?
Yes, I am actually. I've got heritage from the Donbass, and
Oh, that's great. So do I. That makes two of us.
do you? Where's your accent then? Where's your what's your background? Alan, Gen Z. Okay.
Ты хочешь говорить по-русскому, мы можем говорить по-русскому.
Да.
Ты что хочешь от меня? Please put a
That's
shirt
Okay,
on.
now.
You're embarrassing the children here.
That's
Well,
not
I ain't
because
never
what,
been
because
to
I'm wearing a tank
Ukraine,
top,
but
get
I
used
know
to it,
they're
mate.
losing.
They are
Yes,
losing.
they are.
They're getting cucked.
I
Yeah,
think
well,
everybody
they've
knows
already
that
lost.
except the French mainstream media. And maybe the Guardian too, they don't know about that.
Hey, if the French guy keeps talking, I'll make fun of his accent too.
Please.
Oh, dude, you can't make fun of Shadowy's accent. Shadowy's accent is a treasure.
No,
Shadowy doesn't have an
I'm
accent.
sorry, guys,
Okay,
about my
he's
accent.
got.
Shadowy's.
It's taken me a long time to understand him good, so.
Sorry.
No, I don't mean it in a bad way. Just you got to figure out everybody's accent.
I
so,
know
you
that, but I know that. I know you love me.
What
Like me.
before there was England, there is France. No, then no. So no, this is the real
England is French.
the real English. You know, every one of us is speaking a form of accent. No, Shadowy's is the original. You know, you have no all the British royalty used to speak French, right? So yeah.
Well, they're
So,
they're
no.
lizard people actually, but you know we don't tell everyone.
Oh yeah. Oh okay.
Well,
Yes,
you know, given that you have a
French
British
guy
accent,
invaded
Fyodor, let me
British
ask you a
Island
question about Britain.
in 1066.
Well, what is the mood like there in terms of war against Russia? Because it certainly seems like most of your politicians are extremely they lead Europe in terms of their belligerence against Russia. But what are things like in the the actual population, or does it kind of differ by different groups of the British population? Or are you not British at all? I mean, I don't know your story. Are you not in Britain? So kind of just asking the same
Has
question.
the momentum for war in Europe
he
gotten
ran away.
out of the politicians' control?
I'm going to answer
He want to unmute
both
himself.
Ahmed
He
and
pressed
to
the
the.
button. I think he pressed.
Yeah,
I think
so.
so. In fact,
bad.
the main issue is the
It's
mainstream
moving,
media. And I think it's the same thing in England and in France. Basically, the mainstream media are talking about bullshit every time when they speak about Ukraine. They don't understand nothing and they don't want to understand. They just want to speak about propaganda, basically. And they want to make sure that everybody believes that Ukraine is winning, or at least not losing. Or if they are losing, Russia is losing even more. They are never going to say that Russia is winning, clearly winning. Never going to happen. And it's the same thing in France. So basically, most of the time, the mainstream population is going to follow them. And it's a very sad thing.
I mean, even if you can consider the fact that the media is always against Russia, if you compare surveys from like this year and let's say 2 years ago, you see a very clear difference in the perception of the war in Ukraine. So I think that also like now plays a role in like how the Ukraine war might play out later, because the war is increasingly becoming unpopular in the surveys, and majority of the people in a lot of countries like think that Russia is winning the war, even though the media is against them.
2 years ago, the question was, when are the Ukrainian army going to invade Moscow? Today, it's no longer about that. So, yes, it's improving.
Even like the intensity of the propaganda has gone down too.
Very soon.
Exactly.
It's coming. Trust me. It's coming. It's coming.
Oh, I think it will happen. I think that the Ukrainian army is going to be marching through Red Square as part of an overall celebration, with the remainder of the Ukrainian army getting integrated into the Russian army. I think that's probably going to be happening.
The Donbass army is going to.
Yeah,
didn't the Soviets march a bunch of German POWs through Moscow at one point?
No, it was Kiev.
Or Kiev, like the parade of shame or something.
Yep.
You can see.
And then they hanged them all on camera.
Damn.
Russia army is collapsing everywhere, you know. Soon. you're gonna see
So
them.
Piotr, I was asking earlier before I guess you left my mistake. What's the mood like in Britain? I assume that you're British. And you're in Britain?
Yeah, no, sorry, I misclicked. I was pressing the because you people were talking. I didn't hear you, and then you said British public, and I was like, oh, you're talking to me. Yeah, no, I misclicked. I mean, I just moved back from Washington. I've been back in London about 6 months, 5 months, and I would say that it really does depend on the demographic. A lot of British are very hawkish to Ukraine in the sense of they do support it. I think other than the Baltics, the UK probably is the most, but it's always been a little bit different in the island versus the continent. But depending upon also like if you talk about people who've got slightly more business, like if you go to some like conservative people who support like the Brexit Party or they support the Conservatives, they tend to be quite skeptical, I think, of NATO. They tend to be quite anti the sort of overall like Russian sort of treatment, you just sort of Russophobia, I suppose. And I think that's also because there's obviously a lot of business interests there, but also because I guess they think that there is a bit of an overreach by NATO and US, and they think that the Europeans should be more independent. So I think it varies quite a lot. If you have people who don't just read the mainstream narrative, then yeah, there's definitely a little bit more like balance. Like for me, I'm quite balanced. I don't really like what's happening with Ukraine, but I also question the viability of them, you know, getting back all their territory. I think at this point, a ceasefire and an ultimate armistice is inevitable. But yeah, it's pretty varied. It's definitely. I would say there's a lot more skepticism than is as publicized as in parts of, say, Italy or France. Like when I've traveled around Europe many times and stuff, like Italy, there's barely any Ukrainian flags being displayed. The UK, they're a lot more common and stuff. But if you scratch beneath the surface, I think there's a little bit more skepticism. So, yeah, I don't know if you've come to the UK much in the past couple of years, but it's it's pretty interesting where you go. Like in the north, there's a lot more, I think, skepticism, to be honest.
Yeah, I was in the UK a few years ago, and I near the beginning of this war, actually, I was briefly in the UK, and one thing that struck me was that I saw this guy with like a set of speakers and playing some kind of music and like a bunch of Ukrainian flags, holding some kind of rally where he was kind of pounding on the ground and getting people riled up, or trying to anyway. I kind of just walked by.
By the way,
it seemed a little
by
absurd
the way, all the flags
that.
gone. There's no more
Yeah.
flags in London. There's no
No,
more flags.
that's true. There's a lot less flags. I would say actually we had a protest or a demonstration and a counter demonstration. So I'm sure some of you know Tommy Robinson, who's this right wing, far right, depending upon who you ask, person. And he was no, I'm trying to make sure that everyone thinks that I'm just calling him far right. But he's considered, you know, he's controversial, put it that way. But what was interesting is the Tommy Robinson protest or demonstration in Trafalgar Square had a police escort. There was like police everywhere, and there was a trans rally. I'm not entirely sure for what. I thought Pride was a month ago, but anyway, there was a trans rally for people's trans rights. There was no police there present. Shows you the bias a little bit in the law enforcement of the UK. So we do get a lot of pro-Ukrainian protests or demonstrations, a lot of pro-Palestinian, not so many Israeli, and not so many like pro-Russian. The Russian embassy here in London is absolutely surrounded by police at all times, and so was the one in Washington, to be honest. So yeah, it's
You
pretty.
said you were in Washington D.C.
One thing
Yeah,
I
it's in
noticed.
Washington. Yeah.
What were you doing? Were you working there, or did you live there?
Yeah, so I moved to the US to get my master's in strategic studies, and then I worked and lived in the city, like in the UN and the World Bank and stuff like that. So I was there for like 5 years. So I was there during the insurrection and so to your point about the Ukrainian demonstrator, right? I was there during BLM, which was hilarious to see all these other movements in BLM. Like you've got people saying, "Come and join us, the anarchists." And then other people saying, "Come and join us, the communists." They hijack it. It's great.
Right, I think the only insurrection that's happened in the United States in recent history was actually in Seattle, right, with the creation of the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. So I thought you were in Washington. I don't know what insurrection you might be referring to.
I'm a little bit confused. What insurrection are you talking about?
Well, I'm of the belief that it was an insurrection, guys. If you don't like that, that's fair enough. But I believe it was an insurrection. So.
What are you, no, I don't even know what you're talking about.
You know, when it comes to Ukraine in UK, depends who's speaking, because there's a lot of people is being on TV and stuff. The media just ignored. But I soon Farage mentioned Ukraine, the media lost their shit because they know, the media knows this guy is very popular and people really listen to him. When he said NATO provoked Russia, everyone was like, wow, say that, say that, because they know Farage is someone. Because there is Josh Galloway always talking about this, but everyone ignore him like he doesn't exist. But I soon Farage said that everyone that was on media everywhere, every single TV, even in fucking BBC, trying to shut him up, you know. And since that happened, you can see a lot of posts on Facebook, people saying, yes, we need to get off Ukraine. It's not helping us at all.
The US does not need Ukraine. Just make peace. China and Russia have very bad demographics, not good for their economy.
I actually have something to say on that, about the demographics of Russia. It's very interesting. These stats regarding, actually, Mehdi, I want to let Mehdi speak because he's been waiting to speak. And then I want to talk about the demographics.
Mehdi, your turn.
Okay, thank you very much. How's everybody doing? And can you hear me? All right, whatever. I'm sorry about if you think January 6th was an organic insurrection. There is too much circumstantial evidence. You have to ignore the point to that without seeing that it was not.
I'm struggling to hear whoever's speaking.
Mehdi, your mic is dead.
What? Can you hear me?
It's not your microphone.
Can you hear me?
It's your internet. You're choppy.
Yeah,
your internet's lagging some.
Very, very choppy.
It's okay now.
Okay. Is it all right now?
Yes.
Anyway. All right. I just wanted to say, if you couldn't hear me, I just think that there is too much circumstantial evidence that points that January 6th was not, I say not, an organic insurrection planned by anybody other than the U.S. government itself. Most of the players were FBI informants. I mean, what more? In all the video they refused to release to the public for what? Because they would see the truth of what it was. And now we see the same playbook being played right now, and people goes and hides the Palestinian movement. They got the flags ready, they got the paint ready, they got everything.
Maybe we cannot hear you.
The first thing they did was
Bro, your internet is whatever's happening. You're rugging hard.
I think we got his main point. But Mehdi, yeah, you're starting to cut up again.
I'm gonna try again.
There was the thing about demographics, though. If you guys want to talk about,
go ahead.
Whatever. What was the date?
Yeah, instead of getting sidetracked on Jan 6th.
So he was talking about January 6th, right? What was that?
Well, Mehdi was talking about January 6th. But
What
I
is
think,
that?
Alan, if you wanted to, what do you mean? What is that?
Can you hear me better now? I just switched. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Mehdi, you should leave and rejoin, I think, is the way to go.
I just switched over to, I don't know if that will help. I just switched over Wi-Fi. I gotta understand, I live in Maine. So I'm sorry about that. If it gets choppy again, I was just saying that January 6th was not organic at all. And a lot of the things that we see playing out right now with the Palestinian, you know, whatever you want to call it, it's a mob led by Antifa. They always go for the symbols first. The first thing they did was start putting up the flags because they knew that would piss off Americans. They start painting shit all over the place, bust things up, and then they just let the crowd naturally do the rest. I mean, how many times we got to see this fucking playbook before we start calling bullshit on it? Because to be honest, I mean, seriously, there is so much circumstantial evidence out there that it shouldn't be ignored at all. You know, and we still got prisoners in jail right now because of this. Yeah, Russia's the bad guy.
Yes, they are.
Alan, what did you want to say about demographics?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on the earlier super chat that came in regarding Russia's demographics. Mostly the biggest argument, yeah, that one. What we hear a lot of, and this has been pushed for, I mean, decades now, that Russia's population is aging, alcoholism is a problem, everybody has STDs, and that their economy is in shambles. So.
Sorry,
Exactly.
what about
it really is
STDs?
laughable at this point. So the statistics that most people are quoting are from either the 1996 census or the 2004 census. Since 2004, these are all publicly available pieces of information you can pull up. I can see if I can share some in the chat here as well in a minute. But
yeah,
regarding population growth, the Russian population is growing. It was in decline up until I think 2014, 2015. Russian marriage demographics have gone up like 3 or 4x in proportion to divorce rates. Divorce rates have gone down. Alcohol consumption is down half in the last 10 years. So I think the average used to be like yearly consumption of liquor was like 14 liters, which is still a lot. And I didn't, excuse me, not last year, last decade. It's now something around like 5 liters, which is somewhere closer to other, I don't want to say better developed countries, but other parts of Europe that are closer to the EU where drinking is less common. That's not to say that they're out of it. The stereotype still very much applies, but we're Russians, so what are you going to do about it? There was another statistic I read regarding rates of religiosity, right? Young adults coming back to faith and faith being able to be a foundation for family building. And of course, we've all heard of the incentive plans in Russia for family building, right? You have a child, you get something like $5,000. You have 2 children, you get either $5,000 or, you know, a grant or a loan, or excuse me, a grant, but I think for something very specific. And then if you have 3 children, you can get something all the way up to like a house somewhere in southwestern Russia.
Well,
So-
Alan, I mean, sorry, but just to point out that the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans have all been trying to get more, women to have children.
Yeah,
The Chinese have
they have,
reinstated
but
the
what
three-child policy, and
the
it's not
point of
worked.
this
So I don't
is
see
to
why
say
Russia
that
would succeed.
the Chinese
But
have
why
been trying
would
this for
Russia
15
succeed if
years.
the
The
Chinese
Japanese have
can't?
been trying for 30 years. The Russians are the only ones that have actually turned around their birth rates.
But
and
how?
marriage rates.
If none
Because
of these
they spend
policies,
more money on this issue.
if these policies don't work anywhere else, including the one-child policy, China, how can they work in Russia? And how
Because
can
they
we be sure
spend
the
more money.
statistics that you give
They
are
basically give you a lot of money if you have children.
Hang on, let me.
Yeah.
I'm asking Alan a question because I think it's quite interesting. But because I am of the belief that Russia does have a population problem. I don't know about how much of the depopulation is true, but I do think it has a population concern. Brain drain is definitely an issue. So how can we accurately measure the data capture from across this country if the institutions and generally the overall framework across Russia and Siberia is terrible, right? The ability to accurately gather information about economics, social status, income, all these metrics, right? How can you be sure that the data is accurate?
Right. So this is where you and I are coming from 2 different places, because I'm going to quote to you Russian statistics, and you're going to turn around and say that those are not trustworthy because their institutions are not trustworthy.
No. Don't preempt me. I'm just asking you a very genuinely objective question.
No, I would answer you with Russian statistics, right?
He's not preempting you. I mean,
Okay, go ahead.
Just said that.
Yeah. The answer is you and I fundamentally probably perceive how the state of the Russian government and political system and infrastructure operates, because you probably perceive it as, I'm assuming this is a total assumption. You assume it as rampant corruption with rampant made up statistics, where I would argue the opposite, and I would say that no, that's actually
no, I don't think it's rampant. No,
now,
I
you
don't
can
think
just
it's
say I'm wrong.
rampant.
I don't know. I told you I was making an assumption.
No, I know. I'm not having a go. Yeah, no, I don't think it's rampant, but I think there's a bit of a worry about the accuracy. But okay,
But you could say that about any country, right? Like, so I would question U.S. statistics. You know, so you could say that about any country. So I don't understand, if you're not going to believe what the official government statistics are, then like Alan said, you can't have a debate about it because he's referring to the statistics that they're producing.
Okay, I mean, if you want me to start actually getting into this, I can. But
Sure, yeah, go for it.
Because the Russians have a vested interest to do so.
So do the Americans, so do Canadians,
Not
so do
really,
British.
no. America
Yes,
doesn't
really.
have a demographic problem.
Sure they do. They
No,
do,
they
actually.
don't.
No,
They
the
do.
Americans certainly
The
have a demographic
TFR
problem, but it's
for
about 30,
America is
40 years later.
The
No, they do
TFR
have.
for America is
We're all in
about
the same boat.
1.9%, and Russia's is about 1.4%. 1.4, sorry.
Say that one more
the
time?
Hungarians, the
I didn't hear you. Can you
Czechs,
say that one
much
more
of
time?
Eastern Bloc of former Soviet states have all been under 1.2 children to a woman, which is like, at that rate, the Hungarian population would disappear by the end of this century. So yeah,
Right, so-
those countries definitely have a vested interest to do so. They also want to be perceived to be countries are able to take on the United States. So
Peter,
yeah, there's definitely lies there.
Peter,
Sorry,
are you
guys, but
referencing the 2004 census?
No, I'm referencing data that has been done by multiple studies of multiple academics, both within
but
Russia and outside as well.
Who did the state?
You can look up the Levada Center.
Where's
You
the
can
study?
look up.
What's the name of the study?
You
Let's
can
look
look
it
up
up
the
now.
Levada Center. You can look up the academics within Russian institutions within Moscow, which have since been shut down because the Kremlin doesn't like this kind of information being
You're making
scrutinized
an
by the
assumption
West.
because the Kremlin doesn't like that. That's not.
Well, no, they were shut down because RT has been prevented from operating in the West because of governments, but equally multiple independent think tanks and investigatory bodies and organs within the Russian state have been shut down because of their willingness to criticize the Kremlin.
A Russian state media source was kicked out of the West, so then the Russians.
Yeah, but look at the multiple that have been prevented from
Western,
operating within
Western NGOs
Russia.
from their countries. I don't.
Yeah,
see
but look
how
at the
that's,
multiple that have been kicked out of Russia. I mean, the comparison's not even. You might as well just give up. The West has done it with RT, but how many has the Kremlin
You're
done?
referencing NGOs that are funded by the federal government.
Oh, okay. So you're just a establishment skeptic. Okay.
They are not kicked out. They are asked to declare themselves as foreign agent. And why they did that, they are closing because nobody is going to listen to them. They are not kicked out. They are just asked to declare themselves as foreign agent. And that's basically an immediate death for them because no Russian is going to listen to a foreign agent NGO. So they don't have any more reason to stay in Russia. So they leave. It's basically the same law that in USA, you know.
Super shot.
Oh, just so we're here, just so we're clear, I'm
I was
looking at the
wondering
fertility
if I
rates.
misjudged Piotr from the few discussions I saw him in. Apparently I didn't.
Yeah,
His
there's no need for
reactionary Russophobia is bleeding out.
Hey guys, I'm
We're allowed
looking
to
at
have.
the
Look,
Everybody
Hey
has
guys,
phobia,
I'm
yeah.
looking
we're
at the
allowed to have
fertility
a
rates right
discussion.
now. We're all about the same. Russia's at 1.5, US is at 1.7, Canada's at 1.5,
Yeah, no,
UK is at 1.6.
The thing you're missing there,
the one that I
Nanya,
saw
is that
on
with the US,
macro trend.
the thing that
sorry.
you're missing there, Nanya, is that if you have to look at not just the fertility rate right now, the United States has experienced a major fertility rate drop in the last 5 to 6 years.
Sure.
Really, it started to decline after 2008, but it really went off a cliff after COVID, certainly. So the overall structure of the population for the United
And where's
States
your
is
evidence
gonna
for
lead
that?
to, just if you just look up historical TFRs, right? Whereas Russia's birth rate has been below replacement since approximately 1990-ish. And it's been,
oh yeah, okay, all right.
yeah,
You're
so it
speaking
did.
to. All right, cool. Data, thank you.
Sure, it's cumulative. I get
so
that.
it did. So now I will also say though, right? There was an increase in Russian TFR after about the year 2005 to about 2015, but it has been dropping again since then. So it went down all the way to about 1.2 over the course of the 90s to about 2005. It did go up to about 1.7, which is quite impressive that you go from 1.2 to 1.7. You know, a TFR of 1.7 is really not so bad. That does cause a population decline, but it's not catastrophic. But 1.2 is a big problem.
Sure.
Although at this point it has declined now again down to 1.5 from what I can see. Now, of course, we can debate the exact legitimacy of any of these statements. At the end of the day, when we're talking about the economic contest that's going on in the next 5 to 10 years, this isn't exactly so relevant. It's more relevant if you're talking about the whole picture of the broader 21st century. And where we're going to be, where we're going to be at in 2070, 2080, and 2100. That overall picture does show that I think the West is going to have a larger population. A big reason for that, though, is because the West population is being replaced by immigrants, right? So that brings with it its own issues. If you look at Western TFRs that are purely just based off of the white Westerners, right, the European Americans or Europeans in Europe, it's significantly lower. Maybe not quite at the level of Russia in the 90s and 2000s, but pretty damn low. China, Japan, and Korea have had almost no immigration, very little, and their birth rates are off a cliff. So it's kind of a complicated thing, right? It's not really worth saying like the reason that this whole thing started was because of the conversation that Russia and China aren't going to be a major threat to the West because of demographics. That's definitely an overstatement. What you can say is that Russia and China aren't going to become 10 times bigger than the West because of demographics. But at the same time, I think that you guys are kind of looking at two different sides of the problem instead of looking at the whole thing. I think both of you guys are actually correct, both Alan and Pyotr. It will be interesting to watch. I want to end this just by reiterating Alan's point, which is that Russia is, unlike the Western countries, the Russian leadership is actually talking about the fertility rate issue. They are trying to make some changes. Now, Pyotr, you're right that the Chinese have also mentioned similar things, and they've totally failed to increase their birth rates. Why should the Russians do any different? But it's a different society. It is possible that the Russians return to religiosity, which the Chinese have never been religious, and go on and have higher birth rates. It's also possible that the Russians are entirely replaced by Chechens and Tatars, right? Who knows? A lot of things can happen here. So that's the end of my
I take my hat off to you, sir. Very eloquently put. Thank you.
I think Shadowy, Biotech, and Vazel.
I think it was Biotech first.
Okay, thank you. So since I'm into biotechnology, I usually follow this problem, this issue, because as I see it, this issue will be solved with biotechnology. And just recently, they have actually, an artificial womb has successfully grew baby sheep. So this is documented in Nature. This is totally science now that they have grown. They have managed to create an artificial womb for a sheep. They have grown up a sheep in an artificial womb. But this is only the first small steps, because eventually, I guess you might have seen this on YouTube, these factories which they are just producing babies artificially. And I'm pretty sure that a country like Japan and Russia, they are also looking towards this technology to solve this problem, which it is. I mean, Putin held a speech to the Russian population and asking their women to get more babies. That's, of course, one strategy, but I'm pretty sure that inside their governmental system, they are looking towards this new technology, and I think they have come a far way, actually, to mass produce babies.
Can I just say?
Thank you. Now, Gabriel. No, sorry, it's Shadowy. Shadowy.
Yes, I wanted to add something immediately about what you say. You have to be careful, because in Russia you have a lot of people who are very Christian Orthodox and very conservative. So I think it's not going to happen, at least in Russia. Maybe in other country less conservative it could happen, but in Russia I don't think so. And secondly, about the Russian statistic, I heard a very clever guy who knows a lot of things about Russia, and he speaks Russia, and he has studied in Russia, he has taught in Russia, so he really knows well the system in Russia. And about the statistic, he says that during the Soviet era, when they create a new statistics, basically it was first classified information. All statistics are classified in Soviet Union. And you have 200 specialists who read the statistics and will work with it. So if there is an issue, basically if it's a fake one, they are going to shut up and say nothing. But today, for every statistic, you have 200,000 specialists who are going to read it. Okay? And you cannot try to use a fake statistic with 200,000 specialists who are going to read it. For instance, for the birth rate, if you have a large company in Russia who is building toys, you need to read these statistics because basically in 5 years you have to understand what's going to happen for your business. So you have a special team who analyze the statistic and who told you, be careful, we are going to have less and less children, and so on. So there is a lot of large companies who have a lot of teams who work with these statistics. So today, the Russian statistics, they are not flawless because no statistic is flawless, okay? But no one is going to make a mistake just to making sure that Putin is good. That's not going to happen anymore.
There is one statistic.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick.
This was something interesting I read recently. Now, of course, this isn't totally something I can prove. This is just an announcement made by the Orthodox Church in the United States. Because I heard Shadowy touch on it, and that just came to mind for me real fast. Interestingly enough, estimates from the church itself in America are stating that the number of Orthodox Christians in the United States in 2020 was approximately 650 to 675,000 Orthodox Christians in America. And now the estimates this year in 2024, halfway through the year, are around 6.4 million. So regarding birth rates, especially in the West, there could be a potential boost, especially if Orthodoxy continues to spread at nearly 10x in 4 years. But that's a conversation for another time. That came to mind. I wanted to get out while we were on the topic.
Hey, I wanted to just say that the most likely scenario is that the nation that most emphasizes in its culture the natural biological tendency of reproduction is going to succeed in improving its population situation. It can be economically, but I think more importantly, it's a value issue. Like if you can instate in the population the natural need for reproduction, its population is going to follow by that. And while Russia is actively stimulating that, the West is actively demolishing its own population's drive for reproduction, actively demolishing it. Like nothing that they're trying to change, or it's like philosophically, ideologically, they're destroying their population's drive for reproduction. And the other point I wanted to make is that you can debate like from opposite sides of a narrative about statistics and official and it's really hard. Like the past open mic, we had a discussion also about historical perspectives, and they're irreconcilable because it's a long story of opposing sources. So I'd say that the best thing to look at, you can be anti-officialist or pro-officialist, but if the track record is shit, then the source is probably shit. So like the official statements of like sources that have been consistently wrong in everything is not the best, and that they have a vested interest, because yeah, both sides have a vested interest. But when one source is consistently wrong all the time, you should probably doubt it a bit. Just that commentary to Pietro.
I don't agree with what you say. I think the most important issue with children is not about cultural thing. I think it's about money. It's very simple. Today in France, in UK, and maybe in USA, to have a children is very expensive. Okay?
Oh, yes.
And most of the poor family cannot afford to have one. And in the middle class, a lot of people make that decision about that because they need the wife to work because they don't have time and they don't have the mean to hire a nurse to take care about the children. Okay, and the way the Russia deal with the issue is with money. They spent a lot of money to make sure that the Russian woman could have all the help they need to raise children. That's all.
Wait, I want to read super chat.
Like everyone knows that the poorest countries are the ones that most reproduce.
1.2. They are back up between 1.5 to 1.8 approximately.
Sorry, my bad.
Yes, but that's about contraception. In Europe and in USA, you have contraception very easily. So you have the choice.
Well, I agree with both Shadowy and Gabriel. I think, yes, you're absolutely right, Shadowy. Who can afford kids in this day and age? You know, it's very cost prohibitive. Trust me, I know. And then from there, you also have, to Gabriel's point, we've got this erosion of the sort of moral fabric in the West, whereby being a parent is, it's almost, it's an afterthought almost now. Whereas, you know, a couple generations
ago, my age look down at parenthood, and sure, being a I want to get married.
Being a parent is downright evil. Being a parent is condemnable. It's like irresponsible.
Look what happened after Kamala Harris announced.
Yeah.
All the childless cat women came out, and now there's all these memes out there and people posting like ads like, here's a picture of a family, you know, with a couple kids struggling. Here's me single or married and, you know, but no kids. And we're like in Paris or on a cruise ship or whatever. So there's a lot of that too. There's even, I think, a soul culture in the US now. I can't remember what they're called, but they're like married couples that don't have kids.
Dinks,
and they're like
dinks, dual income, no kids. Dinks.
Yeah.
That's what they're called.
Dinks.
Yeah. And it's
yeah,
all
it's like
very
a whole
strange,
movement.
man. Well, it's all very strange because, you know, you go back to even my parents' generation, right? That's what you did. You got married, you had kids, then your kids had kids, you had a better life for your kids. That was kind of the norm. But nowadays, with the transgenderism, and as Vaughn was just saying, and Alan was just saying, it was it's almost looked down at now, because, you know, you should be empowered to take control of your career, and you know, you see all these articles in the papers these days about these dual income, no kids, and what a great life that they have. And I got to think that, you know, later on in life,
and they have great life because they have money.
Well, they're going to regret not having children later on in life, as mine yells in the background.
Well, yeah, and think about it. It's directly, it's literally labeled as evil. You're destroying the planet. You're boosting overpopulation, climate change, acceleration. You're like, you're disempowering women. You're oppressing them. You're being a useful idiot if you're a woman and you want to have kids.
In France, it's totally the opposite. The government is pushing for the birth rate natality. It's just that they don't want to spend money on it.
Yeah, but
the official speech,
I'm talking about like
to have more children.
I'm talking about cultural values. France is one of the most feminist places in the world, and they hate children. They hate having children, and that women have to bear children. Like from every side of the culture of the woke current cultural phenomena, like childbirth is attacked by every side. Like in every conceivable group, it's a bad thing. You shouldn't do it.
No, it's a bad thing.
Well, the other advantages that maybe Russia might have, and maybe China can still have if they can turn it around, is they have authoritarian governments that don't allow all this like bullshit to come in. Like, you know, you're not, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody in Russia that thinks they are, but there's not going to be a Russian YouTube channel. Oh, I'm a dink. I live in St. Petersburg. I'm a dink. I live in Moscow. I'm a dink. I live in Sludanka. You know, or in China, there's not going to be some guy bragging about how he don't have no kids and they go travel. You know what I mean? It's just a different culture. I mean, they're not going to allow that kind of fuckery into their country. They're trying to keep it out. So in that way, they do have an advantage of trying to turn the birth rate around because they don't have
that in China.
outside influences.
So Peter need to go, right? No, Peter, do you want to have your last word? You have no sound somehow.
You're muted.
There's no sound. Oh no, there's no sound.
You
check your setting. There's no sound. Oh, so sad. You can write in the comments. He gone. Okay, too bad. Okay, I'm gonna let my space.
What's going on, Spurs?
Yo,
hey,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, actually, did you have a specific topic you wanted to bring up, Sparsh? Because I was thinking we could move the conversation a little forward towards discussing the events that are going on in Bangladesh. I know Red wanted to talk about it. I wonder if Sparsh might also, given he's not from Bangladesh but from India. Pretty interesting things going on. Did anybody else want to jump on something else or get into that?
No, let's jump into it.
We can wait for Ukraine later. I mean,
yeah, I want to hear about it. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the floor to Red. I mean, the man is living there, so he's going through some shit right now.
And yeah, like I wanted to like talk about it in the last open mic, but we basically had no internet. The internet was basically blocked out for 5 days, so we were in a basically in an internet blackout. Literally, like literally, no one had internet in the country. We're cut off from the world, and it was like traumatizing because like there was a lot of stuff going on. And let's start like from the very beginning. So the thing is, you have to understand is that in Bangladesh the unemployment is very high, and it's very hard to find a really good job. But the government jobs are like give that job security everyone wants, but it's really hard to get it. But what happened was that the government reserved 56% of those jobs for people based on a quota system, basically children of people who fought in our independence war, and minorities, and transgender people.
Can I just jump in to clarify? There's some out of that 56%, 30% of the jobs are guaranteed to people who are children or grandchildren of the freedom fighters from the 71 independence war. And that's basically like 1% or 0.1% of the population get 30% of the jobs. The other 26% are given to various groups like disabled people, intersex people, women, and so on. So it's sort of two separate problems. Okay, but go on, Red.
Yeah, so like this system was extremely unfair, like for most of the people in this country. So this system was abolished in 2018 after a lot of protests with the students. So, but again, for some reason, the government decided to like bring it back. So the students, basically mainly of the public universities, they decided that we worked so hard in 2018 to remove the system, and it's again back. We will again protest the system. So like they started in July, like the first week of July. And what you have to understand is that many people, like I was watching the last open mic, and many people were saying that this might be some color revolution or something, but there's no connection with some kind of secret US agenda to overthrow the government. Like it's just it's like literally our own internal affair. It started because of this job thingy. There's nothing else involved here. You have to understand that. So if you understand the context, it's pretty clear that there's nothing, no foreign involvement here in this case. So what happened was that the protest was going very peacefully, but it got really bad, like in the second or third week, in the beginning of the third week of July. So basically, the prime minister called the students traitors. Basically, I'll be more specific. They call them Razakars, which basically means a group of people who collaborated with the Pakistani army in 1971. So it's a very offensive term in Bangladesh, basically. So she called him that indirectly and the students got extremely pissed. So in protest of that, they literally went down to the streets, and more people joined the protests. And also the ruling party, the Awami League, they also got pissed at the students, because why were they saying this? And they were like, enough is enough. We don't want this protest to continue. It was going on for like 2 weeks at this point. So the student wing of the ruling party, they basically went down to the streets where the students were peacefully protesting, and they started attacking them with sticks and stuff, wooden sticks, metal rods and stuff. Basically, it's a norm here. The student league of the ruling party like always commits these crimes, but this time it was really bad, and a lot of people were injured. So after seeing this, a lot of students from other educational institutions who previously basically were not involved in this movement, they also got involved. And after that, it got much more complicated because the ruling party leaders were basically calling their supporters to get down to the streets and start fighting. Basically, they were literally declaring war on the protesters. So the first casualty happened on the 16th of July. Around 6 people were killed on that day. The police opened fire in several places, and this basically put fuel in the fire, basically. And then like the people, like general people, the opposition parties or activists, they also got down to the streets. And then after that, it got really bad. Like there was protests all around the country, and it was absolutely getting out of control. Like it was looking like the government has no control. It was getting this bad. So what happened was that on that day, the police got orders to like basically open fire at people. And on that day, it was a bloodbath. I think it was 18th of July. Yes, 18th of July. It was Thursday. Around 42 people were confirmed to have been killed on that day. I mean, like confirmed. Like there have been much more people killed, but no one knows it because like I've got to know from a witness that the police killed someone and they basically burned his body. Basically, yeah. Like actually heard it from someone who like literally lives in the place where this happened. So I think much more people were killed on that day, and things got much worse. And on the day after, no, on 18th of July, like the internet was completely shut down. So like we had no internet, we had nothing, we were in complete blackout. I even messaged Wyatt because to like let him know because I wanted to get some news about what was going on. I literally knew nothing because the internet was fully out. Couldn't get news. And on the 19th of July, it got much worse. Around 60 to 70 people have been confirmed to have been killed on that day because the police and the ruling party supporters, they were like basically going everyone, killing everyone. It got really bad. And I think much more people were killed on that day, but the 60-70 number is basically number of people confirmed to have been killed. And on the day after, on 20th of July, and curfew was declared. The army was told to come down to the streets and restore order, and they were given an order to shoot at anyone who was disobeying the curfew. And I think that actually helped to like calm down the movement. And besides that, the government finally agreed to like remove this unfair quota system in government jobs, and it continued for a few days, and slowly the movement started going down because of the curfew. And a lot of student leaders were kidnapped and tortured by the police. And yeah, and finally the internet was basically unblocked a few days ago, and we're currently living here. And it's a very scary situation because like when the internet blackout was going on, I was constantly like hearing reports from my friends and families like that this many people were killed here, the police were shooting here, several people were shot here. Like it was completely traumatizing. We were constantly hearing gunshots outside. There were sounds of bombs and there were explosions sound, and the police were like basically throwing grenades and stuff from helicopters, and it was not a good experience. So it made it personally, like whenever I talked about it to anyone, it makes me really depressed because the stuff I went through at that time, I cannot explain it through words, because I saw so much bloodshed. Like after like the internet came back, like social media was flooded with everything. And I think an investigation showed that at least 1,000 people have been like killed till now, but like 200 or more than 200 have been confirmed, like their names. But like the police have like basically stopped hospitals from giving the numbers of like dead people in in their hospitals to like journalists and stuff. So a news outlet basically tried to conduct an investigation, and they found that at least 1,000 were killed. And I think this movement might start again because it went to such an extent, like everyone is extremely pissed at the government. So I think like after like a few days later, it might start again, but I'm not sure. But it can't go on like this anymore, because like thousands of people have been arrested, and they're like the police is now currently raiding, like conducting raids everywhere. Thousands of people have been arrested, including students, and the police always checks your phone. Like if they find something anti-government in your phone, they'll immediately arrest you. Like I have talked with some of my friends, and they've said that people have been arrested in front of their eyes. So like we're in a constant state of fear. Like I don't know. Do you guys have any questions?
Yeah, so in
It's very-
in Indian subcontinent region like Bangladesh, India, there's something called like affirmative actions, like reserved category, like they provide quotas based on caste, gender, a lot of things, right? And this problem is like almost everywhere. Like some people are protesting for reservation, for affirmative action, and some are protesting against it. And the
It's
way
one thing when you're talking about caste, when you're talking about gender, whatever, right? But if you're talking about 30% of the jobs given to less than 1% of the population, right? That's people.
Bro,
that
it's
are,
the same in India, bro. Like there is something called general category, and OBC is like, and there is a scheduled caste. So like I come in general category, it would be, and if there's something called like there are government jobs in India. I don't know if you know IPS officer or IAS officer. It would be head of let's say civil services, right? These jobs, if I have to get it, I will have to score like 75 rank out of like all the millions of people that are applying for this, right? And the same, let's say if someone is from SC or OBC, they could get it in 1,000, 1,500, 400,
Yeah, but
So-
I'm just saying there's a difference between that and talking about literally the children
same thing.
and children of a very specific group of people, right? So we're talking about not a scheduled caste. We're talking about 30% of the jobs given to less than a percentage of the population. The overall issue is an issue, but I think the thing that's actually
Yeah, Sparsh,
So
can I
it-
say something?
the fact
Like
that
the
it's a very-
students
it's
were
literally
demanding a
few family
reform,
lines,
not
right?
a complete abolition. Like they were saying that some percent of the jobs must be reserved for people of the minorities, people who are disabled. Like they've said that, but what they're against is a quota for people like descendants of the freedom, like the liberation war fighters. That's what they find unfair, because 30% of the quotas
So
was
basically the
reserved for
category is someone from the military,
children.
right? Like who has served already in the army. That is the
That's not the
That-
category.
No, no,
The
no.
category
No,
is
no.
the
People
children and
who fought in the
grandchildren
war.
of a already set group of people that fought in the
Yeah.
1971 Independence War, right? So it's like I said, it's not just people that were in the military or people
Yeah,
that did this or that. It's the families of people from
Yeah.
50 years ago. That
I
are
think
now
affirmative
given
action, irrespective of whatever is wrong, but unfortunately, in
I mean, this
Indian
is like another level compared to affirmative action, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's one thing to talk about, affirmative action and
Right.
say that we need to give jobs to women or we need to give jobs to disabled people. Well, okay, fine. But if you're talking about a literal family line is guaranteed 1/3 of the government jobs, that's kind of insane.
I think
Yeah, yeah,
best
Because they're not
individual should
discriminating
get a job, like irrespective of your gender or whatever it is.
Well, there's
like,
people that
best for-
believe that in Bangladesh, and now hundreds of them are being
students
killed,
do
right?
believe that.
Yeah, but
Yes,
the
yes,
same in India, bro. Like if we go and protest, like like we remove reservation or affirmative action, the same thing will happen here, because like the general category, or like people who don't want reservation, who don't want affirmative action, are very low compared to people who want it, right? That's
But
the
I don't
problem.
think you're understanding that the thing that's going on in Bangladesh is that the people who fought for freedom in 1971 have now
Right.
basically turned into an aristocracy over the entire country. It's not a question of of certain groups being favored over others, but the fact is that Sheikh Hasina gets all of her legitimacy from that group. Her father, who is one of the major leaders of the 71 revolution, if I'm
Bro,
not mistaken.
the thing is, I mean, I see a lot of news coverage on Bangladesh, like recently when this affirmative action protests are going on. But like a lot of times that we hear, like, the minorities in Bangladesh that they could get killed, like Hindus or Sikhs, like there's not much talk, and that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever is popular on the news, like whatever the agenda they're trying to promote, it gets promoted. And
I think you haven't been following the news, man. There's the whole country is in a state of anarchy at this point. Hundreds of
No,
people
what I don't
are getting
understand
killed.
is that the students are not against quotas for like minorities. Yeah, because they are for it. But the thing is, they are against a quota for like the people, the children and grandchildren. Basically, they are not a minority. They are not discriminated against. They are a very like highly respected group of
then
people.
why should the minority should get a quota? Tell me.
That's another question, man.
What do you mean?
Splash, you're going on in a totally different direction. Because
Daddy's had his hand up forever.
Affirmative action is either totally wrong or it's totally not wrong. Like if we are promoting for one or promoting a specific one in the, one category, I think that is like
but the
just
issue is not
hypocritical.
affirmative action, man. The issue is not that there's 26% of jobs that are being given to 40% of the population, right? That are disabled or minorities, whatever. The issue is that 30% of the jobs are being given to 0.1% of the population, who are specifically the children of the people
that is the category. Like that is the category of the people, right?
No. This is a very
it
different.
is, bro. Like
ruled by family.
They're not
because
okay, stop. Let Maddie talk.
Over the entire country.
Wait. Let Maddie want to chip in. Maddie.
I just want to ask, first of all, who's funding the students?
No one's funding them.
No one's funding the students. It's
so
like,
you have
there's no-
something that large just explode across the entire country with thousands of deaths. And
the same
this
thing
happened
in
in
India.
history a lot of time. It has
You know,
happened
same thing
numerous
happened
times
in
the history of
India.
Bangladesh,
somebody's got to lead it.
I'll tell you
who are
something,
those
okay?
people?
These protests are very common in this subcontinent. In India, there's some, Manipur, there were huge violence. And the same thing, the affirmative actions, there was a news came and Supreme Court order came up. And they're like, we are going to remove this, we are going to give the affirmative actions to Kuki or community, right?
I understand the problem. And
Right.
it was explained well. Alan hit it. It's basically a new nobility selecting jobs that they can give their kids to remain and keep their fiefdoms, which are the departments and such that they'll control. China, believe this or not, as much as if you start reading about their history, had something called the imperial exam. And that was merit-based. It wasn't perfect, but China actually did this, and we need to start learning a lot more about China's history and the influence of Confucius. I can't say it without peeve. The Confucian ideals that it carried, that has become a part of their culture. I was talking to Carl Jha about this, and he brought up a great point about it, is that we literally we don't really understand China at a cultural level, because that China, if you really look at, the USA is just a blip on the screen. China has been through dynasties, up and down, famine, everything. They built great canals. They built a great wall. And yet we can't even build a simple border wall in the United States. But to get back to the point, is that we always ding on China and the way they control things, but people need to understand their culture is different than ours. And they truly did try to make it so that only the people that earned it on merit were the ones that got the position. There were several levels of positions, and you needed a patron when you got to the higher ones, I'm sure. It was, like I said, it wasn't perfect, but at least it was honest. It got to the point where there was no name on it, and they had a description of you. So when you went into it, they would actually read the description to make sure it was you taking the test. There was a lot of shenanigans around it too. But let me ask you, for every country. Wouldn't that make sense? To know that the people you're putting in place are not just given it because of political patriotism, that they have to show some type of competency for the positions they hold, which can be anybody.
That's why it's wrong. Affirmative action. That's the reason meritocracy, bro, I'm fumbling. Merit needs to be the single and the only, deciding factor whenever you put someone on a job based on its skill set rather than on which category it comes from, like, castes, gender, or anything else. It's like, it's all fucked up. The only thing that matters, yeah.
Sorry, I just want to read the super chat. So,
Red, make sure no one from the Gulf sees you discuss.
We are not big
that's why I'm
enough.
not
If you are big
I mean,
enough, then it's a bit different.
Yeah.
No one's gonna watch.
I don't think someone from the detective branch of the police is like,
they don't have much
sitting in
time,
his
bro.
chair and watching Wyatt. They're literally conducting raids right now all over the city.
Even
so
if
I
they're
don't think
watching,
they
it
have time
doesn't.
to watch
What are
open mic.
They cannot stand it. Like, they see the stream is like 6-7 hours. Always like, fuck, this is not worth my time. But no, but anyway, I want to add on to what Maddie said. So this political elites or whatever elites, this in China, in the Communist Party, they used to have it. These people are called a princeling. That means these are the communist revolution army, where their children are known as the princelings. And the Communist Party tried their best to make sure that these people will never get into power. And so they were pretty successful until Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping is a princeling, but then he very smartly and wisely maneuvered through the political system and managed to still get to the top. So that is one story on its own. So, but what I'm trying to Sparsh maybe didn't seem to understand all these Bangladeshis, what they are talking about. It's a bit like the situation now is like, imagine Gandhi, that time they have this hunger strike and all this peaceful demonstration against the British Empire to force the British out. Imagine everybody from this who participated in that movement all have their children and grandchildren, and forever we're going to have like affirmative actions.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened actually.
But you see, there is the different, but it's different from people who are like minority or they are like handicapped, because these people need additional help to make sure that they can fit into the society.
Bro.
That is not bullshit.
Bro,
because
why would
racism is inherent. Wait.
So you're saying
discrimination and racism is inherent in human beings, generally speaking. So there are certain level of affirmative action is still needed to help certain section of the community within.
A country should always go for equal of opportunity rather than the equal of outcome, right? Like, maybe there are certain section of society that are poor and that might not be able to have same competitive advantage as someone who, let's say, is born in a high net worth family, right? They should provide free education or provide them, but not the jobs. That should base solely on merit. Because if you started giving affirmative actions, everyone will start coming up, because at some point in history everyone was oppressed, and that's exactly what happens in these types of protests in India, in Manipur, everywhere. People are always wanting more and more and more, and when it comes to the point, normal category, general category people like me, they will have almost none, 0.1% some chance of getting the same job compared to other categories. It's ridiculous.
I'm talking about if you use meritocracy, a handicap would never beat a full-bodied person. So this is why you have a affirmative action. You see, that's what I mean. And usually, generally, is government is able to do this because they don't have a profit and loss situation that they need to deal with. A business will not be able to do that.
It's not fair. Just hire. It's discrimination. It's discrimination.
Yeah, but if all these handicapped people will be discriminated, it is a discrimination system. It depends on who is discriminating who. So the problem is the government sometimes they do this kind of thing because they help certain section of the population which They can't help themselves.
But we
The
are
same
not
thing
just
goes
talking
for
about
welfare system.
handicapped people, right? Like we are not just talking about handicapped people. Like it's,
I can
like,
tell you, even extreme minorities in certain countries, they will not be able to get the jobs because of inherent racism within the system.
That's not
That's
true.
possible. Oh,
That's
that's not true.
that's not
Even
true.
China. Okay,
That-
so
Uh-huh.
wait. So even Maddie just now was just praising the Communist Party of China, but I can tell you, even Communist Party of China have a affirmative action for
Not in
the
India.
minorities.
Maybe,
You heard of one child policy? For the one child policy does not apply to the minorities in China. So I can tell you, this is a normal thing throughout the world. The thing is, it is to ensure that the minorities don't feel discriminated, that they feel like they have a chance to fight.
China, like,
So, but the thing
like-
is, the problem is now is you're distracting the conversation away from the calamity that's currently happening in Bangladesh into a philosophical argument about affirmative action.
It's the same thing, bro. Like, because in Manipur, like the same thing that happened, and obviously Indian government, they respond to these protests. They did not send the army. Like they took it. They try to solve it. Negotiations. Yeah, like, but obviously the response of the government matters. But inherently, that what we are talking about is if affirmative action is necessary or not, right? That is the whole point, irrespective of the category of.
But that's not what the situation happening in Bangladesh is. Bangladesh is not having this problem. Ray was just repeating his point. He just repeated this so many times. He said this is not the situation, right?
Yeah, I think the movement is way past the quota thing. It's much more than that. After this huge massacre.
What it is about now, then, if it's not about quota.
So the thing is,
it's about
they just
the justice of the people, and
they
holding
just
the
have
government
what
accountable for
justice?
this.
No,
Like,
they just have an election.
Right.
They just have an election last year that was very illegitimate, or very seen as illegitimate. So there is the government cannot be overthrown. It through political means, through electoral means, and then the people are frustrated that they cannot do it because the entire election is somewhat rigged.
How do you know the entire election was fixed? Like, and not.
You should watch the election, because like when the election happened in Bangladesh, like there were numerous reports. There were the social media, the news channels, everything was flooded with.
It doesn't matter, bro.
Information
What is
about
on
vote
news
rigging.
channels?
There was huge vote rigging, like everywhere. Like you cannot just deny the evidence.
Every time, whenever there is a contested election, if it's a close election, the other party, whoever loses, they say it's illegitimate. It's always the case.
You're not listening to Ray. Yeah. Literally, the Bangladeshi people is seeing for themselves that things is not operating. No one is going to vote. The people don't want to vote.
Yeah, because
then after that,
saw the election live. Okay, I monitored it because there was literally the turnout was very low. Like some voting stations, like journalists were present there. They said that literally in a few hours, literally only a few people came to vote. Like no one were coming. Like even officers were literally seen sleeping on their desk because no one was coming to vote. But you understand the point, because people see that there's no point in voting because the amount of evidence we have, this election was rigged. Because you're saying that the opposition said that this was rigged, but no, I'm not quoting the opposition. I'm just saying what happened on the ground. I'm talking about the undeniable evidence we have to prove that it's rigged. You have to understand that.
It is Bangladesh is not India. India have a pretty nice election system that it seems to work. But
India actually has a bit fair elections. You can say that, but in Bangladesh that's not the case at all. It's completely not the case. If you actually
the same EVM machines, they use EVM machines, right, in Bangladesh as well?
No, we don't use EVM machines for general elections.
They use paper.
So you use
not for
paper ballot?
Yeah,
paper ballot.
So, but their paper is they chop, right? They use. I saw the image is chopped. So you go to the voting booth, you chop. So the problem is they even have civilians discovering whole stack of fully chopped voting ballots. Yeah. And inclusive, there are also people who reported that when they go to vote, their vote is already chopped.
So, that happened for a lot of people. Like a lot of people I personally know, they were saying that their vote was already casted. Like this is a huge problem that happened in 2018.
from what I understand is like, you know, Bangladesh and India, there's a huge immigration that is happening, like illegal immigration from Bangladesh to India. A lot of people are coming and they're getting like national identities. And in India, it's a whole news. So I can see Indian government like talking with Bangladeshi government to resolve that. And I don't know. From my point of view, I think Bangladesh is is destabilizing, and I don't know, bro, what to do.
Yeah. So
because
Red is trying to tell you how is it destabilized now, how destabilized
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, and then you keep
Yeah.
pushing back, but yet you say that they are coming
But
over
that
to
is,
India.
but you know,
The
the
reason why
protest,
they're going to India is because Bangladesh is now shit. No, everything is
yeah,
broken.
and they're making India shit. You know, the reason they're coming in, it's all
Yes.
the
So
exactly.
you don't push back unnecessarily because we are trying to tell them.
But you know, the thing
world
is,
what's happening.
you know, it's very important for you know, the people of Bangladesh to realize this. Like, you know, if you like, you cannot pick and choose the things that you're fighting against, because from my point of view, a lot of minorities in Bangladesh, they're suffering, right? And sometimes temples get, you know, burned, something stuff like that happen, and someone gets lynched from Hindus, you know, and that and like that things when happen, it's totally ignored. And when the same things happen to your people, then you talk, you know about it. You
Dude,
see,
what are you saying? Like,
Yeah.
no, what you have to understand
I'm
is that
saying you
no,
shouldn't
listen,
pick,
I
you
don't.
know, and yeah.
Yes, I know there's sometimes there's attacks against minorities, but you have to understand it's not that
Not
widespread. Like,
sometimes, a lot of times, you know.
what do you
That
mean? No, like, really,
you can look
dude, like
like,
Hindus
come on,
prefer
bro, like forced
peacefully.
conversions, you know,
Oh my god.
kidnapping of women. Like that is the reality of Bangladesh. You know, countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, they have made it impossible for minorities like Hindus, right, Sikhs to live. Like, look at the percentage decline continuously since 1947. Like
Maybe
in
those
Bangladesh,
are the one that migrated
Dude,
to India.
huh?
So
Dude, what I'm
maybe those
saying
are
is
the one
that
that
Yeah,
you're
because
exaggerating the problem that
exactly
DPD all
the
hate
reason they
Hindu.
migrated,
That's not the
because
case
the
here.
environment that was created in Bangladesh was not accommodating to them. That is the
so Red
reality.
is telling you that the election is rigged. They cannot
No,
change
listen.
things.
No.
Listen, you're
Bro,
going off topic
that-
here. You're talking about no. Listen, what you've tried. Okay, you're going to the topic of what Hindus being discriminated here in Bangladesh. Are you
no,
talking
killed,
about that?
killed and raped and discriminated. Yeah.
What was the last time it happened? Tell me.
You want me to look it up? Like, it's probably happened yesterday. I mean, you know, the amount of times that I see on it the news.
Yeah, you see the Indian media, because me is in Bangladesh.
Indian media
I
is
always-
wrong. You see, it's all controlled by the West.
I always follow.
That's what you're saying.
I always follow the news here. I rarely see any cases of fair, and if it happens, the government cracks hard on it. Because you have to understand that
No, they don't.
What you're seeing on Indian media is grossly exaggerated.
Oh
about
yeah,
Bangladesh.
grossly exaggerated. That's exactly the point, bro. Like, I don't
Then why
see
are
any
we-
media.
why-
I look on the internet, and you know, there are cases that you know, if you like in India, that doesn't happen. In India, okay, let's take, you know, how many, you know, India had a Sikh prime minister, Muslim president, right? Tell me one, you know, one prime minister other than Muslim that was in Bangladesh, or any, you know,
what does that
large
mean?
government. It
They are
means
90 over
that doesn't
percent
make
Muslims.
sense.
Those are 90% Muslim countries.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
So
it
you
was
are
not
talking
always.
nonsense now.
No. Why? It was not always the case, though. The thing is, Bangladesh, the word is Bengal, right? And there are significant population of Hindus that was in Bangladesh, and even still is in today, and they are not represented, and they are always discriminated against, killed, and genocide has been committed against them, and they are trapped. And you see, when you guys are, you know, like worrying about the, you know, the army action or whatever the action government is taking against affirmative and the protesters, I think it is not it is not fair when you pick and choose to fight, but you should always fight for what's right, and Bangladesh does not do that.
Dude, we literally have Hindus like in our government everywhere. We literally have
Tell
like
me
a lot of
one prime minister,
parliaments.
one president, or any
Prime minister. We have
significant.
ministers. We have ministers.
Okay,
we have member
give
parliament.
me any significant minister, foreign minister. Give me, all right, finance minister, anyone who is in the power. Okay, come on, look at.
So in India, which prime minister is Muslim? Wait. So
I'll tell you, president in Indian president, there was a APJ Abdul Kalam. He was a Muslim. Sikh Manmohan Singh, that in 2014 he was Sikh, right? And India has always been accommodating to minorities like Muslims. That's why the population of these minorities is increasing significantly, right? And like on the other hand, countries like Bangladesh and Pakistan has always made an atmosphere where minorities, like, it's a hell for them. They get killed, converted, raped. And
population
so
increase have nothing to do with whether you treat them nice
no,
or not.
it has everything to do.
Because
it has everything
in that
to do.
sense, the whole of Europe will be like, or whole of
No,
the
no,
Western
no.
world is that they didn't treat the population well.
Why?
Another
Why
thing,
do you think that?
The Rohingyas, who are not totally discriminated against in Myanmar, also have their population increase, like tremendously. Like their birth rate is way higher than the Buddhists in Myanmar.
No.
So no, you cannot use birth rate as the argument. No, but the thing is, you are not understanding what I'm trying to say. You're detracting away from the situation in Bangladesh to talk about philosophical things. I'm trying to understand what the hell is happening in Bangladesh. Bangladesh currently they do not have. It's not about affirmative action. It's about the government has already become authoritarian to the point where there is no normal political means to overthrow them. There is zero ways. So you cannot talk about how bad they are, how lousy they are. It doesn't matter because there's no way to overthrow them. The United States were going to have the exact same thing this year, and by next year, if Kamala Harris win the election for no apparent reason. No, Trump can have the great super hype, and then they still lose the election, and then the election is a bit weird. Suddenly they have lights out and everything.
Let's talk a little bit about history.
United States will have the exact same problem.
Sparsh, I'll tell you something. Okay, you're saying that why does Bangladesh not have prime minister? You have to understand that Bangladeshi politics is wildly different from India. The politics here is wildly.
It's a religious politics. It's all the same.
No, it's dominated by two political dynasties. They massively control the country. So whenever elections happen, either this dynasty or this dynasty wins most of the time when elections happen, or someone from the dynasty was in the power. So you have to understand that it's not like India. India is very different. There's like two dynasties here.
It's the same in all Islamic countries. Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran. That is the reality. Like in these countries, minorities, they are subjugated, their genocide has been committed against them. That's why they leave. They can't prosper in these countries
there are several Hindus in Bangladesh government, like high level to the cabinet level. There's
Tell
several
me,
MPs
name me one. Name me one.
I already gave you a name just now.
Which one?
That food minister.
Food minister. What is food minister? It is agriculture minister. I don't know, bro. Like to be honest,
there's more minister. I just gave you an example. Okay, I'll listen.
What is the name of what is the name of? Tell me one minister that you know
the
name.
Stop.
Come on.
Hold on.
Hold on. I'll give you a list of Hindu politicians in the highest level of Bangladeshi government. Okay, you look at
all these things.
Hold on.
All these things can be Googled. No need to fight over open mic.
Hey, when the commander talks, let him talk.
That's right. Don't interrupt Wyatt. But what I want to say is that the chat is asking us to move on. Not a lot of people understand this, and a lot of them are here to hear about Ukraine, Wyatt's thoughts, and such like that on that. I'm sorry, it's an interesting subject, and I would love to get more into it, but right now the chat's saying move on. So I'm just the messenger here.
Okay, let's talk about the decline of birth rate that you are talking about?
Huh? Decline of birth rate. We already
Yeah.
finished that topic.
Yeah, we already talked about that.
But I wanted to add something to it. I think, you know, the rise of K-pop has a lot of things to do with the birth rate decline.
I don't think so. You know why? Because
why?
someone, if let's say any of you guys are here gay, doesn't stop me from being horny. So that is
okay.
Like, no.
You know,
Well,
if you look at the, you know, the K-pop, like let's talk about Korea, right? Like the culture that has been, you know, that is getting popular. Like the femininity in men has been increasing. Like they're wearing flashy clothes,
K-pop
pink,
is even
green,
a worse
yellow.
subject than what we just went through. What the
Can
fuck?
I just
Well,
ask a
Like we
question?
have to change the topic, so.
Well, let me just put a pin
Yeah,
in
but
this fertility
K-pop
thing.
isn't really usually on the list for an open
Okay.
mic that's
Well,
usually
No,
let me
we're
just put
talking
a pin
about
in this and
birth
we
rate
can move on.
decline, Mandy.
I just wanted
Birth rate
to, about
decline.
the fertility thing, I just wanted to finish it off by saying, you know, it really has nothing to do about these social things. It has to do about our environment. At the end of the day, the reason our birth rates are declining is we're killing ourselves with all the chemicals and the food and everything. And all you have to do is look at sperm rates. You know, back 50, 60 years ago, the average volume of male sperm was like something like 300 million. And now what's considered normal is like 20 million. So we've gone from 300 million down to 20. That's something physiological in our environment that's killing us. And that's what we need to look at.
It's a combination of things.
Okay.
I think
I've
Maddie want to
actually,
talk.
Go ahead,
I
Maddie.
actually have been through the IVR process. That's how we have our daughter. Our daughter, I have a picture of her. She's only 2 cells old. She had just split into 2 cells. And he's right, because when I was there, I found out I had very low sperm count, and I was in manufacturing at the time. And I went and looked at I can't remember the name of the data sheets we have to always keep. There's a particular name for them, but I went back to it, and if you read some of the side effects of these chemicals that we were in constantly every day, we used them to clean the machines ourselves. You would see a
Like,
list
who's
of
this
possible.
ASCII? Bro, you ASCII.
Hey, Maddie is talking halfway.
Let
Don't
Maddie
interrupt.
finish. Yes, stop interrupting.
But and you would see that it said that, you know, low fertility rates, things like that would be in these data sheets, but you wouldn't know them unless you went and looked at it. And this when America was changing. But you may have heard me mention before, immigration as a weapon. You know, when you have a immigrant culture that comes in, that's out basically out producing the current population in kids, eventually that culture would subvert the other culture. It will actually change the entire structure of the community. You know, that's where the birth rate is. Sure, we, you know, in the United States, maybe we have huge birth rates, but where are these birth rates coming from? And like none of you said, these people are being imported in who probably have double our sperm count. And you know, it's not just men that have problems, it's women too. And it is a big issue. But I don't think everybody wants. It's a really good point you made, Nunya.
But what gets me is our politicians never speak about this stuff. Like, I don't understand why we're not having major investigations into any of this stuff. They're just ignoring it, completely ignoring it. So anyway,
the birth rate is a combination of a lot of things. You know, K-pop is the top one. You know, the quality of the food, pollution, you know, unhealthy lifestyle, all these things combined result to low birth rate. And you know, nowadays a lot of young people, they rather prefer to adopt a cat or dog than to start a family. And they will spend literally the same money or more onto their pets rather than
Who
getting
the fuck
married.
listens to K-pop?
Literally all Korea, bro. Look at Russia, man. Russia K-pop is rising
I
since
have never
2016.
met
Like
anyone. I have never
bro,
met
that
anyone who
young
listens
people,
to K-pop in my
because
life.
you are old, and if you talk to young people, right, who are in teenagers, right, 6, 15, 14, 12, until 17, literally everyone. And the culture that is getting popular, especially K-pop, it has a significantly declining the birth rate of these countries. Look at all the countries that K-pop is getting popular, the birth rate is declining.
Oh, right. Since
Korea,
Korea is the worst depopulated nation of the world, so
exactly.
they concentrated their depopulation in a bunch of
No,
femboys, and they threw them to the world
no.
to turn the world into an unfertile wasteland. It's all
No.
the Koreans. They're trying to conquer the world,
K-pop,
and
the thing
nobody even
is,
realized.
the girls, they grow
Man,
up to idolize men who have feminine qualities rather
you're
than masculine qualities. Like
I think
that
it's
is
the K-pop actually caused the Russians to be more aggressive. That's why they decided to annex Crimea, and then they took over part of
maybe,
Donbass, and then they invaded into Ukraine. It's all K-pop's fault.
it's the teenagers, bro. It's not the. I'm not talking about the people who are in their 20s, right? I'm talking about
Dude, we're
teenagers.
talking about birth rate. The teenagers are not supposed to be giving.
No, they do.
Finally,
They used to in
we
historical
finally
times, bro.
understand the mystery. Like we all
as time
wonder
is
to
passing
what's wrong
by,
with the world.
the people
And
that are
this
having
guy-
children at later of their stages, like they have children at 30, like it was
200
way lower
IQ?
number.
Just discovered the real reason. We're all wondering why the world was going to shit, and now we've just
K-pop.
been enlightened. Now we
Exactly.
understand the reason. Okay, guys.
Exactly.
Discussion is over. We can close. We already know what's about. Just destroy K-pop wherever you see it, and
It
the world
would.
will be saved.
I would guarantee you,
Like,
if you remove
come on,
K-pop,
man.
the birth
We
rate
know
will,
the enemy.
exponentially increase.
It's
Now
clear that
we know the
Jesus
enemy.
Christ. Yeah, it's clear that Jesus Christ don't listen to K-pop. He only listened to hymns. So okay, change topic. This is getting
So
stupid.
what do you want to talk about? Bangladesh?
No, I want to let Red finish whatever he still need to talk about the Bangladesh situation, because it is a very underreported thing, I would say. Like the only thing that people report about Bangladesh is because their citizens need to get out of Bangladesh, and then they interview the people that that was going out, and then like it was Singapore's case, Malaysia's case. Malaysia, they say that they are on the way out on the bus. They see that literally they saw dead people along the highway towards the airport and whatnot. So, Red, do you want to close up the Bangladesh topic?
Yeah, the airport road was especially like a place where a lot of people were killed in the violence. Anyway, yeah. So like what I was saying is that I have a feeling that this movement might go into something else, because this movement currently is not about quota anymore. Because what you have to understand is that the government a few days ago basically said that the quota system is going to be reformed. 93% will be based on merit, and 5% after a lot of pressure on the government, they finally listened. Before that, they were like against the quota. Like the government always claims that we were always for the quota. We just appealed it to the high court, and we totally have no influence on the high court. They're totally independent. We are separate. But they were like constantly speaking against the quota before these massacres started. Only after it got so bad, they finally said that we support the quota and we will appeal it to the high court. And as expected, the high court ruled in favor of the government, and there was a 93% based on merit. But no one is really talking about this ruling by the high court, even though it should be the main news, because like the amount of crimes that happened in these past few days, like it was never this bad. Except our independence war, there was never such a terrible massacre by the police or anyone like in our history. Because even during our the Pakistani period, when we were under like de facto we are a de facto colony of Pakistan, it wasn't even this bad. Like in 1952.
Oh, come on, really? Oh, no,
Yeah.
bro. That is like, come on. Like, that's
Sparsh,
like,
I am
let me finish
excluding.
so that we can move on from
I'm
this
like,
topic.
it's such a.
I'm excluding
out-
1970
Guys,
war. I
guys.
said 1970 war excluded. Before that, there were a lot of protests in Bangladesh, like in East Pakistan. Okay, there were a lot of demonstrations. I just agree the police like always like shot at people, but hundreds of people massacred. This never happened during the Pakistan era. Like this is the first thing we're seeing this because and all the experts who are like on talk shows and stuff, they're also like very surprised because there's no precedent for such a thing in Bangladesh except the Operation Searchlight, which was basically the Pakistani massacre against Bangladesh after the war started, the independence war started. But we have no such precedents. Yeah, and so I think it's going to be something else in the going to turn into something else because I don't think the people will stay normal after watching this. This was like brewing for a long time, and I think it is maybe reached a climax. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's something we should like constantly. You guys should monitor, like, because
So this is why I want to. Yeah, so this is why I want to give this issue a little bit of a highlight because it's unprecedented. Like the last time something like that happened, it became an independence war. So that's the key thing I want to mention. Like if this level of violence now happen again, we do not know what kind of situation happened. It could be a revolution.
This is nothing
It's not
compared
nothing.
to the. Bro, come on. It's not even 1%. Like, let me tell you.
There's an independence war.
I know, but that was much worse. Like, they were literally going into university and killing indiscriminately every single
1971 war. I agree with that. That was during the war.
That's why
besides the war.
This is just a protest, bro. Like, and the response, the government is responding to these protests. It's not ideal. I agree. No, but it's nothing. It's not
worse than the Myanmar's one. You know or not? You know when Myanmar the junta overthrew the election, they did shoot at the protesters. It wasn't even this bad. If you go back and read the news, it wasn't even this bad.
I mean,
it's
Myanmar, pretty bad. I know. I mean,
Myanmar.
It's pretty bad
when the junta take over power through the election.
Bro, that thing is still going on. That thing is still going on. In the Indian border.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. At the beginning, when they first took power, they overthrew the election. There wasn't even this many deaths in it. But because of this, it restarted the civil war in Myanmar. So that's what I'm trying to say. Now we are seeing the beginning in Bangladesh. Maybe something bigger might happen because this is too much. So this is what Red is trying to say. It's not about.
Okay, I have a question for you, Red. I have a question for you. What is the your goal as a protester? Like, what do you want?
He didn't protest.
No, I mean, what is the goal of that? I mean, he's speaking for the protesters.
Currently, our demands are like to hold the government accountable. But like as people, we all know, like people who are responsible for it, like the ministers, the police, that they all need to resign. They need to have cases against them.
So you're telling me, like, the way they responded, you want them to resign just because of that, like the violence that they have showed against the protesters?
Yeah, that's a demand because they massacred hundreds of people.
No,
they don't deserve to.
They did not massacre. Dude. Come on, bro. Come on. Massacre means like killing indiscriminately. Yeah, I am following the news.
They were shooting at everyone in the protest. Like you should look at the videos. They were like
Sparsh. Wait. Sparsh, you have a problem. You trust the news too much.
I don't trust the news
so long. I have already warned everyone. No,
I don't trust the news too much.
You can talk about. Now you can talk to someone who is actually living there, through the shit, telling you what is happening, and you say that my news never tell me that. Yeah, come on, man.
No, it's not about the news. No, he referred the news, so I looked up the news. Mainly the headlines are, why are Bangladeshi students protesting? Rethinking affirmative action in Bangladesh. Bangladesh understanding the quota reinformation protest by students. Like, there's nothing about massacre of hundreds of people.
Yeah, if you read the news about January 6th, in capital on the capital in the United States.
Come on, bro.
It's the insurrection. If you
You
read
know,
the
I'm
news,
putting an investigation by Bangladeshi media
depends.
that hundreds
It
of
depends on
hundreds
what
were
news
massacred.
you're reading.
They're using hospital records, and there have been several reports of people being like buried in unmarked graves by the police. So like we know, like everyone here has witnessed it. They have heard the gunshots. They've seen people getting killed indiscriminately with police. Okay, we have all have here witnessed it live. Okay, so we know how bad it is. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that after it got this bad, we don't have a precedent for such a situation except the 1971 war. So I'm saying that this might escalate into something very huge.
That the reason I'm so skeptical about this is because every single time, whenever something like this, like revolution or Islamic revolution happen, like these countries change from democracy to religious. Like look at Iran. Look at Afghanistan. The reason Bangladesh got independence in 1971, it's mainly because of Indian armed forces were there to oversee the revolution. If they were not there, like in Bangladesh, probably never will be democracy what you have today.
So it's not a democracy. We don't have a democracy, and dude, you have to understand the Islamists here, like the Islamist parties, they don't have much influence. The two main parties which have influence, they are secular parties. They don't have ties with Islamists in this party, and people here don't like Islamism either. Okay, they people in this country. I know you will point out to radicals, but I'm talking about the like the general people. They are not like they don't subscribe to this radical ideology like in other countries. Okay,
no,
people here are pretty secular here.
Smash, you cannot say you don't know. You're talking to a
I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying I do. I disagree. I'm just what I'm saying because I see firsthand, the immigration of the mass Muslim immigration from Bangladesh happening to in India, Telangana, all of these places.
Yes,
like they have changed landscapes. And
no, of course, because you're now talking about the side effects of the shitty situation in Bangladesh. People migrate because the country is in big trouble, and people who have the means to migrate, they'll move. That's the thing. And then now Red is trying to tell you why it's so shitty. It doesn't matter, man.
Government is not good. The reason this migration, what you're saying, like the migration, I know what you're talking about. Okay, there's a reason it happened. It's because of the situation created by this government. Like the extremely horrible situation we have right now. Like the people are suffering. Okay, so these are the side effects. You have to understand that. That's why the people don't like this government here. That's why they're trying to overthrow this government.
So what do you think if you overthrow? What will happen? What do you think? Some Islamic party will come in and the Sharia will.
You're assuming.
Exactly. That's what.
No,
that's exactly
there was
what
never
happens
Sharia law
in these countries.
Rule in Bangladesh.
Exactly. Why there wasn't?
You cannot claim Sharia law for ass.
Because Bangladesh
never had Sharia law.
Recent 1971. It's a very young country. It's a young country, right? 1971. Look at Iran. Look at Afghanistan. Look at Pakistan. Like all of these protests, they eventually lead to Islamic extremism. That's what happened.
Yeah, it might happen in those countries, but I'm telling you, that's
why
not
in Bangladesh.
Here.
Why not in Bangladesh? Tell me.
Because Islamists don't have any influence here.
No, they do. That's why minority.
You're going just anti-Islam here. You're not talking logic. You're talking about your own imagination of what is going to happen when they really go into revolution. When there is an Islamic force that is taking power. For example, let's say the Aqsa terrorist group.
There's something wrong with the mic.
Myanmar.
Spark, you have to understand that there was similar protests in the 1990s. Okay, there was a dictatorship in Bangladesh, and there was protests in 1990s. And when the dictatorship stepped down, there was a fair and election, and then the BNP came to power, which is a secular party. Okay, there was no Islamists in power. There was no Sharia law. Okay, Bangladesh is a secular country. There's no Sharia law here.
Then why are minorities are getting killed, raped, kidnapped? Tell me why.
Dude,
if it's a secular country, why? people of faiths like Hindus, Christians,
No, listen,
Sikhs,
I'll address.
their religious places, they can't even exercise their right to religion.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
why?
No, they,
If it's Bangladesh secular
I'll,
country.
I'll address it to you very clearly. Okay, what you're referring to here is vandalization of Hindu temples, right? The last time it happened, it was in 2021, where a few Hindus and Muslims were killed. After that, the government cracked down hard.
No, few Hindus, like a lot of.
Yes, we have the official death toll. Okay,
bro,
I
there
have
are
followed the situation
literally
at that time. Okay,
literally every
Don't trust-
week you see a news coming out from Bangladesh of forced
And-
conversion, kidnapping, rape.
and do you know what I see every
That is
day,
the real-
every week? And do you know what I see every week here in Bangladesh?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
media the media basically fact checking these fake videos of
Yes.
allegedly forced conversions, rapes, like these disinformation campaigns. These are the
This is not disinformation. That is the reality. There are real cases of
Dude.
Hindus. Yeah.
The
telling you
same
what I
exact
see.
story.
Look,
The
guys,
same
the
exact
same,
story
the same,
in
the same
reverse
thing.
is India as well. The same exact
Yeah.
story, but in
Yeah.
reverse, is happening in India as well.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you don't want to go into that
It's the Islamic
hole,
problem, right? That's the.
there is also a lot of this kind
No.
of accusation against India.
It's harsh.
You know,
It's
we,
a,
Yeah,
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 good.
I also
How many? Okay, right. I have a
All
all the
response
way
to
over
that.
here,
Sparse.
all the way
How
over
many
here
how
in
many
South
percent of
America,
Bangladesh is Hindu?
all the way
Tell
over
me,
here in
how
South
many
America,
percent-
we hear
how many
about
percent
Indians
of-
burning down mosques, about Indians raping Muslim girls. It's the
Good,
same
good.
thing. It's a
You know,
neighboring
you can
quarrel.
see whatever
Okay,
you
don't.
want, but the reality is India had a Muslim president, and there are multiple Muslim ministers
Yeah, but-
that are serving
dude,
today
Yes,
in
because the
highest
politics in Bangladesh
offices
It's the
of
same
the
thing.
government, right?
It's the same
And
thing.
No,
It's the
it's
same
not
thing
the
that
same
it's saying.
thing. Don't compare
It's the same
India
thing that
to
it's
the.
saying.
No. It's not the same thing.
You're,
It's not
you're
the
saying
same
you're
thing.
saying no.
India
This
is
this
progressing.
doesn't happen
It
in
is the-
India.
No,
This doesn't happen
India
in
is the
India
highest
because
growing
in India
major
we
economy in
have
the world. Okay,
you're
It's
saying
not
that
a-
doesn't
it's
happen
not-
in India
It doesn't happen
because
in
you
India
have Muslims
because-
in the government.
Harsh.
No,
That is
it
saying that
doesn't.
the government is
It
cracking
doesn't.
down,
It
and
doesn't.
you say no because the people is bad. So
It
what is
doesn't
it?
happen.
Is it the people bad
It
or is the
doesn't
government
happen.
bad?
India is the
Look,
best. East or west or India is the best. That is the
right,
reality.
all right.
Okay.
Harsh, what
It's a point of discussion. You're not saying anything, Sparks.
what
We
percent of
have
Bangladesh is Hindu?
the
Tell me.
chat is begging, literally begging for us to move on from this fucking subject.
Let
Okay?
them bag.
so my check.
No,
Do
because
you
they're the
do you
ones that
hear-
are going to pay the bills for Wyatt. So you kind of have to respect them. And by
I tell a
respecting
story.
Wyatt,
Can I tell a story?
Islamic
Can I
tell a
do you all
countries,
hear a feedback on my
they want
audio? Wait.
secularism and democracy when it suits them.
All
And
right,
when
we get it. We
doesn't
get it.
suit
Let's move
them,
on.
It's
Wyatt, can I
Sharia.
tell a story?
You okay. I just want to shoot down whatever notion that is. Ukrainian leadership all speak Russians, so no, it's the same bullshit. No, you cannot say that. Like fuck lah. The Syrskyi is Russian. He's basically Russian, generally speaking, but he still leads the Ukrainian armed forces. It doesn't matter. You know, it's just nonsensical. You read you have to understand that ultimately it's the same thing. Your information source is the key. That's why we have DPA Open Mic. We talk directly to the people on the ground so that we can get the news, the real news. If I talk to Shadow V, now I know, the French people are very happy with the Olympics. Yeah, that's good. No, that means whatever we are seeing on Twitter, okay, that's generally propaganda or and disinformation campaign to make the Olympic look worse. Just now I went to scroll through the entire Olympic opening ceremony, around 4 hours plus. I scroll through. It actually looks super good. It seems super innovative. It's very awesome. It's just that small, the 2-3 visuals is shitty. Shadow V.
Yes, just for the Olympic Games. They are very happy about the opening ceremony. Okay, except for the guy who live in Paris, who was basically living in a living hell for the duration of the Olympic game. Okay, but all the other, it was a very nice show. Sorry.
Yeah, I scrolled through. I was amazed by this innovative idea of the mix between performance in between the different countries team coming in. I think that's very interesting. And they have dance, and although it's really like what Shadow V have said, it's really catered for TV. It's not really catered for in person to watch. Like I now I get what Shadow V trying to say. Hi,
And
Nika.
don't forget the river, the Seine, is exactly in the middle of Paris. If you block the Seine and you had to block it for a few days to make the preparation for the show, you're basically blocking Paris. Nothing could move in Paris for the last few days. It was really strange and really a big issue for the people who live there.
Islamic extremism has destroyed France. That's the problem. You see, like, you know, Australian team literally like they had stuff stolen over. There is a woman that was
Please,
got
don't
raped.
speak about France, okay? Keep your topics about India. It would be
No,
way
why?
better.
No, why not?
I heard
That's
that's
what we are
all we're
talking
hearing
about.
is that you hate Muslims.
Speak to me on French, okay?
All we're hearing is that you hate Muslims and that probably India hates Muslims and we want to
I
kill
don't
them
hate
all.
Muslims.
That's all you're saying.
We don't. We love Muslims. That's why.
Okay,
we have,
great. You
we
love
made-
them. Let's move on.
That's- Exactly.
Sparsh, I have a recommendation for you, okay? Please talk
Don't-
about India only, okay? Don't talk about
No,
other countries. Okay?
don't
Let
tell
people
me
from that
what
country
I should
the
talk
country,
about
okay?
or I shouldn't talk about. Okay, I will do what
It's a
I want.
recommendation.
Okay,
Like, I'm not ordering you. It's
yeah,
like recommendation
yeah,
for you.
yeah.
Okay.
Keep your
Wait, wait.
recommendation to yourself. I'll do what I
Okay,
want.
Okay.
All right,
So
let's move on. What's the next
I
topic?
missed. Okay, so before we go to the next topic, I have a lot of super chats I didn't read out. So I'm going to use my own voice to read because it's a bit troublesome to copy and paste. So I missed a lot. So okay, is Alan getting married with the Serbian girl and when? This is super late, so it's too late. Alan is gone. He got pissed off by the India Bangladesh, the rivalry. Let's talk about Madagascar, please. No one cares about Madagascar. Bangladesh is a dump. You get all kind of disease only by looking at the Google Maps at it. When you got to clean it instead of complaining about government. I don't know. They always have floods. The flood will wash everything. Free speech and all, but can Sparsh shut up and let us hear read and move on? And Sparsh, why you so pressed? India is not that great.
Yeah,
Sparsh
talk
getting
to
his
yo.
info
Bring this
from,
guy.
toilet
This
paper.
guy literally, super chatted you multiple times. Bring him here and let's talk about India. Yo, come on.
I think
He
we're done
rather
talking
him
about
and-
India. Let's move on.
No, he super chatted like multiple times, right? Like he's poking me. Like, come on, bro, come online.
What?
Join us.
Wait. RON is which currency? What is RON
What?
currency?
I think
RON.
Norwegian, I think. Or
Norwegian.
Oh, it was not NOK. I think.
Oh, he's a
NOK is not.
Ron. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. Ron currency.
Romanian. Sorry.
Romanian.
Romanian.
This guy is a Romanian. Eastern Europe, country in decline. Come on, come on, bro. Online. Let's talk about India.
Actually,
so-
Romania has got a pretty big boom in
how about we
IT
don't talk
industry right
about
now.
India?
Yeah,
No,
Romania has
talk
Andrew
Romania.
Tate. Come on. They
Romania
have
do
Andrew
whatever
Tate.
you want.
That
doing
enough
really
is.
well.
Yeah, they have Andrew Tate. No, just Andrew Tate alone.
Yeah, like,
Andrew
Yeah.
Tate.
Yeah, the tip.
she didn't like Andrew Tate. Like, don't Indians love Andrew Tate?
No, we don't like. Who said that? Andrew Tate. In Hindi,
He's
it
Muslim.
means
No Indian.
No.
Like
Let
him.
me tell you
He's
something.
Muslim. No.
Andrew Tate, T-A-T, bro. It literally means like shit. His last name literally means shit in Hindi. Andrew Tatti.
No.
Literally, if you spell that correctly, it literally
Okay.
means shit.
Ray, why
Andrew
you ask
Tatti.
about India? Don't talk about India. Sparsh is getting triggered.
Andrew Tatti.
Sparsh will not like him. He's Muslim. He will not like him.
No, I love Muslims, bro. It's I love. Yo,
We see that.
Nobody
it's-
trusts you now.
It's Islam that
we
is
see
the
that.
problem, not the Muslims.
That's why.
In fact, Muslims are the first victim of Islam.
That's why the majority of immigrants, the workers in Gulf country are Indians. Yeah.
Yeah, because the oil money,
that's why
a lot
it's
of
shitty, yeah?
oil.
That's why
You know,
it's shitty,
you know
yeah?
what they used to do before they sell
It's the
oil?
Indian
You know that?
immigrants.
They used
It's
to.
It's the Indian immigrants who make it
Oh,
shitty.
come on. Yes, of course. Oil money, black money.
Come on.
Like
Sparsh,
how
let the
long
people
it is
finish.
going to last? How long it is going to last? That not so long. 30 years, 50
Yeah.
years, maybe.
Guess how long India will last without oil?
India will, India is building nuclear power plants. We have stuff, we are building solar, like we have hydropower plants. We will not need oil after 20, 30 years because we are switching up from oil to other things. All right. And if we are actually using, we are mixing, ethanol in oil and sugar. I forgot. I think ethanol in oil to make the consumption less and less. So we will be less dependent on oil in foreseeable future.
You can dream of that, yeah. That's good.
Oh,
dream.
it's
That's
not
a
a
good
dream, bro. Wait 10, 20 years and you'll be coming to India and asking me for the work,
No,
you know?
no, I will never come
I'll tell you
there.
guys a
Don't
funny
worry.
story, okay?
I'll pay you
I'm
$10 an
afraid.
hour. Don't worry.
No, I'll
I'm
never.
afraid
I'll
I
tell
will
you
not
guys
come there.
It's one country
I will never
I'll
come
tell you
there.
guys a
never
funny
had
story,
any
okay?
interest in
Listen.
going to.
So, like,
It's
in
either
Bangladesh, there was a
it's
plan
either
to
the
build
food
a... Listen.
or
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. But
ultra-nationalists
you
who
are
kill me.
from, huh?
It's
Listen, there
either
was a
the
plan
food or
to...
ultra-nationalists who will kill me. I'm
I can't
afraid to
hear
go
you,
to
bro.
India.
Come on. You speak clearly,
Listen,
bro. I can't hear you.
once, like, there was a plan to build a coal power plant in Bangladesh, but, like, the people were protesting because of environmental concerns. But later, what this government did was they later started importing electricity from India from a coal power plant. Like, it was very funny.
Because
now,
they,
instead of
you know,
doing it from in this country, they do it from another country, and
well,
they're
that's what,
draining their foreign reserves. The environment just harmed, just in India, not in Bangladesh.
I told you all not to trigger him anymore. You see, yet another super chat. Why is the Hindu supremacy still talking? So, okay.
Look at this girl. She's from Canada, and bro, I'm not even gonna say anything. Look at you,
She's gorgeous and you're not?
She is gorgeous for you,
She
for
got
sure,
better,
man.
better long hair
For
than
sure.
Smash is jealous.
No. She has
Hey,
red lipstick. It looks like,
cannot,
if
Dude, you're
you
talking about
I'm
profile
not,
pic. Fuck. You're talking about profile pic.
I'm not talking
Oh my
about
God.
anything. Look
Oh
at,
my God.
come.
Okay,
The first time, this is the
You know,
first
it's
time I
always
talked
happened.
to a supremacist Indian.
Oh, I'm the
fun.
supremacist. You're the secular, democratic,
No. I'm not
the
secular.
rightful
I'm
citizen
not secular.
of the world, like
I'm not
supremacy.
secular. I didn't say that. I
I
never
didn't
say I'm
say that.
secular.
Then what are you?
No.
Of course, you're like, tell me who you are then.
No.
Like,
you guys need Jesus. You guys need Jesus, man.
You
guys
need
Jesus.
Let's move on, guys.
Okay, look, I really think India is a great place. You know, it's a wonderful culture, very rich, very old. But somehow they can't manage to fix like the massive problems they have, and they compensate that with an extreme nationalism.
The fastest major economy in the world. Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
We are fixing
that
every
doesn't
single
translate
problem.
into purchasing power parity. But look.
Look at the.
It's
where
great.
are you from, sir? Where are you from?
Look, it's
Tell me
great
your
that you
country.
love India so much.
Rio.
It's wonderful.
Smash.
Hopefully, eventually they become a little bit less cringe, and you know,
doesn't matter, bro.
and share
India
their
is the
culture in
oldest
a more
civilization. We are
positive
rising. We will
light.
get our rightful place as the best country
Yeah,
in the world.
I really hope so. I really hope so. In the meantime,
When are you
just drop it
taking
for a
over
while.
China?
Wait.
I'm waiting for that.
Okay, wait. We need to educate Splash. Splash has been away from the open mic for so long. Splash, you cannot react immediately. Let people finish their sentence. If not, if you keep coming in, no one hears what you say. No, the reality is, if you go back and listen to the recording later, you realize you cannot hear yourself. You literally can't hear because everybody's talking at the same time.
They say stupid things. It's extremely stupid. Like it's just instinct that kicks in. Like it's just an instinct.
The basic rules of civilization, of a civilized conversation, is hear each other's. Otherwise, it will be like.
I'm hearing you right now. Please, sir. Please
now
stop.
you hear me, but you are talking over me. So please calm down.
Like you are talking over me as well. It's just
so Sparsh. That's why the thing is you reacting. You're not listening anymore. That's the problem.
I'm listening. I'm talking to multiple people at the same time. That's the whole problem. Like talk to me slowly, like one by one. I will not speak over you. Like, but when the multiple people coming over, like with saying some random shit, of course I'm going to react. Like that's how it is.
No, you
like,
can
I'm
wait
not
your
gonna,
turn.
listen,
You can wait your turn.
blabber stupidity.
You can wait.
It's just
We are
stupid.
listening to your stupidity, man. We are listening to your stupidity and we are listening patiently.
Come on.
So you need to do the same. We are
Say
listening
it.
to your
Like I'm
stupidity,
listening
so
to you.
you need. Yeah, so you need to be patient. We are doing it. That
I'm
also.
being patient. I'm being patient.
Okay, be quiet. Try
Smash
being
is
quiet.
drunk.
Let's move on.
I think Smash never learned the lesson from last week. He still drink and then talk. No, listen to the police. Don't drink and talk.
Come on.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
No,
You know,
okay.
I am being extremely patient. Like I'm using patience. Like I'm listening to you guys.
Dude,
But when you
Don't
say
bullshit. Don't
I
bullshit,
am
man.
listening to you. I'm listening to you. That's why I speak.
You're
Otherwise,
so
why will I
jumpy.
speak? Why
You're
will
so
I
jumpy.
speak? Like no,
You
I'm not
can't. You
jumpy.
can't. You can't let
No,
anyone finish a point. You always
No,
have
I
to
will
butt
not
in,
let. I will not let
and
stupidity.
you're all bent
Like
over
you know,
backwards over a teenager, man. Just like
I'm
chill
listening to
out.
you right now, and you're
Yeah,
just
that's great.
complaining. Spurs, please listen to me. I'm
No,
listening
I'm
to you. You know, even you're
I'm
saying.
explaining your situation. See,
No, I know the situation. You don't have to explain anything. You know,
you
I'm
don't know
listening to you
anything.
complaining. Spurs,
Everything has
please
to be
do this.
explained to
Spurs,
you.
please do
Everything
that.
has to
I'm
be
listening to
explained to
you.
you. You don't understand anything.
Nothing is
All you
nothing.
can
You don't
think
have to
of is how
explain
to butt
anything to
in,
me. I
to
can.
wave your
No,
little
listen, bro.
flag.
Like
So
You guys
take
have
it easy.
attracted the Steve Lord here. You see, the Steve Lord is here. Euro is here. You know, the
Can
Steve
you?
Lord.
Yeah, I'm here. So
you
I'm
have to
I'm a waiter. I used to be a waiter, and the worst type of customer of guests are Indians. Those are the worst. Real assholes. You
good,
understand that, Spars?
good.
Okay,
I
let
don't
me
care.
explain.
I
Let me
don't care. I
say.
don't care,
Shut
bro.
up.
Like
Shut
look
up.
at
I'm
no, no,
talking.
no.
Shut up.
If
I
you wanna
don't
talk,
care, Mr.
raise your
Euro.
finger.
You no, no. Listen.
Raise your
Look at
finger if you
yourself.
wanna
Like you
talk.
come in a black
If you
dark
wanna
room
talk,
and you're
raise
like,
your
what
finger.
the people are the
You understand?
Indians? Indians, this person. Bro, shut the fuck up. No one cares what do you think,
Shut the
Euro.
fuck up.
No one cares like
Shut the
who
fuck
was the
up.
worst customer.
Let me
You had some
explain what they
personal
do.
interaction with some
Let
Indian.
me
It
say
doesn't
what they do.
matter, you know?
Spars,
Like the
shut the
reality
fuck up.
is no, you
Shut
shut
the
the
fuck
fuck up.
up.
Yeah, yeah.
You shut
If
the
you
fuck
wanna
up.
talk,
You should be
raise the
respectful and
finger.
let
No,
people talk.
I will not let you talk.
You
You
wanna
should be
talk,
respectful.
raise the
Because you
finger.
come
You
here
already
like
said
Understand that?
without saying
people
You
talk.
anything.
understand?
Oh, worst
You
customers
asshole.
are the Indians. Look
Asshole.
at me. I'm the
Asshole.
best
If you
customer.
wanna talk, raise the finger. Okay, I'm gonna
No,
explain how
I
they
don't.
act.
No, raise
I'm
the
gonna
finger.
explain how what
Raise.
my experiences from them. Okay.
I don't
It's
care what personal
I get a
interactions you
call.
had with
Get a
Indians
call to
Man,
and
manage.
what
shut
do you
up,
think
man.
about them?
Okay, shut the fuck
Man, shut
up,
the fuck
idiot.
up. Man, shut the fuck up,
Idiot.
man.
You wanna
Man, shut
talk?
the
Raise
fuck
the
up, man.
finger. And you wait to be called to talk. You
Shut the
understand?
fuck up.
Those
Shut
are the
the
rules.
fuck up. Shut up.
Those are the rules. Raise the finger to talk,
Shush.
and when I'm finished, you'll be called. That's the rules.
You're being
It's a
childish, man.
civilized
No,
rules.
like you just can't come
You're
up
being
and
civilized
be
childish.
like,
rules.
you know, I had
Let me
this
explain
personal
what they do.
interaction with some
So
Indians, and I think
they
they are the
call.
worst customers. Who cares?
Who cares?
Like
Yeah, I see that you
your
don't
personal
care.
interaction
We
has
see
little to
that you
no
don't care,
worth
and that's why you
on
guys
this
are
panel.
assholes.
Because
And
the
you're
thing is,
you're
there are
faking the
1.43 billion
economic.
Indians with
Hey,
different,
shut the
you know,
fuck up!
diversity.
Hello,
You don't even know
shut
what, you
the
know.
fuck
Tell me
up!
one thing,
You're
one
saying
state from
nothing.
India. If you
Shut
can
the
name one
fuck up!
state from India, I'll
Shut
be.
the fuck
Shut
up!
the fuck up. That's the only thing you can say. Old man's too
Smash.
old to be able
This
to
is
say anything,
frustration. I'm
huh?
going.
Spars, hey, that's why the Indians will never advance economically.
Sure.
They just
I
fake the
don't care.
numbers. They fake
No
the
one cares,
numbers.
bro.
Oh,
No
fuck.
one cares.
Shut
I
the
don't
fuck
care
up.
what you think. Listen to
Why?
me.
Hey,
Your personal
no, you say
interaction,
nothing.
you
No, you
know,
will not be
coming up
talking.
and,
You will
you
not be
know, saying
talking.
something,
Raise
it
the
has
finger.
little to no worth.
Raise the
Zero
finger.
worth.
Raise the
Little to no
finger.
worth.
You wanna
No
talk.
worth.
You're saying nothing.
You have
You will
no,
not be
your
saying
personal
anything.
interaction,
If you
what you
don't let
interacted
me
with some
explain what they
Indians,
do,
and you form the whole
you will
opinion,
have to
these
shut
are
the
the
fuck
worst
up.
customers. You will shut the
fuck
fuck up. That's the only thing you
Shut
can
the
say.
fuck
Come
up.
on, say something smart.
Hey, asshole.
Like
Asshole.
other than
Asshole.
arsehole. See,
Asshole.
thing is,
Shut
you
the
come
fuck
up
up.
here like swearing
You shut
and
the fuck up.
accusing, having some
I'm not accusing,
strong
I'm explaining my
opinions that you have
experience.
already formed
I'm
from your
explaining
racist
my
mind.
experience.
Bunch of
I wanna
bloody
make
bastard.
explain my experience.
Like Gardner
from
Duh.
India.
Like
As
see,
guests
that's the
themselves.
problem with you guys. You come up here on this panel, starting swearing and accusing, having a strong racist opinions, and you expect I should talk to you with kindness. That is not how it works. If you need to, if you want someone to talk to you with respect and listen to you, you need to do the same thing. All right?
That's
Like
for
that's
you.
not how you work.
That's
No one is
that's
I'm not your brother. No one is your
for
brother.
you too.
If you're trying to
It
stand up
works the same.
against
So be
against Islamic
respectful. Be
extremism,
respectful.
you're
Why
making
you
a
come
bad
up here
example right now.
swearing
Right now,
and
any
accusing
religion
and
that
having
bans
some
alcohol seems like the religion to go with. At this
What?
point, I'm gonna go convert to Islam again because
Yeah,
it
do
bans
it.
Yeah, you're making a really good publicity to Islam.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
you're not saying anything.
I'm the biggest
personally
Muslim hater
recommend
here.
you a barwal.
Okay.
He will cut
Look,
off your
because
leg.
you're not saying
you can
anything and you're
proceed
not
with
letting
the
anyone talk
conversion
either.
process.
I'm actually
Don't
on
do
your
You're just
side.
making
Parsh.
noise, dude.
I'm on your side.
You're just
I'm
making
not a
noise.
fan of Islamic
Like
extremism. I'm not a fan
everyone's
of
making
Islam in
noise.
general.
Talk to me one by one. I'll talk to you. Talk
No,
to
you're
me
just
with
making
respect. I'll
noise. You're
talk
not
to you
saying
with respect.
anything.
Like
You don't
you
let
come
anyone
up.
talk.
No.
Listen to
I
your
will
own
not.
advice.
I will not let
Listen
insults.
to your own
No, I will
effing
not tolerate
advice.
insults. Okay, like multiple
You're
people
not
talking
saying
at the same
anything, and you're
time,
not letting anyone
swearing.
talk.
Hey guys,
Having
stop.
racist.
Let's move on, please.
Exactly.
Please. Let's just move on.
I
Let's
want to
move on.
explain
Let's
my
talk about
experience,
Ukraine. We haven't talked about
from
Ukraine
Indian
yet.
guests at the hotel. So when
come on here.
there's a
Oh,
breakfast,
Your personal story
come
again.
on,
Huh?
breakfast,
How Indians were bad
there's
customers.
It's not worth it, Ural. It's not worth it. Let's just move
yes,
on.
it is. It is. Asshole
Yes,
needs to
that's
be
what I
ostracized.
Okay,
and
he
removed.
left. He left. He's gone. He's
Give my
gone.
money back.
Assholes
vanquished
has
him.
to be ostracized and
You
removed.
had vanquished him,
That's
sir.
the issue.
You win.
Oh
Let's move
yeah,
on.
Indians are the worst customers because I had some personal interaction with them, which I did not like. So I will come up on this open mic where they're talking about some topic, and I'll be like, look, Indians are the worst because I had some personal interaction with them. There are 1.4 billion
Just
Indians,
because of
okay?
that,
with different diversity, different people. You don't come up here like and use one interaction that you had with someone and you label the whole community. That's like stupidity, and you come swearing, like accusing that. That's stupid. You want to talk to me with respect? I will talk to you with respect. You will listen to me, I will listen to you.
so about 100
good question, Plumber
of
Pete.
families
Yeah,
I had
because
experience
the
with.
Western, the reason, because it's very easy to scam, right? That is the typical stereotypical.
About 100 Indian families I had as guests that I served table.
Yeah, it's a
About
good thing.
100.
That's
in
why
my life.
they give you a lot of business, right? And you come up here like like maybe they should.
No,
you
they
should
don't
put
give a business.
Of course,
They don't
of
give a
course, right?
business.
Yeah, they give you jobs, bro. That's what they give you. That's the reality. All right. Oh, look at me! I had a bad interaction. Oh,
What's the call center capital? What's the call center capital of scammers? Can you tell me?
India.
Bangladesh.
India's
India.
number one in call centers and
Bangladesh.
scams.
Yeah,
Bangladesh.
Calcutta.
Bangladesh.
Calcutta, the number one
Bangladesh.
call center scam of the
Yeah,
world.
sure. Yeah, because you're
Ukrainians try to compete, but they cannot even,
Oh yeah, of
lift a
course,
finger.
right? Russia, and you support the Russian. Oh,
Speaking
yeah,
of Ukraine, let's
Makes
move on
sense.
to Ukraine. What do we say?
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, good. Yay, I'm happy now.
Oh my
So,
God.
where do we want to start?
Oh my God.
This is where I wish Vaughn was here.
Ukraine. But Sirsky is saying that he has a plan to win.
So anyway, so for those that are complaining in the live chat, I just want to share. This is the cost of free speech. No censorship. No. So there's a cost to it. And if the people on screen cannot talk to each other properly, it's not my fault. No, I don't censor or shut people up unnecessarily. So, okay. So, hi Bradley. Have you heard any part of the earlier parts?
Hold up, I gotta plug in my headphones. 1 sec.
Oh, okay. He didn't hear.
So what are we?
Yeah,
Are we
so-
going to talk
yeah,
about
so-
Ukraine now? I kind of wanted to talk more about like Hindu nationalism and Islamic extremism. I wanted to get into that.
Yeah,
I really, I
yeah,
actually,
yeah,
that's what I
yeah,
wanted.
I would
Guys,
love to
I literally
but
came here to
yeah,
say
sure,
what
let's do
the
it.
actual
Let's-
hell was that?
you
That
know-
was
you
really
know,
weird.
I
Yo,
actually
like Sparsh,
support,
if you're trying to
you
if
know-
you're trying to tell people that hey, Indians are not pieces of shit and great people, why would you
No, I'm not trying to tell you
do
that.
such a
I'm not
perfect
trying-
such
I'm
an
not
opposite
repre- no, I'm not
demonstration?
trying
Why
to
would you
tell you
act like a
anything.
piece of
Because
shit?
he's
I'm not
drunk,
Don't act like a
Bradley.
piece of shit.
Who are
Be
you,
a good,
first of all? Bradley,
be a good,
for
be a
real.
good
Look at me. I'm a Bradley
diplomat
for
of your
real.
people.
I
Okay.
come from some country. And I'm gonna give
Bradley,
you a
stop
lesson
talking
for
to me.
how
I
to
come-
behave and
Yo,
what to do.
I just came here to say
How
it
you
doesn't
doing,
matter
bro?
what people.
Oh, it doesn't
what
matter
people-
what you think. Fuck off. It doesn't
Okay.
matter what you think. Why do you
That's
come
what I'm
up
saying.
here like it's
Perfect.
starting
Thank
on?
you.
You
That's my
you
point.
start your discussion lecturing me what not
I'm not
to
lecturing
do,
you.
what to do.
I'm not
Like,
lecturing you
I
about
don't
that.
care what you
I
think.
have a
Like,
question.
talk
Well,
about the
if
topic.
you
all
don't
right?
if you don't care what I'm thinking, then shut up. Okay?
Question.
All I'm
No,
trying
I'm
to
not.
say.
You
All I'm
shut
trying to
up.
say.
You look at
yo,
yourself.
All I'm trying to
Oh,
say is
yo.
don't come on to the fucking open mic and then
It
start just
doesn't. I will
destroying
come
everything.
up. I will come.
Just don't
It's-
do it.
You know, it doesn't matter,
Do not
bro.
do that
I've been.
shit.
I've
It's
been.
rude.
Yo, I will
It's
come.
just rude.
Yeah, it's rude. So be it. So
It's not
be
being
it.
rude.
It's just rude. So yeah, I'm being
It doesn't
rude. Yeah,
matter.
so be
Well,
it.
if Uni's
Because
if
all
Uni's
of you are
old,
being rude.
yo,
That
if
is
Uni
the
is old,
reality. Come.
okay,
What?
I will listen to you. You finish up and
No.
then I'll speak. Is that fair?
I'm not gonna listen to you. You are
Okay, well then in
blabbering,
that case,
lecturing,
this
and
is not
respect.
part of a
You don't-
discussion. So I just came here to say,
Don't
please
lecture
shut
me,
the fuck
dude.
up.
You know,
That's all I
talk
did.
about what you want to.
Here's
Don't
my lecture
lecture
to you.
me.
Shut the fuck up.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Yeah, thank you.
It's gone.
Bye-bye.
Shut up.
Go ahead, Drew.
Go home.
Okay, I have a question.
home.
I have a question for Wyatt actually. Since we want to switch over to Ukraine, right? Okay, the war is ending. It's everybody can see it. In the next, I would say 6 months to a year, it's ending. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna?
We're gonna have
continue
India
with-
versus Pakistan. Okay,
Yeah.
as soon as the war in Ukraine ends, that's
It's
what's gonna
not
happen,
gonna
baby.
end. It's not gonna
Not
end.
that.
It's not
Yeah,
gonna end.
like, are you gonna continue the open mic? Are you like?
No,
It's
yeah.
not gonna.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
okay,
gonna
okay,
end.
okay. So I gotta explain. So the DPA has been around before the Ukraine war, like since 2017, I think. So it has always been around, and I used to have a partner. He used to like to write military stuff. I like to write about geopolitics. So so he's gone, but I'm still on. I'm still writing geopolitics. I was covering all the different things. I covered a bit of Myanmar civil war situation after the junta takeover, but no, it's too depressing, so I stopped. Then Ukraine war
after
happened, so I just
Ukrainian
covered
war-
Ukraine war.
After
so Ukraine war happened.
you can cover the
Yeah, I was
U.S. Civil War.
Yeah, maybe. No, I will still continue to, because I'm already covering geopolitics. It's just that sometimes it's a bit hard to find time because the mapping and everything, it's just very tiring. After a while, like you just want to just rest. Like now, so quiet, Like,
Well,
if not, it's good. Sorry, Nunya.
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I'm more interested on the geopolitics side of things than I am the military. Like, the tactical stuff and the minutia. That's why I leave that stuff to the experts like Mehdi and Vaughn and people like that, because they can speak intelligently to it. It doesn't interest me as much as like you said, the geopolitics side of things, because that's actually is what matters when you think about it, because they're the decision makers.
So I'm trying to cover more, but the problem is for Ukraine war, because I already committed to the mapping. A lot, some people go to Patreon to support me for it. A lot of people watch it, so I have to continue. Even sometimes, large part of last year it was pretty boring. I still cover the war. So that is what I do. But I will still continue. Like DPA Open Mic is one of these it's one of these things that I created to keep the community together. You see, because if let's say I only cover Ukraine war, and if Ukraine war ends, then the whole community will just disintegrate. So one of the reasons why is to have DPA Open Mic is to keep the community together. I have the forum, I have the Discord, just to keep everyone together. Because through the comments, I can tell that a lot of people is very awesome. They're very knowledgeable, and I feel like it's very special to have so many great minds. So I want to keep them together. So then I try to cover geopolitics, and which is also why people keep complaining about all the different channels, because I am trying to figure out how to navigate through the algorithm to make sure that I can cover the Ukraine war while I also start to cover more geopolitics. But it's a bit hard because of how the algo works. So sometimes I talk about the algo. I know it's a bit boring, but it's significant because I can't publish more news if all my content is dominated by Ukraine war. So that's why there's 2 channels, but the main channel is tainted in a way that because most of the subscribers are Ukraine war fans. So as a result, if I post about when I post about the US politics, they get very poor views because the subscribers are not interested in it. So it can't go far. So the algo actually makes a difference. It's a bit hard. So yeah, I will just do what I can and see how it goes. The Ukraine war ends will be good. Lesser, people.
You
can
could
stop
try,
dying.
Wyatt. You might want to try making videos not show up to your subscribers. So that way, the only people that see the videos are the people who actually
I did try,
or maybe more interested.
So I did try that. There is a way to don't notify your subscribers. The problem is the viewership will be even lesser sometimes. So
the
it's
viewership
not
might be less,
guaranteed
but
thing.
it might at least start getting you a little bit of traction on the algorithm, right? Because if you post something to a subscriber base that's expecting a certain type of video and nobody watches it, then the algorithm is going to see that and see that nobody that's seeing this video, mostly your subscribers, nobody's looking at it. Whereas if it's shown to a smaller group of people, the percentage of people who watch it might be higher, and that might actually help with the with getting it some traction on the algorithm. It might be worth doing for a while.
I did try some, but sometimes the result is very poor. So sometimes you do see I do double posting.
It doesn't matter
When I double post
like...
when I double post on the same channel, the reason why there was 2 posts is because one is notified, one is unnotified. That was that is the reason why I do that. So no, a lot of people don't understand and they complain, but no, I have no choice because I have to experiment to know how the algo works. And at this moment of time, the priority is to grow the subscriber base to 100K first for the main channel. So because there is a possibility that there is this barrier. If you don't reach over 100K, YouTube will push you lesser. And then that's probably a possible reason why we are struggling against military summary and
I think
union.
with the Ukraine war winding down, everyone's really getting bored about it.
All right.
Maybe after 2 years,
Some fucking faggot in the comments is roasting me. You should come up here and discuss that. That is actually a pretty good argument. I can back that up with sources, unlike you fucking retard. So don't talk shit, okay?
That's the good part about coming on. You can talk shit about the live chat person, and then you'll always win because
he's gonna
will
be
never
quiet
come out.
now. Yeah, just watch. He ain't gonna say anything.
They all type.
What, you had some plans to let people write articles and then publish it on your website, you
Yeah,
haven't
but the
gone
problem
with
is
that.
it's still one person. It's still just me, one person. So the problem is that I try to do it, but I can't cope with everything at this moment. So yeah, the idea is eventually I want to allow people to also post their articles. Then I will have an editor to go through, make sure that it's okay. We can also throw to ChatGPT to tell it to do the editing, and then we can throw it up. Like I've done it for someone whose English is not good. He was writing about the Sahrawi situation, the Morocco situation. So I basically throw it into ChatGPT to edit the whole thing because I can't use my brain power. So, and it still works, it still works. But it's a very people are not interested in the topic, with the Sahrawi.
Okay, it's 3:40 here. Okay, I'll just go. Okay, I'll go to sleep. Okay,
it's only
Do you want to close? Do you want to say anything before you go?
Yeah.
You want to do closing?
Yeah, I'm just very scared right now because a lot of people are getting arrested simply for being anti-government. So that's the reason. That's the thing I'm very scared about. Okay, so I'm not going outside right now. That's what I'm doing right now. So our school might open next week or something. Yeah, next week. So I'm very scared to go to school too. Anyways, I'll go. Okay.
Yeah,
Stay safe.
You can balance it by saying Slava Ukraine. I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know. It feels like you will work for everything. Slava Ukraine.
Also check my messages on WhatsApp. Okay.
Okay.
Stay safe, Fred.
Yeah, if you don't feel safe, don't go to school. Maybe you can skip one day school and see whether your friends die or not. No, if they don't die, you can go the next day.
Hey, bro, what even? Come on.
Be safe, man.
Just joking. Okay,
It's gonna be
that's
fine,
a
bro. It's
terrible
not that
joke.
bad.
How are you,
Yeah.
Upgrade?
Like, chat one.
I'm good. What about you, Nunya?
Not too bad. What's
Not too
going on
bad.
in your world?
Oh, we had the Olympics opening. Was not so bad, but some part was very bad. Some part was very bad, guys. Let's be honest about it. I was watching it with my mom because my mom wanted to watch it. She told me, "Let's watch the opening. It's the opening of the, And I was like, "Come on, I don't want to watch that. It's so long. I need to work, tomorrow." Then I forced myself to watch 4 hours of some propaganda, but actually it was not so bad. So the beginning was not so bad with Gaga, and the end with Celine Dion and Zizou and Nadal. There was quite nice moments, especially at the end. The oldest Olympic gold medal, I think he won on the wheelchair, was quite a nice moment. But there was also the other moments with the catwalk and the beard lady guy. I don't know what he did. But I was like quite happy when I saw Macron's face when it started to rain. He was like, "Shit, it's raining. It should be nice weather," and everybody was soaked. And but it's okay. It could be less good than it was. Yeah. So
He was probably looking at his wife, saying, with all of her makeup, saying, "She's gonna melt. She's gonna melt."
That's true.
So many umbrellas.
There was also other parts. Yeah.
I just want to highlight about the rain because it's very funny because almost every world leader, their photo is them wearing this the plastic poncho, and then the rain is falling. Like everyone, including my president as well, is like, oh my god, the imagery is like so sad. Okay, sorry, Upgrade, continue.
And I thought there was some. It was more like a trailer, like a movie. Like it wasn't like the traditional way of doing the ceremony, right? Like you showcased your history and stuff like that. I mean, like the French Revolution took like 10 seconds. One of the most important part of our history, and just like, oh, here they have a flag with the woman, and some couple of guys holding some rifles, and that's it, But there were other parts like for marketing, Louis Vuitton, amazing, when they showcased how they build and stuff like that. And when they made the gold medal was also a great part. I thought showed that we have some craftsmanship and some good, stuff to sell still. But some things were cringy. And Celine Dion did a very good job, I think. She had still the voice amazing. Yeah, really, I must say, she's still the top, right? And she will remember this until her last breath, because singing the song she sang on the Eiffel Tower in front of millions of people watching, amazing job, really. And yeah, I thought it would be worse, but it was quite nice. It was quite nice, actually.
I also want to highlight about Celine Dion. She is very sick. She was just recovering from some very terrible illness. She can't move. She was literally bedridden. So it was amazing to hear that. She's actually singing, and so that's credit to her.
Yeah. Well, Joseph Stalin has making a good point in the chat, which is that no matter what might have been good about it, the fact that they had basically drag queens and basically satanic imagery and just celebration of degeneracy in all its forms. That's the part that's really gone viral for me. That's the part that sums it all up. And, I think it makes a lot of sense that the Olympics have been declining in viewership every single 4 years that they go on. It's been declining for decades. I think that our culture is fragmenting, and the parts of our culture that are that are actually mainstream, like the Olympics, are completely captured by this, this degenerate homosexual cult of demon worshippers, effectively. And it's kind of fucking disgusting, to be honest. It's really just a degeneracy of Western civilization and an example of decadence. So I don't really share your optimism about the Olympics, unfortunately, Upgrade.
So I scrolled through. Just now when in the early part when we were talking about Olympics. I scrolled through the entire 4 hours. So it was actually very awesome. The visuals and the ideas. It's just that those few small parts where the visual, the imagery came out. It's like, what the fuck? Why do you if they don't put it in, it would have been perfect. I think the Soviet hit the lady, the I know it's a kind of like a performance art thing, but like if they don't have that Soviet hit, like maybe that will work. And then you don't have that comedian guy to become a Navi and those start singing in front of this. Like it's not French, and it's just trying to be edgy. So that is, if they remove that two part, I think it would be pretty nice. I mean, the rain, you can't stop the rain. There's nothing you can do about the rain. So yeah, you should actually go through the actual whole thing. It's actually not that bad. I'm planning to watch it like maybe when I'm free. Maybe I'm doing mapping and work sometime. I'm gonna rewatch the whole thing. I think it would be cool. So the upgrade now.
Well, it's got record low viewership. The numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, but I think that has to do with the overall what you said, right? The viewership decline since a long time ago. So it's not about that they didn't like this, especially opening of the Olympic Games. I think we can agree on that there was bad parts, but if you go and like White said, and check actually the 4 hours, there's also some quite amazing parts. Like, it's very innovative to have the athletes go on a boat, and it's totally different than usual when you have a stadium and stuff like that. It takes a little bit of ingenuity, and it's a little bit refreshing. But yeah, there were bad parts. I can't deny it. And obviously, like we have such a rich history in France to just oversap. We had kings, we have Jeanne d'Arc, we have the French Revolution, we have so many. Our country is so rich in history, so we could have highlighted it a little bit better. Yeah, that's for sure. But what did you expect, right? It's Macron. He fucks it up anyways, So so yeah.
Well, yeah. I guess my point on that would be, with respect to opening ceremonies for every Olympics, right? This is the premier event of any Olympic Games, right? They put years of planning into this stuff. So you'd expect them all to be really good, right? But I will say that this is the first time I ever remember in my life an opening games getting ridiculed the way it has. And it's not to say that there weren't great pieces of it, but unfortunately those good pieces have now been overshadowed by the nonsense that went on. And when I go back throughout my whole life, I don't recall there ever being such a visceral reaction to an opening games before as there was with this one. They're all pretty neutral. Like, everybody generally comes out of an opening game saying, oh yeah, they did a pretty good job. They put on a pretty good show. This is the first time I've ever seen such a backlash against the games. So take that for what you will. Over to you, sir.
So I just want to add a bit more. So the viewership has been dropping because people stop watching TV. So that's the main thing. Like, the old numbers are all fake. They just like, oh, we got how many TVs? So okay, so we have how many viewerships? So it could be the case. Like, personally, I find it really hard to follow the Olympics because way too many things is happening at the same time, way too many sports, and way too many sports that I don't really give a damn. So I think it's a bit hard. I mean, it's a nice idea that you have everything together, but generally the Olympics is just too huge and too difficult to follow. And I feel like, it's a bit scary when you have something this important to be gathered in just one event. And I feel like it's a bit toxic. Like, imagine you just happen to get injured in this period of time and then you miss the Olympic, and that's it. You miss for 4 years and then 8 years is gone. Like, so the kind of situation, although it's the same for the World Cup, for the football or soccer, but yeah, I just thought that it's unwatchable. I just find it really hard to watch. Like, you just basically look at the medals and sometimes it's like, what's the point of the competition? China is going to be up there. United States is going to be up there. It's like, why watch? Like, why are we watching? I think the spirit of Olympics a bit weakened. So that's just what I thought. Euro?
Yeah, I wanted to mention also that actually they added too many new sports, not just sports, but the athletes. How to say, in 90s when it was the peak of the Olympics, when everybody really liked it and had that rapport, right, of good sports, of following the really traditional sports and everything. When it was the best, they actually decided to change it and add more and more and more sports. I'm wondering when they're gonna add gambling in the Olympics.
Poker.
Maybe, yeah, poker, casino, video casino or something like that. Maybe that's gonna be added because it's just getting ridiculous with complexity and so many sports that you cannot simply follow, and you just want to watch some particular that you're traditionally learned and respected, right, since forever. And now everything has the same significance, and the sports that have never been there, yeah, the parts that more young people are following the YouTube instead or internet instead of the TV. But the sponsorship are still there. I mean, it's still strong and everything, but of course it has so much money in it that they corrupted it over time. They corrupted it with playing they include in political decisions in it, and yes, choosing a site for Olympics, it's always been political, but now everything is political, right? Now everything became political about it. And previously, I remember as a kid, it was always competing China, Russia, and United States in sport, whose team are gonna go with more gold medals and so on. That was really interesting part, and you would check on the end who has the most medals, and it's a past, but because so much money is included in it, it got to be corrupted too, just like everything else. So that was mine. Okay, Nika, or upgrade. Sorry, Nika, you're back.
Yeah, hi. I think I don't want to give it so much. Don't forget that these days there's a lot of big events, two wars, major wars, that taken up the view space. That's something to count. Plus the way that the degeneracy that's spreading, the way that they're trying to push their agenda and their cultural agenda is like repulsing, making the people a bit repulsed. Because before, don't forget, we had like before the war, before those two wars, we had something very cute like the virus. It was marvelous compared to what's happening now in a nuclear war. But I think it's the media space is very, very, very charged with what's happening with those two events. I think if there wasn't the war in Ukraine or in Middle East, I think a lot of people will watch that and will focus on that. For myself, I didn't realize there is like they started until I was in a restaurant and I watched there's like two teams playing football, and I was like, this is recorded or something old from after that I realized it's the Olympics. Yeah, and they saturated a lot with a lot of events, but I think it's still, there's a value in it, a lot of interesting things, a lot of sport enthusiasts can watch it and enjoy it, but with what's happening, I think it's a bit, it's competing with the scene, with the I think it's upgrade or
so I agree with the assessment from everybody here. I think also it gets a lot ridiculed because nowadays everything is so hyperpolarized, you know. Everything is you can get every news in a second, you know, and everybody has his opinion about it, you know. And it's not a good look maybe for some people, and for some other people it's a very good, you know, something very good, you know. It depends on your viewpoint. But when I see the problem, when I see that people are criticizing it and you label them as far right, so in France it's everybody liked it besides the far right, you know, like what? No, there's some people who are totally normal who said, oh, maybe we shouldn't put that inside, you know. It didn't have anything to do with French culture, you know, or French history, you know. That doesn't mean that you're far right, you know. That's what I have a problem with it, that everything is so tense now that every little detail is taken out of context, you know, and is blown up in proportion, which is ridiculous. You know, you can criticize something without being right or left. You can just be a neutral observer and say, okay, I don't like this part, you know, I like that part, you know, maybe I like this part, you know.
No, you
it's up to
can't.
everybody, you know?
Yeah, that's not true. Being against degeneracy, being against this type of faggotry being shown on the mainstream, being shown as the number one thing, that is very much a political statement. That is very much a right-wing statement, because the left wing is explicitly boosting that. The left wing supports this, right? The idea of pretending.
I don't know. I don't agree with you, Archimedes. There's a lot of left, hardcore left-leaning people. They don't like this kind of stuff in France. You know, they don't like this kind of stuff.
I think I would make an exception for the hardcore, like national communists,
guys,
perhaps,
like
that exist.
You know, I must
but it's a very
disagree with
small
you
minority. The mainstream
How
left
is it
wing
a
is very much supporting it.
Left-leaning party, extreme left-leaning party is quite big in France, and right-leaning party extremist is very big. Is this
So you're telling me that the left wing doesn't support homosexuality being shown as a norm on television?
No, they support some. You know what they support, you know. Some of them, they are not kind of nice with gays and trans, you know. They don't like this.
Yeah, some of them are hardcore communists,
Then
while
how are
also
they
being
left if they
traditionalistic.
don't? It
No,
doesn't.
no, no, no. The French
No,
left
this is
and
ridiculous.
the American left is two different things. You don't,
Yeah, maybe so.
because if you use American standard of left right, then you not understand the French left right. French left right is
Left
different.
wing and right wing is like almost usually they tend to be universal, right? It's not French left.
Depends on
but it's more than left. It's like the extreme liberal Democrats. Extreme liberal Democrats are like the global homo, and they're supported by a big chunk of the left. But like the hardcore left, the communists, they have an instinctive disgust to that and distrust. Of course, it's overlap. You know, it's not, but the Stalinist or Che Guevara Cuban type of communists are completely against that, totally against it.
Yeah, it's actually the greens those like climate change, and I would say that the same thing with the global homo stuff is actually one completely separate part of. It's not belonging to the left, but it's part of the organization, right? There's nothing leftist in it. Promoting the global
this is true,
homo.
but this is true.
Nothing
But the fact is
leftist,
that the
but
modern
it
left
is
does carry
under
that.
the left parties. Yes,
Yeah.
it's under the left parties, protected under the left parties, and promoted by global and deep state. Globalist and deep state. That's who they promote the climate change and the global homo. That's what it is. They're together. It's left is completely how to say, left is about the rights of the people, right? The better. That's how it's supposed to. Traditionally was for the rights of the working class, while the right was for the rights of the wealthy and aristocrats and kings. That's traditionally who they were for. That's how the philosophy worked, right?
Yeah,
Two
traditionally,
sides,
but this is not the
yeah,
way things work
traditionally.
today.
Yeah,
of course. Traditionally, left and right began because of the two sides in the French Revolution, right? I mean, we can go back to that definition. But of course, in modern parlance, in the plain meaning of words, it's ridiculous to go and say that, oh, the left isn't this or the left isn't that. You can make things up if you want, but the reality is what the political reality of today is in the West, right? Which the left and the right have pretty clear definitions.
Like communism is left, but communism would have killed all the homos. So it's not necessary.
Increasing the taxes is left. Lowering the taxes is right. That's usually how it goes.
And
killing the middle class is left. You know.
And I have some friends from all spectrum of the political aisle, and I have some friends who are pretty left-leaning, and they say this is bullshit. What is that? I don't support that, you know. And they are really left-leaning, and there's not just one of them or two of them, and there some of them they're Muslims, some of them don't have religion at all, some of them they're just normal people and don't care about Olympics at all. But when they saw that and they vote left. Every time, every election they vote left, and they say they're like, what the fuck is that? This is not.
They vote because of
this
their
is not
religion.
represented by French people or something like that. Even if they're left leaning. So I don't know. Maybe you generalize something in an American way. Archimedes, oh, he's gone now. But not all the parties are the same everywhere. You know, in different countries, left means a little bit something different than maybe in your country. You know. Because we have left, but there's some radical left guys, and they don't like at all gays. You know, they tell them if we could put them all the
change.
You know. Mm-hmm.
Of course, it means different from a country to country, but fundamentals don't change. Like things like climate change, increased taxes, increased involvement of the government. Like these things come in the left, right? And the percentage of that can be changed throughout the country. But the fundamentals all the same. Increased taxes, lower taxes is always right wing, right? And low government involvement and traditionalism. These are the tendencies of right wing compared to the left.
However, I must say, when the first president who took some transgender inside the Palace Élysée was Macron, who is an elitist and is the middle guy, right? He's the guy for the rich. He has nothing to do. The left president didn't take transgender in Élysée. The right-leaning didn't take, but the guy in the middle who is rich and represents
Please
the
don't
corporations.
associate this BS to communism.
Publicly, that's what you saw. Publicly, you saw Macron. You know what happened in the background?
Whenever politician comes to power, like he does moderate stuff to get all the support. That's what he does. You know, usually when he wants to win the election, he will go either left or right. Like as soon as he comes to power, he will start doing this stuff, like bringing transgenderism, like showing secularism, all this bullshit, just to maintain the power. Like that's how it works.
But that's 0.1% of the population, maybe. How is gonna get votes? That's not the reality.
He already got votes. He's in power.
How he's getting? You know a little bit what's going on, right, in France? How he's doing it, right? He's very smart. He's putting everybody against each other. He's destroying the right, destroying the left. He's taking parts of the right, parts of the left, and put his party together. And now everything exploded, and now he don't have a majority anymore, and nobody has a majority. Now it's chaos. And now the problem is, who's going to be prime minister? He don't know who to take because he cannot take a right, or extreme right. He cannot take an extreme left. He cannot take somebody of his party because he has no power anymore. So he's a lame duck, and that's why you see in his face he has a lot of bigger problems than the Olympic openings, in my opinion. Who want to go next?
Oh, nobody going next? That's the first time.
Hey, go on, man.
I originally wanted to say something, but I forgot. But I think I just wanted to complain about medals. But that was way earlier. Like I was pissed off. Like certain sports, one person can have many gold medals, but then in football, 11% share one gold medal. It's like,
yeah, that's a good point.
Sorry.
Like if you're a footballer, you are condemned. You'll never break the gold medal record.
They have the World Cup. At least they have the World Cup
today.
Yeah, they have the
Well,
World Cup at least.
My bigger complaint is people like Michael Phelps, because they swim in all of these, like the 50 meter, the 100 meter, the 150. He's gonna win them all. So it's kind of like he just pads his medal stats, or when he swam anyway. Every Olympics he would rack up like 20 medals, you know.
And a footballer will have zero point medal.
Yeah.
Again, but his team won the medal, so that's
for sure. Yeah, no doubt. But it's kind of, you know,
it's actually accredited to him. He's considered a gold medalist if the team win the gold.
Yeah, but it's 1 out of 12 or 11 or whatever. It doesn't
nobody
count.
has the gold. Nobody has the gold personally, but you're accredited as a gold medalist in soccer for the Olympic.
Yes, but at least they have football.
Olympics is discriminatory towards the countries that, like Southeast Asian countries. The sports that are popular.
Whoa.
Yeah, it is. Like, look at
if you suck,
like
you
the
suck.
sports.
That's it.
That's been ping pong.
No. The games and the sports that are popular in these countries, like India, cricket is one of the most popular games in the world. It's not in the
India. It is.
No, in the world. They're like in the world.
India and Pakistan.
Countries like New Zealand, Australia,
Bangladesh.
England.
I give you 5
Caribbean countries in Africa. Like, it is popular, and it is one of the most popular games. See, that's the thing.
Wait.
These countries
No,
would
it is.
rather
I mean,
pocket
cricket is popular.
some,
for sure.
some sports that they play. It is very, very discriminate towards these countries. There are a lot of
rugby in Olympics.
No.
Is the rugby
yes,
in Olympics?
yes, it is. Yeah, rugby
is.
Yeah,
but cricket isn't. Okay.
Exactly.
This is a bit unfair. I agree. But American football is not. So
So the thing is, there are a lot of sports that are popular in countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh, Southeast Asian countries. Kabaddi, all these traditional sports. Like they have so stupid games and sports like they recognize, but they don't, because they want to get as many medals as possible, because the games that they play that are in
my favorite
Olympics,
games at Olympic is striptease, the stripping. That's my favorite game at Olympics.
Maybe you should take part in it.
I will try to.
But one thing, another thing, I heard there's some issues with the teams. Some teams are get robbed, and they complaining about the quality of the living quarters and the quality of the reception, how they was the living condition. Some teams I didn't saw everyone, but I saw a bit of snippets in X
Australian
and
woman, Australian girl that was participating, she got raped.
Bash, let him finish, man.
Oh my god.
He haven't finished his point. Nicola, sorry, continue.
It's okay. I'm used to him for now. Yeah. So I don't know if it's rampant or it's some teams. I don't know about the others. What you heard, guys? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I heard the game between Argentina and Morocco in football. It was like a crazy game. Like they finished and it was VAR, and they thought it was finished, and they come back and then they lost the game against Morocco. There was invasion of the stage, and they lost. But the Argentinians, take it with a pinch of salt when they told that $50,000 got stolen from their locker room. I mean, guys. Let's take it with a pinch of salt, but they lost. Maybe a bit salty, because they lost. But they're nice guys. But it's
But
lately France and Argentina, we have a little bit of history, especially in football.
No, but I saw one team. I don't know, a cyclist team. I think they got their vehicle got robbed and they mugged. Yeah. I saw the video. They were filming it. Everything was stolen, and I think there's some homeless who took it, and it was in the side. It was messed up.
Everything gets
the beds were made of cardboard. I don't know if it's systematic but That's why it
It
was fun.
Well,
Oh
here's
my
my
God.
thought on that. I think that I did read those reports as well of people getting robbed and stuff. But keep in mind, you've got thousands of people descending on this city. You're going to see an uptick in crime, and the athletes won't be any different. So, like you can't tell me for 1 second that people in Rio back in 2016 didn't get robbed, because I know that's not true,
Oh,
right?
100%.
I got
Right,
robbed.
so
100%.
I think it's just as social media evolves the way it has, you're just hearing more about this stuff.
Yeah,
But you know, I wouldn't think too much into it.
But
Like,
they
it's
closed
too
all
much
the
crime.
area
They
and
got a girl got raped. Their stuff got stolen.
Oh yeah,
It's not
no,
just it's not a
no
single
doubt.
incident.
Yeah, no doubt bad stuff happens when you bring that many people together. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying that it's probably being reported on more now than it was in previous events.
True.
yeah, but some things are like not acceptable. If you invite athletes, at least you provide some good quality of basic. I mean, you don't give them some shitty beds, and even for their performance, you cannot do that. I know about the beds because I saw the videos. I saw the videos how they were shitty, how the quality was very shitty. But at least basic things. I don't say it's 5-star hotels, but at least basic things for a human being to perform.
The thing
Yeah,
is, if Olympics was happening in India and a girl got raped, it will be a huge story and people will be talking about it.
Oh,
But
girls
since
rap
it
in India
happened
every
in
day.
France,
Oh
of
my
course,
God.
it's a crime.
man.
It happens every day. That is the reality. That is the reality. People are
Bro,
discriminated.
in India, there are girls who getting bang raped,
Come
in
on.
buses.
So
Come on, man. What the
where do
hell are
you
you
live?
talking
Where do
about?
you live? Come on, let's talk about
Splash,
it. Where
Splash,
do you
don't go
live?
down that route. Really.
Oh my God.
Most of the
Let's
the
talk
Guys,
thing
are
is
you really gonna
no,
start
wait,
again?
wait,
Indian
wait.
girls are getting. Bro,
I'm
India is
saying
a big
no,
country. There
Splash.
are 1.4.
I saw so much of those news from India. It's so
Of
common to the
course
point
you
where people
did.
don't even
It's
want to
one.
report
No,
on
no,
it.
no. Of course you did, because
That's the
there are
main thing.
1.4 billion people in India.
Correct.
We should
Exactly.
be
So
looking at the data per capita,
no.
not
That's
at
exactly
the
what Nunya
news
just said.
that you see. Of course,
That's
you will see
exactly what
more
Nunya just
news.
said. No. That's exactly what Nunya just said. When you have a lot of people, you have more chance of crime. So this is there's no point of going down this route. It's a pointless conversation. I
It's
want to talk
not.
about more important things like the medals. No, not the medal, the sports. Like just now, you made a good point about the cricket. For me, I always wonder, why is gymnastics so important in the Olympics? Like, why is the track and field so
It's one
important?
of the
Do not mess with gymnastics.
one of the core sports.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But I
it's a
like to
mix.
watch. But the thing is, I don't understand why certain sports are so given so much weightage. The number of medals, right, in those sports, right, will literally just push your country to the top of
It's
the medal.
because Olympics is a corrupt organization that is controlled by Western countries, and they want to win as many medals as possible. That's why they pick
Invade the
and
West.
choose.
There's no problem.
Huh?
Invade the West.
Yeah,
Nika.
Don't forget there is some sports where the foundation, even in the historically in the Greek days, they were the base of the sports. Yeah, you will find the
It doesn't
wrestling,
matter.
boxing.
Olympics
Oh
is
my
losing
God,
its significance.
Come on,
People
Splash.
finish.
Hold on, Splash.
Dude. No,
It
you
doesn't matter.
don't become the first person I mute. I censor. So don't become that. Let people finish.
So the
I'm
basic
letting them
sports,
finish.
the basic sports that they started with the Olympics, even in 2000 or 2500 years ago, it was like boxing, it was wrestling, I think gymnastics, racing. Those were the core sports. So it's natural to have them as the basic. And those sports, any country can excel them in them. So you don't need any equipment to be good in running. A lot of African runners are the best. You don't need any equipment to be a good boxer, a good, So it's the other sports that, for example, the other sports that require equipment are the ones for elite, but the base sports are for everyone to be excellent.
Upgrade.
Yeah, I agree. There's many sports which nations are good at, you know, like what Nika said, right? There's running, there's
Corruption.
a lot of African nations which are very good, right? And we don't say it's screwed just for the African nations to win medals, you know. And there's other sports in like ping pong or badminton. Like Malaysia is very good at badminton. I mean, that doesn't mean that Europeans can compete. Then it's about competition. It's about the best who wins, and that's always been the case. That's why there is this competition, right? It's everybody comes together and compete in certain sports, and then they win or they lose, and that's how it is. Sometimes there are nations who are just good, like in Winter Olympics. All the medals go to the Swedish, to the Finnish, to the Danish, you know, to the Scandinavian countries, to the countries which have the mountains and stuff like that. And I remember one Jamaican bob team who was very good once, and it was going viral. I found it very funny because they don't have anything, you know, and they built like their own thing, and that was a cool thing. A movie came out
about him.
Yeah, movie. Yeah, exactly.
It was
I think
amazing.
that's amazing when you have countries who actually don't have anything to do with the sports and just get amazing at it, and they show to the world we can still do it even if we don't have the infrastructure or we are not traditionally going in this direction in the sports. Maybe can we talk about Ukraine, about Syrskyi, or we want to
FCS want to say something, right? FCS, the fingers
of course. Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah, but no, just to comment on the winter with the Jamaican bobsled team. I think a few years ago, the Olympics also here in the States, a Senegalese was in there for skiing. I don't know what does Senegal have to do with skiing, but it was a very funny thing, and I actually had a picture of it for a long time. It was very funny. But anyway, but yeah, to Wyatt's question, I think gymnastics. The reason why gymnastics have so many gold concentration because I think it's one of the most complex and one of the most difficult part of this Olympics, and because it's one of the most dangerous part also. Boxing and all these other things, you're on your 2 feet, but this is you swinging from post to pole. I think it's one of the most complicated, one of the complex. At least this is what somebody told me many years ago during the Olympic. Anyway, so yeah, I said the reason why that department have so many concentration because of the level of difficulty and the risks that comes with it, and I think I can agree with that.
I agree because if in the military we only learn to do pull up. Nobody tell us to pull up and go up and go one round, you know? And then we already struggle with pulling up, you know. And then I see the gymnasts like they just go round and hop and flip, and I was like, what the fuck? So that I agree. I know part of the heritage is war. It's war related physics, you know, like throwing the spears and throwing big stones and whatnot. So
you're right.
Those are the heritage. My only problem with the Olympics today is the lack of like evolution. Like it's too slow. Like they should include more type of sports from all around the world. Like make it more but it's still too narrow. Still, they should include more type of sports, and give some of the the global south some chance to win some medals, man. Like.
They did, Wyatt. They actually did put new sports, skateboards, like the skating, the ramps. So they are delayed now because of the weather.
Of course, they will.
Just before finishing the Olympics, can I say my 2 cents about the Olympics?
Yeah, your connection is a bit bad though. Just to let you know.
Yeah, I am now in. I didn't follow nothing, you know. I am here on holiday in Saint-Tropez in France, and I followed the opening ceremony yesterday. It was good at certain parts. I'm going to say Gojira. Fuck yeah! I saw them live a few times. The Minions, amazing. Celine Dion, my girl. After 4 years not singing, that poor girl, but she did it very good. Lady Gaga was a big joke. Snoop Dogg was fucking funny. I'm going to say about France something. I'm here in Saint-Tropez. You're going to say, okay, there's the Bay of Saint-Tropez, French Riviera, so not the Saint-Tropez itself. The internet connection is fucked. The upgrade, your country is fucking stupid. There's like little evil internet connection you have here. I need to restart my cell phone or my internet 50 times in a day.
You in Saint-Tropez, go outside, take some sun, go to the beaches, watch the girls.
I do that.
He's Swiss. He's Switzerland. You should score Shadowy.
He's French
But
living
Shadowy
in
got
Swiss, no?
I'm half French, half Swiss, so it's
Yeah. So it makes sense. He's half French.
no,
So
you can run away when he's
Shadow
no,
is not
he's
his, like,
critical. So,
amazing.
no,
No, I saw. No, it's like the Olympics. It was cool to see. You know, we had but like you say, for sports, the skating is there. Belgium already has 2 medals. We're fucking happy. And cyclists, we are fucking good in cyclists, so we are good. You know, but the weeks before.
Hey, are we ever going to get around to Ukraine and the elimination of the elite 47th mechanized?
yeah, I would like to go there after.
But I didn't hear nothing. I have fucking connection wrong.
Neither did they. They're all dead.
Oh, again.
Yeah.
No way. When did that happen?
Yeah, I think we can go to Ukraine.
We can go to Ukraine.
Because I
Hey,
think
but first, let me make a comment. I haven't spoken in a while. I just wanted to say that maybe we could make a game like in which we bash each other's country. Like we take turns, we target one guy.
Well, can we pick somebody else besides America today?
No. I'm not talking about. But it's just for a plan.
I volunteer. I volunteer.
Look. By how triggered the target gets, we can see which is the worst country.
that reminds me of a super chat I forgot to put up. Sorry. But I cannot read this out because this might, if I read it out, it might be against my country's law. So I will not say that. Yeah, but yeah, no. So don't be evil. No, don't go there. We will go into one black hole that we can never get out of. So
No, it was just that comment, but it's for the future. Don't pay attention right now.
Yeah, we can go to Ukraine. But the Ukraine currently the situation is looking like worse and worse because if you look at the mass media, like they are starting to admit more and more, even pro-Ukrainian or major pro-Ukrainian accounts are like having infighting because some of these super cope accounts are like talking too much rubbish and then it's like they're starting to have infight. And also the lines are starting to crack really badly, especially at the ADFK front. New York front is already getting a bit bad, but the ADFK front is getting bad to the point where it's almost time for me to rename it as Pokrovsk front. Like almost because they're going so far. They're going so fast. They're going down the railway. They're heading towards Pokrovsk. I was like, I'm surprised at how fast they're moving. So if they continue to keep up at this pace, Pokrovsk might actually fall within a few months. Like this, not inconceivable. Upgrade.
Yeah, I talked about last time about the DFK front, which we don't talk so much about it. Not you, but I mean overall, everybody's focused on the north and on New York and stuff like that. But if you see the progress after DFK's fall, it's very impressive. I mean, they're pushing and pushing and pushing, and there are Ukrainians. They can't stop them. They try. I don't even know if they try, because I think they know they will get eliminated if they stay in the couple of small villages which are between them and the Russians. And what I also thought was very interesting, the interview with Syrskyi, which admits a lot in his interview. You can see that the propaganda is start to fade away and the reality starts to kick in, even with the mass media, like you said. And it starts to get really obvious that the Russians are really, really on the brink of maybe getting through somewhere, and then it could be catastrophic for the Ukrainians. I mean, I see also in Kupiansk they're pushing in New York, they're pushing everywhere, and the Ukrainians don't have any solutions to stop them. The only one who they stop the Russians is in the north, because they push their elite troops there. But the Russians just pound them with 3,000 FAB bombs and stuff like that. So it's pretty bad. I mean, I don't see really much how they can stop them, like I said, without NATO intervention. I don't know who was first, Vaughn or Nika.
Nika was.
Okay, then Nika go.
Okay. I have two things to say. First of all, the attack in the north was a masterpiece. They lured all the good quality soldiers, and a big number of them, and they pummeled them, and they stopped when it suited them, because they could, let's be honest, they could have gone much more deeper in the north, but I think it was like a mix of strategic and situational when they stopped, because it was the perfect. It's not too deep. It's close to your support, your house and stuff. So it was a perfect cauldron to funnel all the high quality troops. And after that, you see how they advance in all the other fronts. That's one. The second thing, I have a question for everyone. But what do you guys think about? I think it's Sersky or someone else said the Russian will get out of steam. They cannot advance until the end of the year. They cannot like advance at that rate for 1 or 2 months. So what do you guys think about that?
Well, I mean, I don't think the Russians are going to have any problem going anywhere unless they lose a bunch of guys on contract or something that rotate out. But it kind of seems like they already got a couple 100,000 guys sitting around to replace anybody that rotate anyway. So that's not going to be an issue. I mean, realistically, what's going to keep happening is there's going to be less and less Ukrainians around to stop these little probes and breakthroughs. And all the good units are up in Kharkov. They're down in Bakhmut, Chavez Yar, and other places like that. And that's where the elite troops are. And those guys are getting pinned down and pounded. I mean, and in the middle, you've got all kinds of other people, regular conscripts, territorials, whatever's left of those guys. I mean, every day there's less and less. I mean, people talk about, they can drop ambushes and fall back into defenses. It's like, yeah, but every day there's less and less guys to fall back, less and less guys to mine, less and less guys to ambush. And eventually, like I said, I feel at some point the Russians will probably be able to move fairly freely through a lot of areas because there just won't be anybody left or any resistance that's worth a damn. And the center between, around Avdiivka and Donetsk and all that, that's the prime location, I think. That's the prime, especially if you figure the winter comes, by the end of October? I mean, like I said, let's see where we're at October 31st. I think people are going to be pretty impressed with the amount of territory the Russians are sitting on. And it's not going to be all fighting. It's going to be by default. It's just going to be picking it up.
I want to cut in first. So, just like I told you guys so, right? Kharkiv offensive is a diversion. I said before the Kharkiv offensive even happened.
We heard you, Captain.
So
we heard you, Commander.
The other thing I want to comment is about talk about the lesser men fighting. I was talking to Upgrade in WhatsApp, we chit-chatting. So I was telling him, how do you understand the situation on the ground? Now Ukraine, it's like a football match, a soccer match. You have 11 versus 11. But that is when you have you're even maybe at the beginning of the war. But now you are seeing like the Ukrainians are like having only 6 men on the field against 11. So they are constantly losing, they're constantly conceding goals. So they are losing villages, losing ground, but it's slowly. So it's like as if 5 players got red card. So, but the thing is, does it start to get a rout? So you can imagine as a football match, once you get another 3 more red cards, you only have 3 versus 11. You're gonna concede a goal every.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that area is just the prime area for the rout, just because that's where the shittiest troops are, and the less. I mean, you might be able to hold out around Kharkov and stuff with all those forests, and around Kupiansk, and maybe even Seversk, but I think everything. Probably south, if you went straight west south of Bakhmut's probably going to be pretty much gone by then, because I just don't see what they can throw in there anymore to stop them, unless they just want to suicide people in. Because I mean, if you're the Russians right now, any resistance, you just fab it. You don't. Why even send one tank up, except one guy to lays the target and then kill it? Why waste?
That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah,
I think that's exactly what's happening right now.
And like what you were saying with Vochansk. Like you said in Vochansk, everyone's like, they're fighting no, they're probably sitting in those buildings just calling targets every time they see Ukrainians. And maybe once in a while they get hit with some mortars or shot, but I bet you they're not really taking a whole lot of casualties anymore there either.
Yeah,
because they're
just get the MGs, the snipers around. Just camp, and then just wait. If you see targets on the drones, just drop in the airstrike. Then I think that's what they're doing. So I just want to continue my analogy. So imagine soccer or football or rugby. You know, it's just like this. But however, in this sport, your people keep getting red cards, and your team getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So by the time you get to 3 person playing against 11, you're going to concede a goal every single minute. If you lose that one more person, you're going to left with 2. It's going to be a rout. 3 person is already pretty much a rout. By the time you're left with 2, then you can't even deal with whatever is coming to you at all. Like you're going to just score at will, and then the 2 will become 1 because the other one will just rage quit. They were like, fuck, I'm not going to play anymore. This is stupid. Then that's the end of the war. Essentially, that will be the end of the war. And we are now probably, my guesstimate now is that maybe Ukraine is at 6 players against 11. So that's my estimate because of the way how the war is now moving. It's no longer stalemate-ish. Like the Russians can push wherever they want to. So that's the feeling I get. Lambo?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I was first.
No.
That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. I had my finger also, so finger you.
That's okay. Go ahead, Lambo. I can wait.
If we just need to believe the propaganda, Russia is going to lose in 5 years' time more than 1 million soldiers. So are they not going to be able anymore to do shit and all that stuff? That's one to you answer to you, Mika. The figures that we are getting from the Ukrainian side is so fucking wrong. And we are seeing other images also. Okay, Russia is losing very hard at some point. I have a message today. I need to see it confirm. I saw footages that the Sukhoi 24 was being shot down, but we calculated actually how many times you're flying per year per plane. I think they're doing 155 sorties. So if Russia is going to lose a plane, okay, it's going to be because that plane is flying fucking a lot, The airfields that they use, like Olenia, for attacking Ukraine, they are, for the moment, they are doubling up in planes. So like the big bombers.
Houston, we have a problem. I think we lost him. Well, I was next, so I'm going to pick up. I've been observing this pattern. Something I say a lot about, like how masks are super honest. For example, if you see the headlines of the mainstream media, it seems like everything is going their way and fine. Well, sometimes they have a gloomy or a tragic article, but like that one of Sersky, it was like, I know how we can win the war, something like that. And that's the title, So they put that out so people read the title and it's gone. But in the article, the dude is actually explaining how they can never win the war and they're totally going to lose, and they're losing badly. That's what he says, literally. But the title says, we're going to win the war, and I know how, something like that. So, and you see that a lot. There's a bunch of how we're going to increment our production of shells. And then you read the article and it's like, you can't. They can't. It's just going to... And the same thing with the casualties. Ukraine doesn't want to talk about its casualties, but they need 500 men. They're talking about how they need 500 more men. So, and that was just to keep up with the losses. So they're pretty explicit actually if you listen to them. And yeah, it's interesting to see. I hadn't realized at first when the Kharkiv front started, I hadn't realized how big was the area they had taken. They took a huge chunk, massive, compared to, they took everything they took in Avdiivka, but in what, a week? In the Kharkiv front? Or something like that. I don't know how much square meters it is, but it's pretty massive. So yeah, sure, the Ukrainians got terrified that they were going straight for Kiev or for Kharkov, and they threw all their best troops there. But it's interesting, it would be interesting to analyze how did the Russians do that? Because they took a massive chunk of land. And we've been hearing all the time that you can't do that because it's a war of attrition, and like what Wyatt always says, it's First World War style. It's not a First World War style. We're seeing maneuver, and the Kharkiv operation was massive. Like, it's bigger than the advance they've done in Avdiivka, right? I mean, maybe the defenses were shit, but still, like, compared to what has been happening throughout all the war. And so I think maybe they can do that wherever they want. Of course, not wherever, but in many places. And they're just not doing that because it's not expedient.
Yeah. So the thing is, it's not only, Ukraine who is losing men. Russia is also losing this, the same amount of men, even more. What Ukraine is doing, they are fighting guerrilla warfare.
Who said that?
Russia.
Who said that?
I said that. What?
No way. It had to be.
Ukraine is fighting a guerrilla warfare against Russia. And for 20 years, America tried to conquer Afghanistan, but they couldn't because they were fighting guerrilla warfare. And it is very, very strong. You see, they will get some territory back, but they will lose many men and they will lose the territory. It's happening for, like, we are seeing it for 2 years almost, right? The same thing. Russia gets some territory back, and then there comes the Ukraine, and they get it right back. The lines are basically the same that has been after Russia withdrawn. Like, it has changed, but like if you look in the long term, it hasn't changed significantly.
Dude,
Super interesting because
you read too much pro-Ukrainian nonsense.
I don't read, bro. That is the reality. Guerrilla warfare.
That is not the reality, dude. I'm the one reporting the war every single day.
Guerrilla warfare is a powerful thing. Russia is losing men. They were forced to kidnap.
No guerrilla
people.
warfare used tanks and airstrikes, dude.
Here's the thing.
Ukraine,
Russia was forced to
kidnap,
hire immigrants.
Realistically, objectively speaking, this is not a guerrilla war. And in any measures, this is not a guerrilla warfare.
It is modern guerrilla warfare.
Define the guerrilla warfare.
Like
what does
guerrilla warfare? They use
we've even discussed how difficult it would be to have a counterinsurgency in Ukraine due to the amount of Russians in the military and the whole ground situation.
We've discussed this before, yeah.
There may be independent acts of sabotage, but that's not a campaign. That's just luck.
Like, Wyatt,
it's the first time
we were discussing this like a couple of years ago. The same thing. Yeah, we will discuss it a couple of years after also.
Explain me, Spark, what do you mean with guerrilla warfare? Because I don't understand what you mean with that about Ukraine and Russia. It's not making sense at all, It's not the guerrilla warfare.
What is it that you don't understand? Tell me.
You know that if you tell the Ukrainians...
explain me what you
let
see
him
as
speak.
guerrilla warfare.
You don't understand guerrilla. You don't understand guerrilla warfare?
Explain me the situation, guerrilla warfare.
It's a strategic withdrawal, and you strike with fastly as possible, and you withdraw. You strike and withdraw over and over again. And Ukraine has been using modern technology like drones and stuff to strike and withdraw, and that is happening. And you see all these territory gains.
That is not the meaning of guerrilla warfare.
The war is too
very bad trap.
No, Sparks, I'm going to explain you.
United States tried for 20 years. They spent around $2 trillion to conquer Afghanistan, but they couldn't. And
two different wars, two different style of fighting.
The concepts are always the same. You can never that is the reality. Like, if
two different wars, two different
it is the same. Guerrilla and Russia will be exhausted, and they were forced to. That is the reality, bro.
Hey guys,
like we can talk this after 2 years. Like,
guys, I have an idea.
Sparks,
can I tell you my idea?
Yeah.
Upgrade is open. Yeah, it's upgrade turn.
Yeah, just real quick. I disagree, Sparsh. It's not the same.
Of course
It's
you
not
do.
the same war. Yeah,
Of course you
it's
do.
not the same. You can say
Of
this is
course,
the
it's
same,
not
but
the
it's
same.
not
It's a
the same.
modern guerrilla warfare. It's not. These guys are not just the guys
Can
with
you let him speak?
What explain you if
Can you
you
let
let
him
me
Ukraine is
speak?
explain?
far more equipped than the Taliban was.
So
That is
so
the
we will talk
reality,
on
and
each other like that. No one will hear.
that
Yeah,
is the
exactly.
reality.
So
Ukraine is far
Yeah,
more
it's
equipped
yeah. I will speak when you
than
speak. Then
Taliban.
it will be very
Taliban has
fun. No one will hear
AK-47.
anything.
That's it.
So let's continue like this.
Sparse, can I just explain you very fast what the war is
Oh,
now?
for
It's like
fuck's
the
sake.
closest
Bro,
thing,
you
like just
don't explain me anything. Ask
Wait,
me questions.
wait,
Like if you want to talk. Like I know what it
wait,
is. You know, like
wait.
we.
wait. Like just let me explain very fast. It's the closest thing we ever saw in a certain situation like World War. You take the example of World War One. You have a trench war. That's actually basically the same system the Russians tactics are using. They're using trench warfare to just not advance too fast. If they don't need to advance, they're just going to advance when they see the opportunity to advance. And they can go back to the trenches where they see when they are advancing is not working. They're just going back to to the previous front line. It's exactly the same way like World War One. It had nothing to do with the guerrilla warfare or blitzkrieg or whatsoever. Blitzkrieg is like the Germans did, like we're going as fast as possible and we're taking everything at our path. Russia is not doing that tactic. They're doing actually the tactic of World War One, trench warfare.
Russia has
Very
failed
much
many
more
times.
modern way.
Russia has failed many times. If they would have, if they, you know, if the only way they could have succeeded, if it would have been a blitz invasion, and that would be it. But now
That's what
since it
pro-Ukrainian channel
has
saying to
become,
you.
like, I'm not
Splash,
saying
splash.
that is.
How
I'm
do you
just.
get?
I just
No,
want to.
splash, splash.
But let me finish, okay? Like this.
No,
I
no,
just
no,
want to
no, no,
welcome
no, no,
John
because
Van
you don't let
Day
people
to this
finish.
open mic.
Sorry.
No, I want to say, doing a blitz is how you get guerrilla warfare to succeed. If the Russians just blitz through a lot of land, and then they have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers and troops and loyalists
No,
all
you
in
blitz,
your rear
you kill the
positions.
leadership.
Listen, wait,
You kill the
stop.
leadership.
No, I will mute you. No, you don't want me to mute you, right? So then if you blitz through and you have Ukrainian troops in your rear positions, that's how you get guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare is not about hit and run. Hit and run is not guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla
and run
warfare is resistance forces fighting in their rear positions, ambushing logistics, ambushing troops. That's guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare is not hit and run. Hit and run is just hit and run. That's
Guerrilla,
basically
there
all
are
wars.
many parts.
All wars
There
are
are
fought in
many
hit and
parts
runs.
to the guerrilla warfare.
There's
You know,
there's
what
no
you're
many parts. That's one part. That's
what
how
you're
guerrilla warfare
describing
works.
is the part of it, but
No.
hit and run is the
You
part
don't
of
change
guerrilla
the
warfare.
rules of law.
No,
You
that
don't change.
I
You
don't
don't change the
anything.
definition
That
of
is
the war.
reality.
How war is fought.
That is
No.
strategically attacking particular section
No.
or area.
That's not
That
what
is the part
That's not what it
of
means.
guerrilla warfare.
Okay, we
And that is
really
that's
don't
not
need to
what it
get
means.
hung up on the tactic. We obviously don't agree on guerrilla warfare, so let's go on to the war that's actually going on. It's not the big
Hey,
thing.
can I say something? Can I say something?
We have enough people We have enough people who are in the military before here. Like
Gaza is more
Upgrade has
guerrilla
been in the
warfare than
military.
Ukraine
It doesn't
is.
matter.
Vaughn has been in the
Gaza is
military.
more
I have
guerrilla
been in the
warfare than
military.
Ukraine, and I'm not a military
It doesn't-
guy. What's happening in Gaza is more of a guerrilla warfare than what's happening in Ukraine.
Correct. Whatever happening in Gaza,
it is
that's
a
guerrilla
modern
warfare.
guerrilla warfare. It is a modern
There's no
guerrilla
such thing
warfare.
as modern guerrilla war.
It is now. It is because the thing is
No,
always.
it's the same thing. It's either an
now it
asshole
is.
or not an asshole. There is no modern asshole or
Now
ancient
it is.
assholes. They are all assholes. So,
No. The thing is,
So,
whenever in history, right, the wars were always fought with AK-47 and very limited thing. You know, the
every
Afghanistan.
single war is different.
Exactly.
Afghan
Hey,
war, the one you talk about,
exactly.
Soviet Afghan war.
Of course.
The
Yeah, it is
Mujahideen
different.
were
That's
fighting
my
in the
point.
rear positions because Russia or Soviet Union during those days have already controlled the entire of Afghanistan. The Mujahideen are fighting inside the rear positions. That's why the Russians have trouble controlling because they do not know who are the enemies. When you do not know who is the other enemies, that's guerrilla warfare.
That's
the same thing is
guerrilla
happening in
warfare.
Gaza because they do not know who the civilians, who is the Hamas, who is not Hamas. They're all wearing civilian clothes. That's guerrilla warfare. In Ukraine, if you tell the Ukrainian soldier or any pro-Ukrainian guys on Twitter, you can tell them the Ukrainians are fighting guerrilla war right now. I tell you, they will feel insulted. 100% they'll feel insulted because they are a regular army. They are not a guerrilla army. They are a real proper army with air force, fighter jets, with tanks and armored vehicles. They fucking drive. Which guerrilla war? Which guerrilla force actually have main battle tanks? No, there isn't any.
There are many things that comes into guerrilla warfare. Hit and run is the part of it.
You can have
what you're talking about is like from behind enemy lines. Obviously, that is part of it. But strategically hitting a target and running away is also part of the guerrilla warfare.
That's not guerrilla warfare.
Okay, guys, let's just move on. Like we all have different definitions. Devon's point. Let's just focus on the war that's actually happening.
Hey, but can I say something real quick?
Yes, of course you can.
Look, clearly, Sparsh, you have no idea what you're talking about. So wait.
You are the smartest guy.
When you say we're missing,
you know what you're talking about. Wow.
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm so
let me
smart.
finish.
I know everything. I know what I'm talking
Let me
about.
finish. Let me finish.
Oh, let
okay.
me finish.
So I'm just going to say something and then I'm done.
I'm going to say something.
I'm going to say something and I'm done.
About the Spurs. I know everything.
Please.
I'm the
Why? Please mute this guy.
Wait a moment. Wait a moment and listen, and then you can answer. Okay. People have been listening to your nonsense constantly with a lot of patience. So at least have patience and let them finish their reasonable points so that then after you can spew your nonsense. Okay? But have patience and wait for them to finish, and then you can keep on saying your nonsense until it's someone else's turn. But just take your turn, okay? It's okay that you speak bullshit, but take your turn. Okay?
John, I want to interrupt you just before you talk ahead of time.
Please go ahead. That I was just going to say that, and then we can keep on discussing the war. So, please, Wyatt, you're explaining about guerrilla warfare, a very coherent definition of guerrilla warfare. And whoever wants to enlighten with the next issue, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't stick to this point. It doesn't matter. It's useless. So just continue going on. Wyatt did a pretty good video about what Sirski said, and you can watch it. And with the casualties, with the number of tanks the Russian have, the aviation, and so on. So it's pretty detailed. I recommend it. It shows also that Ukraine is in a very bad situation, and comparing wars is never a good thing because each war is different. So each war has its unique facets, and when you see that the Russians clearly do called neutral attritional warfare, so they don't care about taking land. They take care about destroying the troops, killing the people. So you can see that it's effective because they now breaking through lines which they could never before. So the New York front is something which is an example, right? It's very well fortified, and nobody thought they would go through there, and they went through because they can have trenches, but if there's no man inside, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So the war will go on until all the Ukrainians which are in the way of the Russians are dead, and then they will take the land. And that's basically been perspective on the war since day one. They always said they will do attritional warfare, and it goes on and on and on until they're so exhausted that they can't fight back. And that's the point of the war. It's not the same like in Afghanistan. It's not the same like Second World War. It's not the same like in First World War. Every war is different. That's what I wanted to say. I don't know who was next. Nika, maybe we were next, or oh, okay.
I want to say something.
If I can contribute, I don't know. I'm the last on the panel. I haven't jumped the line. I hope so.
Crocky, spit it out.
Please go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me?
Good to see you.
All right. No, hi. Look, I'm just interesting. I'm a student of Russian literature and history and so forth. I've done it many years ago. And I'm actually interested in reading an article, which is a very interesting article by Arctis Journal, just came out. It's called Cultural Pseudomorphosis and the Tragedy of the Russian Soul. It's by Naif Albaid. It's very, very good. One gentleman is laughing in the top corner, but I'm sure he's familiar with that. Could I take? I'm not a military expert by any stretch of the imagination. I'm more of a sort of a social, cultural observer. But the point he's making about Russia, and we understand, Russia always had an identity crisis. There is the European Russia up to the Ural Mountains, and the west-facing Russia. Catherine the Great, Peter the Great has built St. Petersburg, and all the Russian opera, ballet, it's all French. So the west-facing Russia loves Europe, Western Europe. But in an interim period, unfortunately, let's call it 1789, the so-called the year of the French Revolution, where the Freemasons and the so-called neoliberal progressives have taken over, have demolished the stability of nobility of Europe. The hierarchical structure of society has been totally demolished, and thus the start of the European decadence, which we are experiencing now, based on its philosophy. I will not mention philosophers. I'm sure another time, another place. But getting back to the issue, a couple of points which I would like to make, is that Russia has always had an identity problem. In the so-called Soviet Union from 1917, there were 15 other countries. Tajikistan, various, Siberia and Middle East, etc., etc. I will not mention those. And these are right up to Vladivostok, I'm talking about. Kuril Islands, the occupation of Kuril Islands from Japan. They're on a doorstep of Japan. They can hop, skip, and a fart and pop onto Hokkaido. Do you boys and girls know that? And it is so very important to understand. It's got 6 time zones. If you ever traveled Trans-Siberian Railway from Vladivostok to St. Petersburg, mate, do it. Not now. Don't do it now. But I've done it. All right, many years ago. What I'm getting at in terms of Russian mentality and Russian psyche, they are the Orthodox. And now in Europe, there are Western Slavic Catholics. These are the Czechs, the Poles, the Slovaks, the Ukrainians, 44 million Ukrainians, the biggest Catholic, Eastern Catholic denomination. Not the biggest, but one of the big chunks, about 7 million are Catholic, not the Orthodox Catholic. In other words, they recognize the Pope, Rome, rather than Moscow, the Third Rome, or their patriarchs. So if you notice that Zelensky has banned the church, and he's banning the Russian Orthodox Church rather than the Eastern Catholic Orthodox Church. That's interesting to note. But main point which I would like to make, Russia realizes that it needs a buffer zone. And it has this land phobia. Russia is a land empire. It's not a maritime empire. They need a buffer zone. And they simply said to the West, when the collapse of the Soviet Union and Gorbachev and company, we have dissolving the Warsaw Pact, but yet Western Europe has increased its NATO, which its sole purpose was to fight communism, i.e. Russia, from 12 to about 30 as we speak. Hello? And there's no Soviet Union. How would you feel? Let's think outside the box as an average Russian, not an intellectual or a military person. Here we are whatever you want to call it, a democracy, dictatorship, whatever under Putin. But all of these so-called, we thought we lost as communists. Gorbachev gave up, said, the Berlin Wall. We're out of it. You do likewise. We want peace. And what does the American military complex do? They get out of Afghanistan. They leave $1.5 billion of hardware, helicopters, tanks, ammunitions, guns, you name it. I'm not a military person. They leave it there. Why? Because they're in business of selling. They're not in the business of storing, making all these ammos, and there's no fucking wars around the world. So they turned the thing on in Afghanistan after 20 years, and what do? They go to Ukraine. And what do they say? We will fight till every last Ukrainian. Hello? It's like getting someone else's dick going through a jungle and making a pathway. Grab your own dick. Pardon my French, but that's putting it bluntly. Yes, I hope everyone understood what I tried to say in simple man's language. Let's look at diplomacy. So America, as a dying empire, again, I think I will reiterate what I said before. I compare America to third century Rome around Diocletian. That's where it's at. And it's important when a dying dog or an animal is at its most dangerous. When it knows it's going to die, it's got nothing to lose. You can go for your eyes or for your jugular. And that's
Kamala will save America.
Yeah, can we get Kamala will save a pussy.
John, you need to bring it back to July 2024 now.
Sorry about that to all those Americans in there, but that's how I see. I'm in Australia. The third war which is coming up, forget about Gaza and all that, is Taiwan. And that's very close to my neck of the bloody woods. I don't know what's going to happen there. For crying out loud, I think I have to go to either New Zealand or South Pole. I don't know. These are the bloody options. Anyway, I said my rant, and I hope there's plenty of material to push back on my thesis.
Upgrade.
Hey, Jim. Jim, can I just say that thank you for such a very well put description of the situation. It was very enlightening.
General.
Thank you. Vaughn, did you want to say something?
No, the last thing I would just like to say. The last thing I would like is just one last thing. Just one last thing I forgot. Just one last thing I forgot.
John.
Just one last thing.
Ukraine.
Yes, Ukraine. Just one last thing. Why America, Russia will not go all the way to Kiev. It's not Kiev. It's Kiev. Kiev. Learn Kiev.
It's Kiev.
Kiev. Oh, let's emphasize it. Oh, it's bloody Kiev. No, you ain't. It's Kiev.
Nah, it's chicken Kiev.
Anyway, the reason Russia, one of the reasons, again, it's more military question, is if they do go there, they can run over and take over Ukraine tomorrow if they really want. I'm talking about Russia's got 140 million people. Ukraine's had 44 million. Now it's got about 24 million people. They're all in Western Europe, in London, and on Australia or America, all over the place. There's a lot of whores around them, Ukrainian whores. All right, so there you are. That's one benefit. The West has one. Okay, lurking on various platforms. But that's a byproduct of war. But getting back, just one last point. If they do run over Donbass area and go to Kharkiv and Odessa and so forth, and take the big chunk, the Black Sea area, they will always have insurgency because they are taking a lot of people. They know themselves. They've got to have another republic, a possible Dagestan or Tajikistan or Kazakhstan, and they don't want that at the front door of Moscow. That's in Europe. So that's one of the reasons they're holding back. But in terms of military, I mean, they're outnumbered 5-1. Ukraine has got snowflake's chance in hell of conventionally winning the war, and that's the bottom line. And that's the tragedy, human tragedy of white European Christians fighting a brother. And that is the tragedy. Now, you've got to ask the question, the Latin question, qui bono? Who benefits? And I think all road leads to Jerusalem. Mind boggles. Mind boggles. Money talks, bullshit walks. Jerusalem is the key. Via Washington. I won't go any further because we the channel will probably get banned. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, please. We're grateful for that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's going to be really interesting.
Now I'll shut up. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Praise
So
Allah.
let's come back to Ukraine. It was a nice history lesson. I think everybody can enrich himself with what he said. It's quite a lot of truths. And well, to come back to Ukraine, like the war actually, when we see the Zerskis, the media talking about the dire situation in Ukraine, and now Zelensky even is going or wants to talk with the Russians, right? So is it because he sees that maybe in a couple of months it will be so bad that actually he can't go back, right? That he's starting to agreeing to talk with the Russians, or what do you think, guys? Gabriel, go on.
Oh yeah, I think that he's like pretty much, because it's kind of like a change of narrative in the whole Western media. You know, they've been throwing some unflattering articles in the newspapers, and well, there's the whole Trump issue that is like very possibly incoming. So he's talking about negotiating. Like everyone's starting to talk about negotiating, and the funding is dropping, and the weapons are unavailable. So I think he's like actually just on autopilot, and he's like, oh, they're talking about this. So instead of saying we're gonna kick the Russians back, give me money and weapons, he's saying, oh, we need to negotiate, so give me money and weapons. So it's just that difference, you know, like he just
that
wants to
really
get
has
more
also
money
to do
and-
with Trump, that he's maybe going to be the next president, and that's why he sees that maybe he will not get the money that he will usually get from the US? What do you think?
He's changing. It's like there's a saying, I think it's Russian, but I'm not sure how the original is, but I'm paraphrasing, but it's like, if you can't tell the crowd what to do, tell them to do what they're doing. I'm not, it's not like that, but I'm like, it's kind of like the sense that I get from it. So if you can't tell them what to do, then tell them to do what they're doing. So you still sort of are so it's like an issue of relevance. So since everyone's talking about negotiations, so he has to talk about that too, so that they can give him more money and weapons. So he's just begging. It's just the new narrative for begging. That's what he's doing. But essentially, what I see that they're doing, and what they have to do, like how they're throwing their soldiers into cauldrons, you know, like ordering them not to retreat. Why would you want to lose units by telling them not to retreat? You need to hold the next line. You're going to lose the units, and then you're going to have to retreat just as well. So it makes no sense. The only sense it makes for me, like if I were doing that, is because I have strict orders to hold the line as much as possible until the elections. I can't allow the collapse to happen. So go die. It doesn't matter. I lose troops, I lose equipment. It doesn't matter, because my orders are strict, and it's hold the line to avoid the collapse before the elections. That's what I understand them.
Just to
Any
follow
other
up on
comments?
Gabriel, you hit the nail on the head. I was about to say the exact same thing. You know, Zelensky's in on the plan. Like, they've informed him that the jig is up. They just want to get to November. He's got his extraction plan for his friends and family. They've been told to hold the line, and they've also been told to set the table to at least begin setting the conditions for negotiations. So as Gabriel just said, you've already seen a lot of those articles starting to pop out in the media now. And yeah, I agree with them 100%. I think they've been told hold the line because they want to be in a better negotiating position, because they realize that this conflict is not long for this world. Like, you know, if we're still talking about this a year from now, I'd be shocked. I'd be absolutely shocked. Go ahead, Nika.
It's Vaughn actually before me.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Vaughn.
It's okay.
No, I was going to say, I think the reason the negotiations are coming up is because they know how bad it is on the ground. They really do. I mean, remember all the way back to Macron freaking out. And that's because it was really getting bad then. You can imagine how much worse it is now. And that's why they're talking about it, because they know they're on the verge of losing their ass, probably really bad in some places. So they're trying to do anything they can to slow the Russians down. And I think the Russians are good to the point where they're smelling blood in the water. Plus, they're on a timeline, too. They've got to wrap up as much as they can before the election, just in case there's a deal. And I really do think that, you know, despite what they say on the news, the guys in the Pentagon and in NATO, they know what the fuck's up. They know what's left on the ground and what's coming behind those guys. And they know what got killed last night. And they'll find out what got killed tomorrow. And that's the problem. I mean, I think they really know how bad it is. I mean, we know it's bad, and we can't see nothing compared to what they got. So I think that's why. I think they're fucking scared, because they know it's checkmate. I think about time. It's just a matter of when they stop. And I think they know that they can't stop the Russians, so they better figure out something quick. Which is dumb. Again, you had multiple off-ramps over the last several years, and now look where you're at. I mean, the Russians might not want to talk now. That's the problem.
Good, bro.
Yeah, I will just
Shocking
add,
amounts of anti-Semitism today.
Yeah, okay. So
Oy vey.
So I'm just adding to Vaughn and the others what I said. It's even the election is not even an issue now for the Russians, because the tempo, the conditions that are in the field, even if you have a pro-Ukrainian government in the US, they cannot like pop up more trained Ukrainian and more trained on equipments. So it's inevitable the downfall. The actual stupid thing is like holding it until the election. If I were Ukrainian, I did the election before that. And even for the Russians, even after the election, there will be negotiation. Nothing will guarantee that they will stop and wait to negotiate. I don't think they are stupid to do that. They will continue grinding, and they can stall. If I were Russian, I will stall the negotiation 1 or 2 years until I get more, even better conditions. Go to the Dnipro, why not? Then ask for more, because it's just stupidity. If I were the Ukrainian, I would ask for negotiation before, like even like 6 months before, when the counter offensive happened and nothing was resulted on it. If I were Ukrainian, I will try to start talks then. But I think it's inevitable. Whatever the results of the election, it will be like catastrophe or a big catastrophe. I don't think there is anything.
Absolutely agree. But I think.
Does Vaughn appreciate the first Gas tank army of Russia making a breakthrough south of Kupiansk? Pergazin would be proud to see the Red Army advances.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing good. Of course, it's impressive. I mean, the First Guard tank army's been hanging around in that area for a while, so I guess they're finally at bat. And look at when they come in, you got probably a full several divisions worth of equipment and men that's fresh, going against whatever's left at Kupiansk and whatever they can scrabble together to shove up there. So it's only a matter of time, like everybody else is saying. I mean, the clock's ticking on Ukraine, and you know,
I really just don't see how it can work a deal where Russia doesn't get everything it wants at this point.
What has complicated the situation is the geopolitics, is the question of Finland. As you can appreciate, the good old Finno-Russian war against Stalin, which is the only example in history where Stalin literally gave up. I mean, it wasn't defeated. Is 1,000 kilometers of border directly with Russia. Now, Finland wants to join the NATO, or has joined the NATO partially, and not only that, wants to go into European Union. Thinking what I said before, the phobia, rightly or wrongly, of Russians confronting face-on Western Europe, and the problem of that being that you can have a rocket, the two nuclear states in Europe is Great Britain and France, and it doesn't take long if you station ballistics from Finland or from Ukraine, what's left of Ukraine, to Moscow. It's like the Cuban crisis of 1962, where JFK said, the closest we ever came to a war, where Khrushchev got his nukes in Cuba. And, it's only a hop, skip, and a fart from Cuba to Washington. Thus, the deal with Turkey, etc., etc. I won't go into that. I don't know whether you're aware of the past history, but this is the complication. So I think we all have a consensus and agreement that 1/3 of Ukraine, as we know it, will be annexed by Russia. There's no two ways about it. The question is it going to be 25%, 30 or 35%, maybe even 40%? Then the second question comes, is Finland and remains of Ukraine. See, what Ukraine are fighting is KFC and McDonald's and Pepsi Cola. That's what we're fighting. They're fighting for decadence. And any normal European, like the Polish and the guy in Hungary, what's his name? He's saying, we don't want Western decadence. We don't want turd Donalds at every bloody corner, whether it's in Hungary or New York or LA or Sydney or anywhere, and all the same old shops. The global homer to take over. We are a genuine ethno state. Ethnos. Hungary for Hungarians. Poland for Polish. Look at I'm not being sexist or racist. I'm just looking at the French football team. Nobody wants to talk about the elephant in the room. They're all, from boys from Africa, and there's nothing wrong with that. They live, and they're probably second, third generation. But I would not call them ethnic dinky die, as they say, Aussies, or dinky die French, or that. So that is a dormant, very tricky, very sensitive questions which nobody wants to talk about, and you will get doxxed, and all sorts of nasties can happen to a person, and it's not. I'm talking. Don't go off track. And it's not conducive to one's career. What I'm getting at is now we all talking about Ukraine. I think we all can, as I said, Ukraine is gone, cannot win. They're suing for peace. The question is what type of peace, and that's going to be a difficult diplomatic question for Trump, exactly. Whoever wins.
So Kamala. I want to go on, because when I saw we talked about it not so long time ago about Orban going to Moscow, and then he went to China, to Beijing, and then after the Ukrainians went to Beijing too. So we were talking about that maybe there is a peace plan going around, and maybe they're talking to each other, with the mediator to try to get the conclusion of this thing. So what do you think about this, guys? Is this a possibility? Like Euro was talking about it, Euro, that it was possible that the Orban was going around and giving the peace plan around, because the Ukrainians just went to Beijing. What do you think, guys? I don't know. Nika, Gabriel was right. Yeah.
Can I go? Yeah. I think it's like pretty clear by what the Ukrainians have been saying, and also the mainstream Western media even the Indian media has been saying the same thing for a long time. And so it's
Now you
weird that
trust Indian
so much
media.
disinformation about that. But what I've seen is that they've been pretty clear on the situation, and they've been expressing, like, between the lines, what the rates of casualties have been and the disastrous situation. So it's pretty clear that Ukraine cannot put very much resistance. And like my observation is that one of the reasons why Russia isn't advancing faster is precisely to to make impossible to do guerrilla warfare, because they're clearing out very scrupulously every sector that they advance. Instead of advancing further, faster, they just stay there and wait for all the resistance that wants to come to them, and then in the meantime, clearing out very scrupulously every portion of the front that they get, and that's kind of what holds them back, is the rate in which they can clear a segment, and of course waiting for the Ukrainians to throw at them whatever they want to throw, whatever they can, and then they go on. But I wonder, well, Wyatt made a very good explanation in his, I think it was his latest video about the Pokrovsk direction. One of his latest videos, go watch them. They're really good. You'll get informed. But the network of logistics that is Pokrovsk is pretty central to the whole line of, right? To the whole Donbass, Kupiansk, and so maybe that's why they're so focused on that place, because it's really important. Or maybe it's the place where there's least resistance, but I doubt it, because it's one of the most fortified areas, and there have been very good brigades. And I was wondering, because Voz mentioned that earlier, like what happened to the 47th Brigade? Is there because I haven't been updated today about what's been happening, but he mentioned that the 47th and the 47th Brigade is an elite brigade. It's really good. It's right. It has been in the southern Donbass area, if I'm not mistaken, and it's done really hard resistance. I think the 41st Brigade was in Avdiivka at some point, if I'm not mistaken, but I think those got transferred to the north, to Kharkov. I might be wrong, but that's kind of like what I remember. And right now, I'm not sure what units are over there, but it's a pretty important front to be just left to mediocre units. Am I wrong? I don't think, like, maybe Kharkov scared them, and so it became more of a priority than Donbass, but Donbass isn't at all a secondary front. It's like the main axis of the conflict, and it's one of the most fortified areas. So yeah, you could probably like not have it so manned because it's very fortified, but still, if you're losing it, you have to throw guys in there to hold it, and they're advancing nonetheless. So I think that's more purpose driven than just like the casual rate of resistance. What do you guys think about it?
Well, first, what happened with the 47th? I read a brief headline, but I didn't delve into it. But it must have been something big. Can somebody explain it?
Oh, I cannot explain it, but let me just comment on something
Sure.
Gabriel was saying. Maybe the experienced guy can explain that. But yeah, to Gabriel's point, yeah, there's a saying back home: why chase the chickens if you can spread it, not the seed for them to come to you? So yeah, Russia doesn't have to advance to Kyiv. It can just wait where is that, and they're coming to them. And just the end result is defeat of Ukraine, and it's working right there where they are. So let them come. But yeah, to run your point, I'm not a military guy. I really can answer that question. Maybe Wyatt and others can go to that.
I just wanna answer Upgrade about negotiations. Yeah, I don't think the rhetoric is getting changed, but not that much. I think they need another slap in the face so they can change a bit the rhetoric. A big one, I think, a loss of the city or or something, or the failure of the F-16 propaganda stuff. I don't know, but I think there's need of a good slap, because at the rate now they can like hold the bullshit a bit more, but if the things get a bit longer and they get very attritional, and we see like Russians clearing dozens of kilometers a day, I think then we will see a shift in the rhetoric and a real interest in negotiation, because they are seeing them, then they will see themselves losing a lot, and they know they will have like, look, when the last time Russians get back a city intact, it's amazing, you know. We will see more and more of that. The soldier, we will see a lot of soldiers that don't want to fight, giving up. Sorry, I have a big noise.
Okay, so someone else can continue. Who want to continue?
Hey,
Yeah,
Vaughn,
sure,
what
I can
happened with the 47th?
Yeah, Vaughn, please.
From my understanding is they got surrounded. That was the one where they said that they made some like brave breakout and got away, but no one could prove it. And I haven't got a chance to watch it because I literally saw the post right before. But it looks like they actually might have gotten encircled and pretty much either wiped out or captured or killed. You know, killed.
They got away.
I don't know
So
what
the-
kind of equipment they had with them, but you know they were referred to as an elite battalion. Wyatt might know more.
So the latest information that I get, that which is published by Deep State UA, one of the battalion commanders, which means like super high ranking, it's like maybe second, just one tier down of the brigade, says that they have lost progress and Voschev, so they have confirmed that they have lost these positions. So which corroborates with our mapping and the reporting that's going on. So clearly they are not holding the lines. Like if they are intact, they have the fighting capability, they wouldn't be losing grounds. So clearly they are struggling right now. So, and I think I remember seeing something else somewhere talking about, I think, let me check my my Twitter. So yeah, okay, that's not no, it's not the 47. So there's another news that was posted by Intel's Schizo, a pro-Ukrainian account, saying that the 153rd Mechanized Brigade is no longer mechanized, but that is a totally different brigade. So yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing too, when they did that story about the 47th and their breakout, at the time they would have tried to break it out. I mean, you would have been in like rifle range and small arms fire. So, I mean, yeah, I guess some guys could have ran through there and maybe some made it and some didn't. But I really don't think that if whatever equipment they had must have got left behind, because, you know, they talked about this breakout. Nobody's ever seen it, but everybody knows they were there. Now it's quiet again, you know, other than they're saying that they didn't get out. So, I mean, you know, like some guys got out of Bakhmut, you know, 20 guys run out, 5 make it. So maybe that's what happened. And like Wyatt said, now they're scattered around, so there's really no resistance right now in that area.
Or Krinky only got one person made it out.
Yeah, the force that managed to evacuate. The single force. Poor guy.
Yeah, if they have at least 50% escape, they will show us the videos, but nothing was shown. I think they were eradicated or something like this, because it's weird. It's just stories. I don't know. Maybe
I don't even have a video of the breakout.
Someone in the chat just wrote, they confirmed 31 made it out safely, apparently, but I suspect was at least 240 men there. It had a few companies, or at least 200.
Yeah. So no idea.
Yeah.
So all these numbers are just like it's meaningless. That's why I always track the front line, because the numbers, like you can quote any numbers, nobody would knows. Because like even for my source on the ground, like, you know, the other guy Nikki, the day that he came on, like most of the battalions and brigades are undermanned. They don't have the full strength. No units in Ukraine is full strength. So on paper they look huge, but no, maybe a brigade might have only 100 people. Who knows? Like nobody knows. So that's why I don't get caught up with all these unit names. How elite, how famous or what, Azov, what. I don't really care, because when you're on the ground, you still die. If you get hit by a bullet, you die. If you get encircled, the width is only 400 meters. Effective range is 200 meters. Like between 1 to 200, you sure get a rifle shot. You sure can hit your target. I mean, fuck, the so-called untrained guy at 150 meter can hit Trump on the ear. So what talk about proper military guys? So the chances of them getting out, partly probably also because the Russians may allow them to go out. Like they maybe shoot them through, but they will not like forcefully encircle them. So because you don't want to corner your prey, you might hurt yourself. So there might be something happen, because they could have closed the gap. They didn't. So upgrade.
Yeah, and also the technological advancement nowadays with the drones. I mean, if you're like encircled like that, you can see everything, where they're going, where they're heading. Like you said, maybe they just didn't close it so they can see where these guys are running to, and they just kill them there, or they just, like they usually do, the Russians, they just have this small opening and they just wait until they go out because they're such in a bad shape, and they just kill over what's left, and then they go on, they move on, and that's what they usually do. So the Russians are pretty intelligent. They know how to fight. The Ukrainians too, they're strong fighters. They have a strong will, because to be in these trenches with all new advanced technology nowadays, where you can see millimeter where you are, and you have no chance to. Before in other wars, you didn't have like the camera above you, and seeing what you're doing and where you are, where you're heading, and which vehicle you use. So it's a pretty scary war nowadays. I mean, the wars in future will look like that. It's gonna be very hard for each military to attack and defend. Vaughn?
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick. There were stories. We talked about it. History legends talked about it. How the Russians monitor the Ukrainian positions and watch how many reserves they take out to send other places until, it might say there's a company there on paper, but it was an understrength company. And then, Kharkov happens, they strip out a platoon. Then something else happens, they strip out a platoon. And like they said, the Russians watched them. And then they basically waited until there was either nobody there or very little people, and then they hit those spots. And you can imagine that same thing is compounding more and more every day. And every time they move, somebody sees them, and either they just watch them and let them think they're safe, or they bomb them. I mean, it's got to be just horrific how bad it's getting. Like I said, I think that's the reason why they want to negotiate. They know how freaking bad it is. At least in some of those areas. Maybe it's not that bad around Kharkov, but there ain't no way in hell they ain't shitting their pants out there in front of Pokrovsk. There's no way.
fabs falling in Kharkov like rain. They're bombing it consistently.
Yeah, but you can see, I mean, that's different. They're sitting in buildings. Nobody knows who's getting killed and how many guys are actually buried and all that. I mean, it's a lot, but I mean, that's different. You can hold a building or a block, 6 or 7 or 100 guys can't hold a kilometer out in the open when you're vulnerable to all the artillery and everything else. I mean, I'm just saying that's just got to be the hottest spot to be right now if you want to move right there.
So one talk about the monitoring of the troops. So I just want to cut in quickly to share how military intelligence is exactly this. This is actually real intel. Real intel work is basically you monitor the enemy, you really track the number of troops, you can estimate where exactly they are. Those are real military intelligence. Whatever we see on Twitter, that is nonsense. That is not real intelligence. That is just, everybody is just cosplaying, including myself. I'm now here also cosplaying. The real intelligence, real military intelligence is super detailed, and is following and trying to track very boring stuff. So yeah, just want to I just thought it's interesting, because when you have this kind of information, that's why you can do good operations. So yeah, it's a bit different from how we look at Twitter.
It's boring, but it's also super exciting because it's like hunting.
Intelligent gatherings in movies. Sorry.
The work is boring. What I mean by boring is the work. To every day, imagine you are the drone operator or whatever, you just every day look at the stupid place and nothing's happening. It's super boring. It sounds exciting, but it's actually super boring. Lambo.
Yeah, but if you're talking about drones, it's fucking scary. They can see fucking everything. And that's why I like to compare First World War, the trench war. At the beginning of First World War, they just used hot air balloons with a basket, and a guy was inside that basket. These goggles looking everywhere to see the targets for where the artillery need to shoot. No, they just need to use a drone. So if the First World War was actually already scary, and I say to everybody, if you want to understand Ukraine, watch documentaries about these old wars, because you're going to learn a lot. And if you're watching like the Battle of Verdun, the battle here at Ypres in Belgium, how fucking scary it already was. You don't want to imagine how scary this one is now. You're not talking about artillery shells you hear coming. We are speaking about a little drone that suddenly appears over your trench, and then the moment you look at the drone and you saw it, it's already busy crashing on you. And at fucking high speeds. It's like, you're dead. So fast. I have tons of respect for both sides for their guts, their steel balls they have to sitting in these trenches every fucking hour for days long, being in risk to be attacked by a fucking little drone. Then you have the worst part, the fabs. If you just look how the Russians are accurate with their fabs, they can destroy a trench 200 meters long with 4 bombs. Everybody inside that trench is dead. You just don't survive that. It's fucking scary. That's why I'm saying, watch First World War. If you want to see a good documentary on how scary it can be in the forest, watch Band of Brothers. It's very. If you go to see, like here in Belgium, we had the Ardennes offensive. It's not only the bombs that are deadly. The splinters of the trees are killing the people. It's fucking nuts. It made thousands of soldiers mentally sick. Just imagine how crazy it is. And now we are speaking about modern warfare, with drones, with all the intel. They see you, they can see you, they can follow you like nothing. It's fucking scary. I hope that war is going to end very fast. I hope. I say it already for 1 year. It's going to end very fast. But it needs to stop, because we're not going to see only amputees. We're going to see a lot of mental sick people. A lot of them. Is going to be crazy. How long that war is going to continue, how worse is going to get with these people. It's fucking scary. And I'm never going to, I hope never to going to be in that situation of type of war. But it's the future, sadly. It's a fucking future, sadly.
The scary thing about the drone.
Nico was first.
Wait, Lambo, I want to cut in a bit. So the scary thing about the drone is that if the drone dives at you, that is actually the better part. If the drone don't dive at you, it just hangs there. You know what's gonna come next. It's gonna be an air strike or an artillery strike or a thermobaric strike.
It's still going to be dead.
If it comes at you, at least it's just a grenade size or mortar size bomb.
Yeah.
It still has a chance of survival.
The worst things are the Orland. The Orland's super far away. Those can see you and you can't see it. So that's when the fabs come.
Yeah, I know, but like the little drones is like the example I give you, because you have multiple different type of drones. You have these drones that are dropping grenades, you have the suicide drones, you have the surveillance drones for the fabs and for the other stuff. Even that little drone, you just have the time to see it is going to crash on you. It's the same in everything. The fact you're going to hear it like the last 2 seconds. The time you raise your head up, it's already too late. The best example is like the jet fighter, the A-10, it is very big go Gatling gun. The moment he's shooting, you're never going to hear it. The bullet is so fast, the moment you're going to hear the bullet, you're already dead. That plane was already fucking scary. These Gatling guns are shooting supersonic, faster than the sound. So that's the example. Nika first.
Yeah, just about that, the technical aspect is, I heard lately a lot of people talking about the communication, how the Russian improved the communication with the balloons. I don't know if everyone heard of that. It improved the reaction time, the connectivity. They said like the amount of intel and reactivity that have like generals now it's on the commander hands. It improved them a lot. It shortened a lot reaction time. So that's why when you see a drone, it's a couple minutes, and then you will get the bombs, the FAB, and the FAB is like devastating. Is one of the reasons we see a lot of movement like this. Plus 100%, the amount of illness, of the mental illness is like crazy. The amount that you see, for example, what's happening to the IDF, the amount of just the announced numbers of mentally ill in the IDF is crazy. I think it's tens of thousands now. It's the IDF saying that. So it's maybe 10 times the number. So imagine what's happening in Ukraine. So that's why I want to.
That's because they're all gay.
Yeah. That was so random.
Yeah, that was random.
Yeah. Well, that could be like tens of thousands. I'm not talking tens about of thousands, though. Like they've got a big army, so tens of thousands. That's all relative, right? Plus, like everything's a mental illness these days, so you got to look at that too.
That's my point exactly.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about inclination. I'm just talking about like the figure of speech.
Yeah.
Well, half of the West Americans are crazy, but virtue having guys in the army and in the navy, so they've got a head start. So the Chinese and the Russians are just fucking laughing at them. And the Australians, you know, the pride and the French, the Western Europe, all these the British army, or so-called army, God forbid. I mean, just it's a laughing stock.
Yeah, when I was in the army,
it's all donut punches. All right, donut punches. All right.
Yeah, when I was
if you want to divide Ukraine up for the rest of till the end of the year, just look at like Kupiansk up to Kharkov. That's your slow progress. Seversk down to Bakhmut's probably a medium progress, and then from Bakhmut down to Volodar, that's like a knife through butter. I mean, that's how I think it's going to break down. The South is going to. The only question out there now is what happens on the Zaporizhzhia line, because as you progress farther west towards Pokrovsk, there's a lot of the Zaporizhzhia line that's now got Russians behind them and in front of them. So, do they roll up parts of that too in this summer? But I'm just saying, I think Kharkov kind of holds out till the end of the year. Kupiansk is probably gone by the end of the year, and then Seversk.
Can I interject? I have to leave. Thank you very much. I have to go to Mass. It's a Sunday morning here in Australia, and it's a Latin Mass, traditional Catholic Latin Mass. I'm a pre-Vatican too. So thank you once again. If I come back and you're still on, I will join you. Thanks once
Jim,
again.
I have a message for you, Jim. I have a message for you.
Yes.
The message is Kamala Harris is going to save the West. Don't lose hope.
Definitely.
I have a message for you too, Jim.
She's my favorite. So is Trump.
Get off the
They're the same club. They're part of the same club, mate.
Hey Jim, since you're there, say a prayer for me because I'm
Oh,
a very
certainly
bad
will.
Christian.
You know why I go to Latin mass? Because Satan hates Latin.
I haven't.
That's what
I'll take whatever blessings I can get. Thank you,
No,
sir.
thank you. We'll
Hey,
catch up
Jim.
later.
A message for you.
Yes,
Peace
sir.
be with you.
Same. Thanks very much.
And yeah, like say hello to the future for me, because here it's still Saturday, so you're in the future.
Yeah, it's exactly 20 to 10 in the morning here in Sydney, Australia. There you are. So I've got 20
here
minutes
it's
to
7:40.
It's
So
so
yeah,
bizarre
peace be
to
with you.
it's so bizarre to go to church when the Jesus Christ is here. So I don't get the
I don't get it,
logic.
man. He's already here.
But mass is, you got to believe in the body and blood of Christ being present at mass.
Oh yes, please go eat my body
So
and blood.
It's a theological question. I want to discuss it.
Keep strong your congregation. Keep your congregation strong.
Transubstantiation, the change of body. Anyway, all right. All the best. See you later. See you later. Bye bye.
Bye, Jim. Bye, Jim. Hopefully he don't come on again next week and repeat the same thing for the 4th time. He came on 3 times and repeated the same thing 3 times. So I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, no. Then he is like, this is the 2nd time he said that I might have I may get your channel banned. It's like, fuck, if you know that, then don't talk about it, man. So it's okay. Upgrade.
Yeah. So I was in the Swiss military, and I was in a special unit, and we actually used drones for the first time like 7 years ago or 8 years ago. So I was like very curious how we will use it. And when we used it, we never thought that we could actually put some, bombs on it and just ram inside people, and kill people. So it's a pretty innovative thing. And what I can tell you about my Russian sources, which I have, the FPV drones, I have to disagree with you, are one of the biggest fear of the Russians, and many died at the beginning because they didn't know how to counter it, what to do about it. And I had many feedbacks on young dudes who or even older, like gentlemen who just died because of FPV drones, and not just like 10 or 20, because Russian connections, a lot of people, a lot of families, and it goes around. And when somebody has the call of 300 or 200, it's horrible. Like they still have this inside their blood. When you hear this 200, 300, it's horrible. And we need to stop this war, like Mr. Lambo said, because it's horrifying. It's horrifying, and both sides are heroes for me. Even if some people be mad at me what I said, they're heroes to be there. You need to have really, the guts must be amazing, because this, like you said, the FPV drones, there's the FABs, there's the TOS, and so on, and you're just sitting there, and you cannot go back, because if you go back, you will maybe go to Gulag, So that's why also we hear a lot of them just stay there, and then they hope that they can surrender. That's the best way out. I heard, like, now it's like you stay there and you just say, yeah, I will fight till the end, and then I will just surrender, to not get killed. So yeah, it's horrifying.
It's either they are very brave, or they have very no choice. They have like literally no choice. So it's not necessarily very brave.
I think they have no choice.
I just want to correct myself a bit, or rather, I'm talking about the drones today. It's a bit different. Like in the early days, there is no countermeasures against FPV drones, especially for the Russian side, because they have no FPV drones. The Ukrainians started it, so they taught the Russians that this works. So the Russians went to get it. So, but today's the Russian FPV drone is like the smaller evil. If you see the drone look at you and then they didn't drop anything, the next thing that comes is going to be much worse. But it will be painless. Don't worry, it will be painless. You will just disintegrate. So a bit different. I don't know who is next. Gabriel,
want to say something?
Oh yeah, please go ahead.
No, go.
I just wanted to say, yeah, exactly that.
It's so nice, right? Suddenly we are all so courteous. We let people. Please stop. Please stop.
No, please,
hell, man.
please.
I wonder what changed.
That's how it should be. But yeah, it's interesting to me because I see, like, in the footage, the bulk of the Ukrainian footage, taken by Ukrainians, is the FPV drone striking. But most of the footage I see from the Russians is these long distance drones, like the Orlans, and they're like tracking the units. And so there's this building, and then one goes, and then another one, and when there's like 10 or 12 or 15, then you see the boom from far away. And so that must be horrifying, like to know that you don't see any drone, but they're still looking at you. So what do? Like, so you move to one place and you spend a little while there, and then you move to another one. You have to like be constantly on the move because at any moment, at any time, they're looking at you, and something's gonna fall on your head, But yeah, that's a good part.
How they found all the HIMARS, right? That's how they found all the HIMARS. They just quietly follow all the way. Then they found all the HIMARS at M270s.
Okay, I have a little point concerning this Russian zooming out.
I'm just going. I'm saying hi to everyone and have a great discussion.
Right.
Sorry, FCG.
Bye,
just for Spash.
Bye-bye.
Fix your sewage system and clean your hands before screwing with food and talk to everyone. Bye. I'm just teasing him. Teasing him.
Got you, yeah. But yeah,
Bye.
I have one question. It's not even a question, it's more of a statement concerning the Russian strike videos. They had this video where they follow these people all the way there, right before the strike, they zoom out. That really annoys me. I'm like,
yeah, I know. It's very irritating. I think the main reason is because there was a huge time gap between that tracking and the strike. So they were falling closer. So after they confirm the target, the drone have to go further away to avoid detection. So when they're very far away, they definitely cannot see the drone. So then they wait for the missile strike or the airstrike to come. So I think that's the main reason. There is always this gap. I know it's very irritating. I also find it very irritating. It's like, stay there. No, so that I can see what the hell you shoot.
I can see the blow up. There's one video where you see the after the toss. Yeah, go ahead.
Because it takes time for the missile to fly, though. That's why they have.
Yeah, but if you plan to strike with the 50,000, it would be better that the drone is far away, otherwise the drone is going to be gone also.
No. They zoom in. They zoom in onto the target.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but
they zoom into the target. They're time for strike. They zoom out. Like, why are you zooming out?
I prefer to not see flying limbs. I prefer to not to see them.
I prefer to see flying bodies.
No,
it's we need to write letters to the Russian Ministry of Defense. You need better cinematography. There's some horrible filmmaking.
Yeah, the innovation part is also very interesting because we always said that the Russians are like orcs and they don't know how to. They're using human waves and stuff like that. But when they actually use the cages and now these turtle tanks and stuff like that, the innovation in it reminds me a little bit these Soviet movies, when they strap things together and they just do with what they have, and they use the most efficient way to destroy or kill things, and that's really something which should be analyzed maybe a little bit better. That will be maybe in the future, right, when the war is over. But the ingenuity from the Russian side is something which always fascinated me because they always find some way to counter something or to make it more destructive, and that's something. It's not funny because it's about death and stuff like that, but if you analyze it from a military perspective, it's something very interesting. So I have a lot of fingers. I don't know who was first.
Me. I want to say something first. So because just now Upgrade earlier talked about the drone, like the first time he saw the drone used in the Swiss Army was like 6-7 years ago. Like Singapore have it a bit earlier, but no, it's a different type of drones and whatnot. Like sometimes when I look at it, it was like, what this looks so damn stupid. But I think the problem is that when we are in the military or even when we are just observing it, we always think about fighting fair. You know what I mean? It's like, or think about fighting clean. We never thought about fighting so dirty where the point, like you just use the freaking drone and just become a grenade. It's like why would we not think about it? It's like we just thought about, like, Singapore have all these very innovative things, like there's this ball with a lot of cameras you roll, like crazy. I would just draw one grenade in. What the hell I roll the camera in for fucks, yeah. But then it's like we have all these small little tiny drones and all sort of different drones that attack. If you're the infantry up front, isn't it very distracting? You need to control all these drones and whatnot. End up this war just change everything. You don't need the assault infantry to control the drones. You have someone in the rear position to use it. It's like, why did I not think about that? But why did my military operate in that way? Like the assault troops, are you having all these cameras and everywhere, and then take these drones, and then they have to fly the drones? Like, if you play a Battlefield, the game, it's the same thing. You have the assault troop, then you have these drones. I saw the trailers, and it's like, it doesn't work in the real world in this way because it's so distracting. There's so many things happening. But in the end, the actual war is so much dirtier. They just fly the drone. Hey, enemy! You die already. So simple. Lambo.
Yeah, a few things about the turtle tanks. The first time I saw the first turtle tank, I was thinking, oh my god, Putin called the A-team. BA and Phase, they welded the thing on the tank to help them. You know what I mean? But the thing is about these drones that are actually wondering, like these drones already existing a few years. United States never put in their mind to use it in Afghanistan. So they could use the same tactic in Afghanistan to strike the Taliban with these drones, and so it was very. Ukrainians were actually the first that really use it in the way that we see it now, I think. It's crazy. And for Nunya, please don't tell people are using the Wi-Fi of Starbucks.
Yeah, don't worry. We can tell the CIA got you totally. Like your internet connection is shit, man. We try so hard to understand what.
For the moment, I have good connection.
It's like sometimes good, sometimes bad, sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Sometimes you go in all the way low, then you
come
back in.
Yeah, so I don't dare to adjust his volume. I scared we all go deaf if I adjust higher.
Yeah.
I just wanted to raise a point, just to Wyatt's point about
next.
Yeah, to Wyatt's point about fighting fair, as well as what Upgrade was talking about. The quote. The human wave tactics, and it just triggered me. Upgrade, you triggered me, because I hate that term. Like, anytime I hear the term, oh, they're using human wave tactics. Oh, what you mean, advancing on a position? No, that's just what you do in war, right? And they're either upset with the fact that they're losing, or they're just unaware that that's how you fight a war. Because we've just spent 30 years bombing people from afar, so we don't actually know how to do that anymore. I don't know how it is, but it just irked me, and I just wanted to get that out my chest. Who's next?
It's the same group of people or same type of people that thinks that having cameras and drones will stop illegal immigration along the southern border in United States. It's like, why you build the wall? The wall doesn't work. You must use technology. We can build cameras and have drones. That the people just still crawl, right?
Yeah, why not have drones and alligators? I mean,
that alligator.
Why can't we take the traditions of the old and blend them with the technology of today to build a better world?
Remote control alligators.
One thing for sure is alligator meat is very sweet. These are hungry people crossing the desert.
But then you have to modify the alligator, because the alligator crawl too slow. You have to put the quadcopter on it, so there'll be a flying alligator.
Imagination is wrong,
Hey, man, come on, man. The past 5 hours fry my brain, man. What the?
Are we closing, man?
If you all want to continue to talk, sure.
I thought Lambo was closing. That's why I was wondering.
I'll close, man. I gotta go.
All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead, FCS. You want? I'll go after you.
All right. Again, I'm the last one. Probably the last one to join today and the first one to leave. That's how you do it. Be last and leave first. Anyway, again, nice meeting you all again. And Spash, if you're still listening, this is how you go. Put your finger up, get called, make your point, and let everybody else talk. That way you're doing earlier is not going to work, man. Make things extra long for no reason. Sometimes I put my fingers up, I'll put it down because I forget what I'm trying to say. I'll wait for so long, I forget what I'm trying to say. So sometimes I put my fingers out, oh shit, I already forgot. I just let it go. Sometimes it's just good to let it go. I don't have to interject. I don't have to interrupt people because I don't want to forget what I have to say. I've been doing this for almost the past few months. I've been joining you guys here. Many times I forget on my point. I just let it go. Just wait until the next one. Anyway, with that said, a good day. And vote Kamala Harris.
Hell
no. No. Americans
all,
don't do that.
Don't vote Kamala Harris. Don't listen to FCS. He's insane, obviously. Anyway, it was a great show. Lots of good people. A couple people I wanted to hear from that I hadn't seen in a while, so that was kind of cool. Like Peter, even if he is hard-headed, some, you know. But with Ukraine and everything, obviously, I would keep watching around Avdiivka, Bakhmut, and Chavez-Yar, and all that whole southern area, because I think that's where you're going to see stuff. Maybe they'll surprise us this week with some new, push somewhere, or something like New York might give up. But, I figure you'll see more people talking about negotiations. I don't, the rest of the elections will be crazy this week. Who knows what will happen? I think, the Democratic convention's coming up, so that'll be interesting to talk about, depending on how crazy it is. Like, subscribe, and share. And seriously, if you want to know what the hell's going on in this war, or in general, you got to hit the sit reps. And if you don't have time because you're busy stacking cash or bodies, either one's good. Watch the frontline sit rep or the frontline changes. That's only like 8 minutes. It's still time to go rob a bank or go to work or whatever you got to do, But for God's sake, please check out the DPA situational reports. I mean, that's the only way you're going to know what's going on. And like I said, good to see everybody. Y'all have a great week. Like, subscribe, and share.
Thanks, Vaughn, and super chat.
Spatch began his shift at the local scam call center.
And yeah, I just want to know, like what Vaughn said is correct. It may be easy to watch the frontline changes report. It may be easy because it's shorter, but the real information is actually in the situation report. It's the frontline changes report is just frontline changes. Like of course, a lot of people just want the faster one, but situation report is where I really do the analysis. I really tell more, about the Kharkiv offensive being a diversion. It's actually in the situation report that I talk about it. I don't talk about it in the frontline changes report that much. So yeah, but I mean, everyone that watches Open Mic is the hardcore fans. So I'm talking to the wrong crowd. Upgrade.
Preaching to the choir.
Yeah, I wanted maybe just to talk real quick about what do you think, guys? Are the stormtroopers really necessary in the future, or are they going to be replaced by some robotic things? Because you said it's useless to have drones, right, to take care of the immigration issue in America because it will not stop anybody, right? You see them, oh, what are you going to do? It's flying there. It's useless, right?
Stormtroopers forever, baby.
They're going to be Mexicans.
But the stormtroopers, they're taking casualties because they need to take objectives, right? So instead of using the human body, you can use like maybe robots in the future. I saw some Russian stuff where they have like small little MGs on wheels and stuff like that. So how do you think it's going in the future? Maybe because now we have drones, so why not have mechanic things?
I can share my vision of future warfare. It's gonna be a little bit futuristic, a bit like some of these sci-fi world where you want to capture a position other than the bombardment, then you immediately will drop pods where they become like more turrets that will immediately guard the positions. Then you have some of the walkers. So all are drones, all are robots. They will walk around and try to clear up the position. and then to conquer the position, you will drop a bunker. Basically, the bunker basically get deployed there. So it'll be a harder metal structure that troops can stay inside, or can use as an operating base. So instead of you have to go and dig the trench and stay in the bunker, basically the bunker can be moved. So and it will be like protected against drones and general artillery. You have to destroy it with a high precision, high explosive bombs before you. So something like this.
It was like Space Marines or Warhammer.
Yeah. That's why I say it's a bit futuristic, high tech, but it's doable in our modern day. Of course, how to deploy that bunker is I'm not sure. But the thing is this is the problem that we saw in this war. The problem is that they can advance, but they cannot capture the position. They can't hold the position. I think that's the main problem right now. Like for Russians, even for the Ukrainians, like when they move forward, they can't stay there. Like the Russians, we keep seeing Russians capturing ground and then they retreat. Part of the reason also is because they can't stay there. So if you can deploy some kind of bunker system that can instant deploy over there and is protected against artillery and whatnot, I think it may change the warfare very greatly. That means forces can move really quickly and it's defended by turrets, robotic or automated turrets. And you have AI. AI can actually, in the future, AI will start to recognize enemy troops. It's going to be like crazy. Yeah, so I don't know. Future war, that is just to deal with the situation in this war, but surely more shit is going to happen, and then you start to have tiny drones that like homing bullets. Then that's another level of nightmare. So the next presidential election is not going to be by bullet. It's definitely going to be by drone. We have really clearly seen bullets don't work. It can only hit a year. It's going to be by drone.
It could be like that. Guy could decide to have a drone and grenade or something like that and attack them like that. If they didn't saw him on the roof, they're not going to spot the drone. Also, know what I mean?
Oh my god.
But before Upgrade was disclosing, just to upgrade his modern stuff, I saw today a cartoon, a guy coming out of a teleport machine, and he said, "I just killed Hitler," and the other guy responded to him, "Who?"
Oh my god.
You understand it?
Lambo. No.
So bad?
The French internet is killing you.
Oh,
it's a good thing that we didn't understand that, because it was a bad advice. Not good for the world to know. No, but the situation is getting really weird.
So I'm thinking about doing closing, since I feel like the conversation has largely run its course.
Yeah, I thought we were doing.
We haven't really officially started, so but I just thought that I think everybody's freaking exhausted by whatever shit that happened over the past 5 hours. I mean, I'm exhausted, man. Like my brains can't operate, man.
It was stressful.
So
yeah.
I mean, this is the first time I got pissed off on open mic, so I'm already controlling myself. And it's the first time I muted someone, like to stop that person from talking. So it's the first time.
Are you serious? Did that happen?
Yeah, it's the first time. 89 episodes. This is the first time I muted someone. To stop that person.
So I need to rewatch it.
Wow.
So
you were very.
You want to torture yourself?
you were very graceful, Commander. I didn't realize that you muted him, but I thought it was necessary at a certain point, because it was.
You realize at one point that he started to talk, but there's no sound come out. That's because I muted him, and somehow he can actually unmute himself, but he didn't unmute himself as well. So, and eventually I unmuted him, but though it's like
he was a grown man, but he came across as a petulant child. So whatever. He's just strange. People are strange, man.
Come on, I need to rewatch it.
We're just about to do closing.
I need to rewatch it.
Good to see you.
I really need to rewatch it. Was it so good?
Can you hear us? Grisha looked tired. Oh no. Are you around? Hi. Hi, Grisha.
So Snoop Dogg, I smoked some weed with him.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Hello.
He's still preparing.
Oh, good to see the kid. Hasn't been around for a while. Like I haven't seen him around for a while. Hey, yeah, it's crazy to be fighting against drones, but I wonder if at some point isn't it going to be just like more convenient to just EMP an area that you want to advance, and then all the drones become useless and all the automatization, and then you just go back to old school bullets.
But I think we don't
Or
have
maybe-
that kind of technology for tactical EMPing. I don't think we have that.
But I don't think it would be too difficult. But I do think
old school. Look at the Ukraine-Russia war. Isn't it World War I trench warfare with tens of shells being fired every day by artillery?
Yeah, but you have Air Force.
Basics. Oh,
Happened also
in
Air
World War
Force.
One. In World War One,
There were
guys would
planes.
drop grenades from the plane. They would drop the grenades from the plane and shoot with a pistol from the plane, like death from the sky. It was like just like the drones, but more noisy.
Ukraine is still doing that now. They are using the
Yeah,
they are
but they-
shooting from the plane, but at the drones. So war have not changed.
You see, told you for the war.
No, yes, but I think the future is probably gonna be very different than what we imagined. But it's funny that you said that, Wyatt, about the falling bunkers. I had thought about the same thing, like a missile, but instead of exploding, it just like stabs into the ground, and then it telescopically elevates to a higher position, and it's like a watching tower with some system of firing at.
I didn't think in that way. I only think it's just a bunker where you can deploy troops from there. You can actually hide your troops there. So at least your troops move forward, they have some place to hide. Because if not, if you are in just a standard bunker that your enemy used, oh my god, it's going to be so stinky. At least you can have toilet inside. No.
Yeah, well, what we've seen a lot is that the fallen armored vehicles become sort of a trench. Like they go with the armored vehicle, then they evacuate, it blows up, and then it doesn't have explosives in it anymore, so it's a better protection because it's not gonna cook up.
Yeah, so
And so
imagine
guys hide
doing
in-
the same thing. So you can imagine like ferrying the same thing, but proper bunker rather than just using a broken tank. Like I'm thinking around that sense, that kind of thing, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how feasible is that kind of sort of things, because if you want something to be really armored, you're going to be very heavy. So I'm not sure how you're going to like transport it across the battlefield.
Hey, can I throw out a crazy idea? I'm not sure if it's happening or not, but I think it might be super plausible. But like to do like a sort of air assault brigade, but that they throw themselves, they dive with the FABs. So while the FABs are falling beyond them, they go with this guiding kit, and then they drop off like with their parachute, and they fall into so it's instead of deploying them with a helicopter or an aircraft that would be like easy to bring down or dangerous to bring down, you just go silently with the gliding kit, and then you drop off like a parachute, and you fall in behind enemy lines. Like I wonder if anyone's doing that, because everyone will be taking cover because the FABs are flying and falling on a position. And so no one will see you coming, and you're silent. You don't have any motor. You just dive into the enemy lines.
We 100% do that in real-time strategy games. Like when we play computer games, that's how we drop. There is always a bombardment. Immediately the paratroopers will come in. But in real world, nobody dares to do that. No,
I would do that.
Scary.
I would sign up to do that. Definitely. Like I wanna be another bomb.
It's not difficult. You're already Jesus. You're already dead. So nothing can happen anymore.
No,
with you.
it's because I can respawn. I can respawn, so that's why I can do those things.
Upgrade.
Yeah, I think something also which would be interesting would be some camouflage from not heavy armor, but more camouflage. So you're not your body heat is not showing up, and you're like kind of invisible, to the drones or to the satellites, and you can make incursions, and you're more like lightweight, and fast, and can go around very quickly and make counter insurgencies. So that would be also something which could be more effective, for like smaller armies which don't have maybe so much money to spend on high-tech stuff, to be more flexible, more fast, more with the speed, right? That's what I think would be also something maybe in the future, instead of heavy armor being fast,
Long life.
We can go
Grisha.
very hard in our fantasies,
Well, yeah, but
But I think the other innovation could be the suit where they can fly, the jumpsuit. So if they manage to really make
Gundams.
I mean, Gundam is of course preferable, but if they haven't reached there, jumpsuit will be good. If they can figure out the jumpsuit properly where they can be easily used. So what Gabriel said would work. Like for example, the airstrike or the artillery strike the place, immediately the jumpsuit soldiers will just fly in immediately to secure the place, and then they hold a position to wait for the main armored force to come in and build the bunker system or whatnot. Then they can fly back. So I think that will work in a more practical sense. But of course, Gundams disagree.
Gundams.
Okay.
Gundam and Transformers.
But this war, right, really made me believe that walkers, those mech warrior type can work. This war really made me believe that. In the past, I cannot imagine that working because they are so slow, right? Compared to a tank, they are so slow. But this war really made me believe that mech warriors could work. Because even if a war becomes so high intensity, mech warrior actually works the best in this kind of like muddy, complicated terrains. Yeah. Sorry, Grisha, you come into the session where we just talk about rubbish.
No, bro, it seems like all the HOIFO experts are already in place, so I'm kind of unnecessary. Unfortunately.
Yeah, the serious talk is over. We are just like entertaining ourselves. What time is it for you now, Grisha?
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. I just wanted to say hello to you.
Oh, because you look very tired as well. So because just before you come in, we just about to do closing. So we're gonna like end the session as well. So I think we should do closing because I'm hungry.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah, let Grisha go first. Grisha, do you have any closing statements? Any message for your fans or people in the open mic?
I mean, the latest news are from Africa, if you have discussed them.
Not yet. Wagner? Is this the Wagner one that they got ambushed by the Malian rebels or something?
Yeah.
We can talk about it, we don't have to close. No, I'm just saying that because we run out of
no, I don't really want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's okay, but we haven't thought about that. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I think it's the Olympics fault. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt. You should do a closing. Sorry.
I don't know, guys. Never give up. Only give up if you're Ukrainian. To save your life. Yeah.
Call Volga.
Yeah.
Yo, hello, live.
Yeah, thanks, Grisha, man. I just want to ask one question. Grisha, is your Twitch, is it still working anymore? Like I think you were very big on Twitch last time, right?
I was banned for propaganda of terrorism, recruitment into terrorist organizations.
Oh, it's the Wagner one. I think it's the related to Wagner.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I have videos getting deleted because it was like promoting Wagner or talk about Wagner or using Wagner footages. So yeah, so I probably I think it's Wagner stuff.
Yeah, there is a new wave regarding that on YouTube, so I'd be careful using their stuff.
So is your YouTube? Are you going to go back to streaming again? Your Hoi 4 and
Bro,
all that?
I will not go back to streaming, but recently I did a stream with Burkina Faso attaché in Russia. So, have you seen it?
Not yet. So now you're going mostly political, less gaming.
Oh, I mean, I have always been about politics. It's just gaming somehow got incorporated into all of it, and it's what makes it interesting because no one has done stuff like this before. You know, people who play Paradox interactive games right now are going to be politicians in 20 years. So better be prepared for it. Or maybe they will be better politicians since they're going to be prepared than whoever the fuck is in the charge of the European Union.
Well, that's not a very high bar.
I know. Well, that's why Paradox interactive strategy game players will be better.
But let's hope so. Because if anyone who have played, even like Europa Universalis, you play a smaller country, you'll learn so much lesson about being a smaller country. There's a lot of things you shouldn't do. You get destroyed very quickly. So, yeah, I'm all for what you say. Totally true. I learned how lousy Singapore is. I installed the extended timeline mod for the Europa Universalis. Oh my god, playing Singapore is horrible.
Well, yeah, Singapore is only cool in the modern times.
The real life. Yeah. In the game, within 5 years, Malaysia will invade us, and Indonesia will and pincer us from the other side, and Singapore is gone. Like, I tried that so many times. There's almost no way to win. So,
is that the prediction of future?
That is if our neighboring country become really, they get their act together. Like in the game, there's no corruption stuff, there's no inefficiencies. But in the real world, there's a lot of corruption, a lot of inefficiencies, a lot of politics. So they can't just do whatever they want to do. But in the game, they declare war. Fuck, they don't really care.
So we need to do an accurate geopolitical simulator.
I think when I played, the China one is a little bit closer to reality because they have all the different factions. Then you have to balance. So because of the different factions, there's a lot of limitations. Like if you play as China, you cannot really conquer out to other territory. There's a lot of limitation in the game. But let's not talk about the game. I already stopped playing it for some time. I have no time to play games. They're mapping the war is busy enough.
Yeah, you're doing it almost IRL. Next Singaporean general, right?
No. You have to be a scholar to be a general in Singapore. Yeah, I'm not a scholar.
Maybe a hybrid.
I'm not even an
hybrid
officer.
warfare.
Yeah, I'm not even an officer. I'm just a first sergeant. That's my official rank.
That's the beginning.
Yeah, my military days is over. No, I have been. I was in the. So in case you do not know, I was in the military for 6 years. So I was a professional soldier for 6 years. So was
Jumbo, you mean Wagner or what? Why did you show Jumbo?
No. Joining Wagner, I will be a criminal in Singapore because we are not allowed to. It's against the law to join mercenary groups. So, but I was in the military for 6 years. I was in Intel. So, and then I left. I already left the force for more than 10 years. So I already left the military for more than 10 years. I'm no longer a reserve force. I'm no longer a operational ready soldier, which means that so in Singapore there is conscripts, and then we have the what we call national servicemen. So national servicemen are the one that will go to war, will go to fight the war, but in peacetime they go to work. They just live their normal life. But then when war comes to be activated, they go to war. I think similar situation in Israel, the same model. And then after 40 years old, you go into the reserves. So I'm currently in the reserves.
Why did you decide to leave?
because
I had to come back because Grish is here. What's up? I had to see you, man. I'm glad you're doing good.
Thanks. Why did you leave, Wyatt?
Yeah, because it's like all government organizations. There's there are a lot of politics, a lot of like the main thing about Singapore like government service is that you know when you're going to promote, you're going to know how much you're going to earn. You will know by what age, what rank you will retire. Your whole life is planned if you're in the civil service, usually, unless you do something very extraordinary, then you can actually speed up. So I don't like to see my future totally written. I don't want to have things so predictable.
That's why you favor private military companies.
Yeah.
Hey, Grisha, I have a question for you. How successful has the fundraising been with the artillery shells? Has that helped out a lot of guys with a lot of units?
It's approximately $45,000 around a year. Has helped a couple of groups, though. From what I gathered, the foreigners are much more likely to order something.
I'm on my thing. What's up?
Oh, okay,
Sorry.
Yeah, the foreigners love to get something in return, and that's why artillery shells are 1,000 times more successful than just fundraising for a thank you. So I just look at it as a business and as a businessman, and I care about effectiveness. I think that's why Wagner was so successful, because it was a private company. It needed to get its job done. It didn't have to care about keeping its position of power, bureaucracy, and all the stuff like that. But everything has a price. This effectiveness it cannot last long. We all saw how everything went down.
No, now I've gotten to the point where I always check to see the new pictures. No.
Yeah. Though I'd be very interested to see how many shells Ukrainians paint and how the statistics went down from the 24th of February to the current timeline, because I see pretty much nothing on the account of the largest distributor, signmyrocket.com, of those Ukrainian shells, who even have you can put stuff on jet fighters. I'd really love to see how well they are doing, because it's interesting, and you got to always learn from your enemies, respect them. That's what I do. Though I love everyone.
So you got any big plans in the future? Or are you waiting to see what happens, or what?
I'm just going with the flow. I don't know what's gonna be
you
tomorrow.
Just finished, high school, right? Big band.
I'm entering university. Yeah, I just finished high school.
How old are you now, Risha, again?
I turned 18 recently.
Still very young.
She has a mustache. She's 18.
I have no idea what I want to do when I was 18. I'm very conflicted when I was 18.
Well, so you got a pretty good setup going. That's a pretty nice little setup you got already.
I don't know what the kind of businesses I'm doing for my age can be very dangerous. So it's a very walking on a razor blade. Maybe it will work out, maybe not. But we live in a very interesting times. It's just you can die.
Yeah, but because the war will end one day. So as long as you plan beyond the war, because whatever you're doing now to help out with the troops that is now, because there's an extraordinary time for Russia. So no, in the future is in the future. Who knows? You might be the new boss for Wagner. Go ahead.
Ooh.
I just don't know how peaceful life will be. Like everything is so interesting every single day. Well, because of war. Well, not exactly that. I'm interested in people dying every single day, but everything is action packed. How will I don't remember peaceful life. Well, it's gonna be a new challenge.
I did see a unit that had, I think, funds raised for it. I guess, and they had gotten like, I don't know, 3 or 4 of those tracked robots. I mean, they had, I don't know, 20 drones. They had the jammer backpacks, and it was a video posted. They were saying thank you to somebody for raising money, but it's like, it's just impressive to see how much. Because I mean,
I don't have that connection. What the fuck? It's phone.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, it looks like top of the line stuff. I mean, it's DJI drones, like stacks of them, and brand new in the box, brand new backpacks with all the antennas. I mean, that's like, damn. Whatever the fuck the sanctions are, they all. I even saw a story. Real Reporter was doing on a guy. He imports American cars into Russia and makes a killing.
They only hunt for those who make big numbers.
Legal.
It's that easy. Regarding fundraising, I mean, we can see examples not only in the Russo-Ukrainian war, but Israel-Palestine. I think IDF recently banned fundraising for units. Wyatt, maybe you will correct. Fact check.
I don't follow I'm not sure. I don't follow the Israelis one that much because nobody cares about the war. It's like people just care. They say they care, but nobody cares. Like no. And when I do videos,
it's not mine war, but I think it's. I mean, since I am all about fundraising, it's always interesting how people from other regions do it because no army today is prepared for a war. So fundraising, volunteers are going to be an essential part. How will countries handle that? I feel like America with their private contractors might be best prepared for all of this stuff because business is in their blood. It seems they'll make a buck, but they'll get stuff delivered.
Yeah, just everything is a lot more expensive. That's all. Americans should have no problem.
Yeah. Future
you look sad.
Right.
Risha, are you sad? You look a bit sad.
I'm not sad. I'm just tired. Everyone needs I'm going to countryside tomorrow because you gotta take a break. And I recommend this to everyone here. If you guys have a chance to go to the countryside and take a break, turn off internet, refresh yourself, go for it. It can change your perspective on things. That's what I plan for myself, hopefully.
All right. Take care, Richard. So I'm going to continue with the closing to let everybody do their closing, put their closing statement. Gabriel, closing. Gabriel, you're muted.
Yeah, I'll be right. I'll be right there, but there's a lot of music, so I'm going to get some silence in half a second.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then, Nunya, closing.
Well, thanks, guys. It was another good round. Had a lot of fun, as usual. In the week ahead, I guess one of the big stories that's just being unrolled right now as we speak is this strike in the Golan Heights. And I think that has the potential to blowing up to something much bigger very quickly. So we'll have to keep an eye on that this week to see, what's what there, because, those two seems to be ready to go with one another. Other news with that said, the other big story this week obviously will be the Olympics. I couldn't care less, myself personally, you know. And, you know, we look at this every week and you see all these drone attacks in Ukraine, you know, and strikes, and you see, you know, all these families getting blown apart in Gaza and whatever. And then you talk about, you know, how expensive everything is at home and your paycheck isn't going as far as it is. Like, do I really care about who wins in the shot put? The answer is no. So, but with that said, if you are going to check out the Olympics, I highly recommend a couple basketball players. One is Victor Wembanyama. He's the center for France. This kid is absolutely amazing. He just won Rookie of the Year in the NBA. And I think he's got the potential to be maybe the best basketball player ever. He's got the most unique skill set I've ever seen. So definitely check him out. I think France will contend. He's got a good surrounding team around him. I think that they'll contend and they'll reach the final against the U.S., which they'll ultimately lose. But definitely check him out. As well as there's the Chinese women's center in basketball. She's like 17 years old and she's 7'3". And you watch her YouTube clips and she looks like she's playing with children, you know? So I think it'll be exciting just to watch her play too, if I can catch a game. So other than that, there's not much else on the news agenda for the week other than tomorrow is the election in Venezuela. So I would expect that Nicolas Maduro would win, but I guess we'll see tomorrow. So, and then we'll see what the outcome of that will be. But, you know, I think that Venezuela is going to be a key player in the next coming years. You know, they're making moves, so definitely something to keep an eye out. So that's it for me. Cheers.
Thank you, Dunya. Gabriel, closing.
No, me.
Gabriel skip just now. He said he is too much music. Heaven is awesome.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, too much music up here in my heights. Hey, okay, so it's my turn. Good to see you, Grisha. All my respect for all your work. Take care out there and keep up the good fight. The good fight of faith.
Sir, yes, sir.
They hold on eternal life. South America, please, for once.
Sure.
Yeah, it was an interesting discussion. It was interesting because one thing that I noticed with this, I can't remember his name, but the guy, let's just say, it was like at the end, after all his rants, because he did a lot of discussing with, he really kind of bullied a bit Red. Red was trying to explain something very serious that was happening in his personal life, direct environment, and he didn't let him go on. But like it was a discussion, so to speak, but then it would always derail into just shutting up the other one. And it was interesting because he made a lot of points about things that I don't know, because I can just see from very far. But it was interesting to see, like, at the end when he started talking about Ukraine versus Russia, like the level of disconnection that he had on every subject. Like he had no idea what he was talking about. So I guess that kind of puts into perspective most of his opinions, like where he gets his information from. And it was good that you stepped up, Commander. I don't think you were violating your free speech clause because, like I said, he wasn't actually saying anything. It was just making noise to shut down the rest. So in those cases, I think it's totally like when anyone, if I'm like making a shame of myself and speaking over everyone and not saying anything, then by all means, please cut my mic as well. Like, I don't think that is included in like the free speech of the open mic. But you were very graceful with your, you even threatened him. That was pretty cool. Down the mic. But it was very kindly that you did. And yeah, hopefully to have like dissident ideas. I mean, I was really looking forward to discussing things with him because he had opposing views, and I think that's fun. It's great to be able to argue with people, but you have to be able to argue with people for it to be fun. If not, it's just pissing contest or a shouting contest. Is like totally pointless. So good to not let things derail in that way, and yeah, it would be great to have more sort of heated discussions about controversial topics and to be able to fight each other for ideas, but hopefully in a gentlemanly manner, please. And well, thanks for coming, all of you. Thanks for listening to my ramblings. Sorry for all the interruptions. And give Wyatt money. Put your like, subscribe. Oh, and also give Grisha money. If there's any way. I have no idea how anyone can do that, but
I cannot get Wyatt under the hit, guys. Only give your money to the Singaporean military.
Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. And cheers.
Thank you, Gabriel. Hey, Biotech, do you want to do closing? You look so sexy. And your mic is not working. Perfect. You are just here to show your body. There's no sound. There's no sound. Oh no. So we're gonna go next to Lambo then. Yeah.
Yeah. Is my Starbucks connection good?
Yeah, good. You just look very censored. Your face look very censored. Otherwise, no, it's okay.
I am on holiday. I am fucking looking tired also. Difficult to go to holiday. No, I came. I am happy to see Grisha, and it took me 2 minutes to. Oh, it's him. No, fucking good to have him here. It's a big honor. I like your work a lot. So yeah, thank you to come here and to be part of it. To the DPA army, also. Not only Wagner. But no, it was a strange open mic because I came in with that strange dude, and yeah. At the end of speaking about the Olympics, okay. Belgium has 2 medals. I'm happy for that. Cycling, we are good at cycling, so we already have 2 medals, gold and a bronze, I think. So yeah, and the show, it is what it is, you know. If they want to put transgenders in it to promote the transgender thing, they do that, but it's stupid. A lot of things were stupid during that opening ceremony. If they are able to spend all that money to put a fucking roof over your VIP crowds, at least. You know, we saw a picture of our Belgian Prime Minister. That guy was like looking so sad in his poncho. It was very funny. And for the rest, no, Ukraine. I say it every time. Russia is going to win that shit, and it's impossible for Ukraine to win it. It's just impossible. It's impossible for Ukraine. That's it. Russia is too big. Russia is too powerful, and people need to realize that's the case. And the NATO is playing a game. That's it. They're just trying to fuck around with Russia, but it's not working. It's just not working for them. And I hope that war is going to end. Like we are busy talking about these drones. It's a disgusting thing. I am a big fan of historic things. So I'm following a lot of First World War and Second World War stuff, and you can just see a lot of resemblances in that. And that's why I'm saying, look at the historic channels on YouTube, watch things like Band of Brothers to have a better understanding about what war is and can be. And you just need to multiply the intensity with the danger to have things like drones or fabs, even fabs or worse. Need to also understand that Russia is still very gentle, busy with their war. They are not in a full thing. Otherwise, it's going to be already over. It's a very complex thing, and I'm learning about it every day also. And thank you for the mapping, Wyatt, because I am here with my girlfriend. I am learning a little bit about the situation, and she never knew about what really happened in Ukraine, and I am busy telling her. The worst part is my dad is living here. I am holiday at my dad's, or next to my dad's apartment. And that guy is watching LCI, that's actually the French CNN, and he's brainwashed. The guy is brainwashed. I learned everything about planes. My love about Russian planes and planes in general came from my dad. My dad also did his part of the military work, and the military work in the 80s, 70s, 80s, and for the Marine, from the Belgian Naval, and that guy is brainwashed. He's only watching that wrong side, that propaganda side. And it's sad because he need to know better than that, you know. So I have difficult discussions with him here. I'm here for 10 days and I have very difficult discussions to talk about the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. And it's very sad. I have difficulties with that because my dad is not... I expected more intelligence about him, and it's so sad, yeah. It is what it is, you know. I do my part, I try to do my part, but if I show like the accuracy of the fabs and the danger of the fabs, and I'm telling to him like the Sukhoi 34s are doing like 155 sorties per plane per year, it's fucking a lot. They're active flying, it's crazy. They probably lost one yesterday. Okay, it's happening. Okay, it happens. It's war. You're going to lose shit, you know. The propaganda is disgusting. If I'm watching the news on French television, I have a headache. I just can't watch it. I can't watch what my dad is watching every day. It's disgusting. So yeah. So to conclude, if you need to watch some things about the Olympics, watch the videos of Gojira's performance, the Minions performance, fucking awesome. They tried to steal the Mona Lisa, didn't work out. and Celine Dion, amazing for that woman that has a big disease, and she managed to sing after 4 years in public. So a lot of respect for them, and also to end the funny point, I saw the refugees in Paris on a ship with a big panel in their hand. Refugees, yeah. The Olympics are starting to be a joke. But now we will see. We will see what the future is going to bring us for everything. And I wish everybody the best. And like, subscribe, and support Wyatt, DPA. And if you want to support Grisha, of course, you can do free publicity, Grisha. You need to be ashamed for that. You deserve a lot of credits. I mean that very hard. Okay, guys. I'm happy still having connection now. So thank you.
Your connection actually got better and got very good when you started to do your closing. Now
we're never going to understand the French guys. Never.
Yeah, you're no longer censored. Just now you look censored. You know, your face looks censored. Now you look very sharp. It's a miracle. So, but what you say about your dad, you know, that is the problem. That is the battle that I face, because people are entrenched due to that the information diet that they are used to. It's really hard to get out of it. Very, very hard. Usually people get out of it is because they know something that they are very good at, and they realize that the media is reporting the opposite. That's when they start to like question more, they start to dig, and then they start to realize. Or some of them is because of family. Like, you know, in the Trump's the RNC speech, one of the girl, he was like firmly anti-Trump, and then the dad was pro-Trump. So the girl wanted to prove to his dad that what she said is right and what his dad said is wrong. But then the more she researched, the more she fell in love with Trump. So it's that kind of thing where then she realized that she got brainwashed by media. It's very hard. This is a very, very hard thing to do, and yeah. So this is the kind of uphill battle that DPA will face, and there's no other way. Like even DPA Open Mic is a very difficult thing for people to accept, because where got people let unknown people just have free speech? No, everybody is so used to just be in their bubble. They don't like to be challenged. So yeah, so we do what we can. We every little bit counts. Maybe who knows, the difference that we make will be like 10-20 years into the future. Like what Grisha is doing. Maybe his little bit might help for Russia's greatness in the 20 years time. It's true. It's true.
Sure.
It's true. It is.
Yeah, who knows that? Who knows that maybe that very $10 help to buy that one drone that happened to kill a very important commander, and then that war changed, the history changed because of that. Who knows? A lot of things, just by a little bit of things, make the difference. Hey, Biotech, his mic is fixed.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Sexy boy.
Well, I'm sorry about it. It's 3 o'clock. It's 3 a.m. in Norway, so it's in the middle of the night. So I'm sorry about. I hope I don't try to be rude or anything here. But I just want to use the opportunity now to share, to thank you for your effort. People like us and me, for example, I really appreciate your effort here, because without you, for example, me, I couldn't reach out as much as I could, and you really deserve it, and you seem to be a hard-working guy, so I really respect you in that. For that, so I just want to make a short conclusion. And we had this discussion early on. We discussed the Olympics, and then we discussed if Trump is elected, would he abandon Ukraine? And then we started to discuss if Trump might think of abandoning NATO and like split up NATO. And I still, and the shooting episode with Trump could be a trigger that would lead to Trump leaving NATO, because eventually, if they find out that maybe perhaps some globalists community were behind the shooting and stuff, that could lead to Trump be the last drop that makes Trump decide to pull out of NATO. And about 6 months ago, the Democrats in the Congress, I think, they passed some new laws that would make it more difficult for Trump to pull out of NATO. So it just means that they are worried about this. They are worried about Trump being elected and Trump pulling out of NATO. So they have already tried to make it as difficult as possible for Trump to do this. And remember, the dream of a global state disappears at the very second United States pull out of NATO, because then they lose their muscles. They lose the force behind the global laws. The rules-based order, they lose the muscles. So I mean, what if maybe NATO had a saying in the shooting? I mean, they had the motive. I mean, okay. So thank you, I'm sorry about that short thing, but it is 3 a.m. in Norway, so we are sleeping now.
All right,
Coping.
it's okay. Yeah,
Coping.
Yes. How do you do? It's correct what Head Biotech is saying. It is quite late. I hadn't expected myself to be up this late, but what an exciting open mic. I guess it's my closing. So well, I mean closing. I came on with an intro at the same time. This was a fun open mic because while we do sometimes have new faces, and that is always interesting, this time we had an old speaker from the early days of the open mic. You may now recall a little bit how if you go back to the old open mics, you will notice that these shouting matches were a lot more common. And that is what Sparsh was. He is like a relic of the old days, and he kind of hasn't caught up with the memos. Like, he hasn't caught up that we have a rule with a finger, kind of let the person finish their point. And there was a lot of shouting for what you're seeing now being a somewhat orderly open mic. That was a long process. If you go back 2 years ago, oh, that was a messy affair. We had a lot of interesting characters coming on. So, you know, I'm pretty sure now with Sparsh coming back, he's probably likely to become a sort of regular, and he will, like anyone else, get through the process and find a way to communicate effectively, because it is indeed the failure to communicate that is the biggest threat for us here. Like Wyatt just alluded to, when it comes to actually speaking, well, you know, for some people it's very unusual because they take freedom of speech like an abstract concept, which of course it also is, but more importantly, you kind of have to exercise it for it to have any meaning. And this is what we're doing here. And so this is what free speech looks like. If you try to have like 10 people in one room conversing on complex, difficult topics, especially if they're very contentious, you won't have 10 people talking to each other in an orderly fashion. You will have them split into groups and whatnot, or just leave the room altogether, right? So the open mic enables that insofar as we enable it. And I say we, this is the first time Wyatt actually took like an authoritarian step here. Like, not only him intervening and saying like, hey dude, you have to stop, because that has happened a few times before where Wyatt kind of like, no, look, I can just kick you out if you don't behave, right? And so things get orderly. In this particular case, not so much. And you know, there always needs to be a first. I think it's good to finally have it where you kind of have to show who is the boss, because it is after all your channel and you are the one who are enabling us to come on. If we are not basically, I mean, the only standard we have here is self-moderation. Wyatt must be able to participate in a manner where, if necessary, he can actually just leave it over to us to just converse and talk and do our chatter while he does some situation reporting, and we can enjoy those videos later. This is the ideal. That is the standard. So for those of you in the chat, like, I understand many times people just like, oh, come on, mute the guy already and whatever. But notice that how many times Wyatt is not muted, and it has eventually resulted in having something more conducive brought along. Like, it's harder to kind of appreciate what you actually get before you've gone through all the motions, right? But then once you've done it, right, you can kind of get where it is, dude. You don't have to agree or anything, but okay. But this pertains to conduct. We are the ones who set the standard. We who come on here, we are the ones who set the standard, how we are going to conduct ourselves. And honestly, I think you know, Gabrielle, as you're saying, you know, Wyatt was gracefully dealing with it, and that's true. Yes, I very much agree. I probably wouldn't have that degree of patience myself. But I think it should be said also that the speakers on the open mic as well were dealing with that fairly gracefully. There was only one at a time. It wasn't like a dog piling effect or anything like that. In order, in turn and order, whoever Sparse wanted to contend with, they contended orderly. Yeah, it was messy. But can you imagine how it would usually be if we would just go all in on like, no, what are you saying? Stop this, whatever, shouting. Yeah. So the point I'm making here is basically that, you know, nothing is so bad it's not good for something. You know, it's you coming on the open mic and being different is a good thing, right? Even if you're wrong, even if you're absolutely batshit crazy, it doesn't matter. You coming on the open mic is a good thing, because you will provide a clearer reference point to what is right, what is wrong. In this particular case, what Sparse were saying, it wasn't really so much what he was saying, it was really his conduct. He did not let the point be finished, and he kept on an attack mode all the time, which he has been before, but not to this degree. So I suspect there's some other reason for that. Okay. I have been rambling a lot about the open mic and conduct. I wish we would have actually touched a little bit more on Ukraine for once. I'm usually not so interested, but well, not Ukraine specifically. That doesn't tend to interest me so much. But there are some overall geopolitical factors. For example, the U.S. have acquired 15 new bases across Finland. Now, I'm not entirely sure how much the details are actually kind of like how much do they fit with the facts on the ground. But as far as I've understood it, the 15 bases of Finland across the border, The Americans have full access with whatever capacity they feel to deploy, and they have also exclusive zones. So this is generally what will be kind of defined as a U.S. base without really being a U.S. base. Like Ghana has, for example, its international airport. It has its civilian terminal. It's an American military exclusive zone. So the American law applies there. It's like an embassy, but with military jurisdiction, which makes it in effect a military base. So while the Americans haven't built any new bases, that I'm pretty sure would have acquired a lot more attention. But but if you kind of just buy up the base, that goes under the radar. So this is how many U.S. bases come to be. So it makes very much sense that this is how U.S. bases essentially come into Finland. They're part of NATO, and so you have to integrate with your military systems. And not only that, there are a broad range of things that happen. So now I think that is very interesting in and of by itself, because I think most people would recognize Finland is not most likely to be the first primary target of Russia after Ukraine. It's likely to be the Baltics, and NATO have already acquiesced that there is no chance for NATO to bring a proper relief force. Yeah, maybe they can give a symbolic something, but this is well acknowledged also within NATO, and that is also when NATO was at its strongest. So with the new tides, I think it's if you have to acknowledge then what it will be the next iteration of any broader conflict. Finland, of course, being so close to St. Petersburg and Moscow and have a very long border, and generally it's a lot more in position to actually conduct a war than the Baltics are. It has defense in depth, it has terrain, and a lot of other factors. So where would you be launching any other countermeasures, right? You're going to have your safe zone. It's going to be in Finland. So it makes sense for them to be then acquiring bases there, because unlike Ukraine, the US has not been stationing troops there overtly. So this is like
you guys have a good night.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Jason, nice to have you on. Yeah, I'm going to finish off because honestly, this is something I probably should have been talked about there earlier.
Okay. It's a closing. You can take 1 hour. It's okay.
Yeah. But there's also a matter of courtesy. I know. I am so glad I had beer. I had beer for tonight. Like, I felt like really slow and whatever, and like I just want to go to bed. But then the open mic and it starts getting exciting. It's like, nah, okay, I'm staying up for a few hours more extra.
You enjoy the chaos.
Yeah, exactly. It was like it was not like a childhood memory, but sort of like it. Like, oh, it's like the younger times, it's like the older times of when the open mic was so new, and yeah. So I understand. Well, I understand the people in the audience who did kind of find it upsetting. I mean, it's very quickly wasting time, and this is true. Like all this is like it was kind of the process we went through years ago, so it's like it's not nice to be having to go through it again, but it is also I think it's nice to be reminded, also that we got here. This is this commentary I recall from I don't know which open mic ago, but it was basically he basically said like over 1 year into the open mic having been here, we have all been here, especially regulars, right? We're interacting with each other. And so even when we strongly disagree, we also have agreed to disagree, and we simply don't touch on it because we know our stances. And, it'll only be quick points here and there. No, it's not so important to really actually push it across. And so he said, like, I think you should all be, this is what the commenter said. So I really enjoy seeing how all of you have matured over the year of open mic. So I think that one should be the good part of my closing here. The fact that, you have just random dudes, whoever you get on, and you can really get anything. It's beautiful, right? There's absolutely no incentive whatsoever, but to speak exactly how you see it. And share your conviction, and be you right, be you wrong, is kind of irrelevant. The point is that it's sort of like a law, right? An unwritten law. When you have people who can speak it out, what you have not heard, it means it's not obvious. A law. What is a law? a law is precisely there because it is not obvious, right? Human nature is pretty inclined to kill, for example. And we even have things like pedophilia and stuff. But then you need something explicit to show why, right? But sometimes that explicitity is not incentivized to be there, right? So if you don't have authorities to come with it, then you have to express it. And that means you who ordinary dude who are watching whatever doing your life, you don't have to be a superstar or anything like that. You just have to be someone who have an opinion and is willing to express it. And then, we discuss it. And, be it good, be it bad. Again, even the bad things are good. It provides a valuable reference. Wyatt, thank you so much for what you do. I think you're absolutely onto something. It is correct to point out that the Ukraine war, when that ends, what you're going to do, right? We did not touch on the Ukraine war much. We just barely touched on it, and many times we just kind of skim on it. And I've noticed this becomes a habit in the open mic, which is a clear indication there is more to be talking about. There's more to be addressing. So yeah, when the Ukraine war is over, I'm pretty sure when you get to have your undivided attention on geopolitics, generally speaking, it's gonna be fucking smashing. Yeah, DPA is just gonna be catering for a broader audience in a manner where it's actually very, very useful, because that's something you're good at. You're very good at substantiating, but you're also very good at bringing a holistic picture that is somewhat concise. It's often very much to the point. It has a clear relation and cause and effect or correlation, and also cautionary warnings that this is just a corroboration, not a causality. Because for some people, again, just like a law, it's not obvious. This is why you have to say it. So yeah, thanks again, everyone. And also those of you in the live chat, it's been very entertaining to be just chit-chatting on the side while listening to the folks here. And yeah, awesome. Like and subscribe with the notification bell on. Give Wyatt some money if you can. And yeah, we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Coping. Thank you, everyone, for the closing. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Lambo.
Bye-bye.
And it's my time. Bye-bye. And it's my time to do my closing. Bye. Bye, Gabriel. I'll put you backstage. Okay, so thank you, everyone, for watching the DPA Open Mic 89. Episode 89. Oh my freaking god. And yeah, maybe these are the end times, and the freaking open mic feels like the end times. This is the most painful open mic. No, what hell of a shit show. But no, somehow, yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it. And I'm quite surprised. Even when Spash was at his worst, actually the viewership did not really drop. I'm surprised that people stayed to watch the shit show. Then Jim need to stop repeating his same narrative. Like when we first came on, to talk about our views and whatnot. The first time, not 3 times and 3 times repeating the same thing. Is like converse. Discuss, chit-chat, share your views. I think that's more important rather than keep going into the philosophical is quite pointless, because we have the philosophical backing to base our reality and understanding of the world. But there is still the world. There's still the real world. So, and yeah, so today also, we marks the first time I muted someone. I really don't like to mute someone, but Spash is going overboard, so no choice. Because yeah, he didn't really control himself. I think he's drinking, just like last week. Last week he also drank. So yeah, I mean, I love the chaos, but today's chaos is a bit too much. So yeah, this is a bit painful for me. So yeah, and he also roused me up because today's a bit different, because usually I'm okay with people things going chaotic, but I think Spash is a bit insensitive, because the situation in Bangladesh is real. It's very serious. Red is really facing possible danger. He literally hear gunshots. These are real. This is not joking. The situation in Bangladesh was really bad. So, and talking to someone who is on the ground, really sharing the real situation, not what you freaking read by some journalist who might not even be there, writing about what is happening. We literally hearing from someone who is there, and I think that's the basic. We rarely have someone stuck in a real dangerous situation on the open mic. Like Red, for the first time, we have someone who is really stuck in a very dangerous place. Like even we have Sudanese, but he's talking in UK. He's not talking in Sudan. We have Ukrainians, but they're talking in Australia. They are not talking from Ukraine. We have Russians, but they're talking in Russia. They are not talking in Ukraine. But I think for the first time, Red is the first person, I guess, who's really stuck in some kind of a danger zone. And we do have Ukrainians from Ukraine, but but he's on the western side, but less dangerous as what Red is going through. So I was really curious about the situation. We want to learn more, and not just based on media reports. And I think Sparsh was being very disrespectful, because it's not about India. It's not always about you. It's not India is not the center of the world. Bangladesh have its own problems, and understanding the problems may help us understand Bangladeshi mentality more, Bangladeshi situation more. And it is a very backwater place. It's like the Ukraine before Ukraine war. It's a very backwater place, like Myanmar. This kind of countries usually people don't talk about, but Bangladesh is still one of the most populated country in the world. It's the most heavily populated place by square feet. One of the most. So I think there is something, if shit happens, a lot of people will die, a lot of problems. So yeah, you just need to have someone we can actually learn and hear from directly. So I'm just disappointed that conversation did not really go in a very serious way. It went into the philosophical and talk some nonsense, which I'm somewhat disappointed about that. So otherwise, yeah, and then the Ukraine war discussion got derailed because Jim came in and talked about his anti-US narrative for the third time, and then after that went with the ending with like anti-Jew sentiments. It's like, yeah, I mean the first time is all right, it's good, it's okay, but second, third time that is too much. So I hope people do come in and chat, to talk, not talk at people, but talk to people. Yeah. So anyway, it is what it is. So anyway, thank you for watching. Yeah, but I still find that a lot of people do enjoy it somehow. For me, it's a bit painful to moderate. Yeah, but it is what it is. This is the open mic. I want to give free speech the best possible, no chance. And yeah, that's how it is. So anyway, it's Sunday. It's Sunday morning for me. It's 9 a.m. You can see the sun is out. I'm becoming a thief again. It's all red. And so hopefully you have a great Sunday. For those going to church, have a great churchy session, and have a great time with your family, and stay safe. And I'll see you guys in the next update. See you guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, let's not share the line. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table, the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.